Chapter 176, Give Me Face. Olivia really didn't disappoint Laura as, right after arriving in Kosa City, he immediately moved. Plus, his movements couldn't easily be hidden from Laura, thus it was clear that they didn't intend to hide their movements from her, and she was surprised to see that Olivia's first move was to head to the Grand Duke's mansion. Laura hadn't thought that Olivia would end up going to the Grand Duke's mansion. This was a bit beyond her expectations, but she thought that it was also reasonable of him to do so. Anyway, since Olivia was the representative of Carlo, and Carlo was an heir of the Marquis del clan with the same status as Karen, it was appropriate that they would end up visiting Grand Duke Evan. This was especially the case since Carlo could become the next head of the Marquis del clan. Since Olivia was his representative, it was quite appropriate. However, Laura was cautious since she thought that Olivia's visit to Grand Duke Evan wasn't that simple. Moreover, the people of the continent already knew that the Purcell clan owed a favor to her for her help in the food crisis. Not just that, but she had also backed up Evan when he tried to get his authority back. It could be said that Evan was her patron, so if you wanted to move against her, you must first settle this patron. Olivia was obviously targeting the Taoan products this time. Since the Taoan products were the most precious thing in Laura's hands, it would be impossible for her to let it go. If they wanted to get the Taoan products from Laura, then they had to use some other ways, especially since she was still in the Purcell Duchy. This meant that they needed to first settle Grand Duke Evan. So long as you could make Grand Duke Evan stop protecting Laura, then even if he didn't help them deal with her, it would be enough. After Laura saw that Olivia was heading for the Grand Duke's mansion, she immediately thought of such things. Sadly, she had no way to stop the meeting since it could be considered an official visit between Olivia and Grand Duke Evan. How could she try to stop it? This was open intrigue. Even if Laura knew what Olivia was going to do, she couldn't do anything about it. She wanted to see just how much Olivia could achieve. If, in the end, Olivia really could convince Grand Duke Evan, then she would be really disappointed. However, Laura wasn't too worried. After all, even if Grand Duke Evan were to stop protecting her after meeting with Olivia, there was still Zhao Hai. If Laura's trust in Grand Duke Evan was 10, then her trust in Zhao Hai was 100. Although Laura didn't stop the meeting between Olivia and Grand Duke Evan, she still secretly observed Olivia. Since he dared to act so boldly, she was sure that Carlo had already approved it. However, since they would be moving around in the Purcell Duchy, which was Laura's territory, Laura didn't fear that they could so easily flip the skies and leave. Grand Duke Evan didn't let Laura down. After Olivia went to see him, he'd immediately sent someone to inform Laura that Olivia wanted to deal with her. This time, Olivia had entered his city. He told Olivia that if he were to move against Laura, then it would be tantamount to offending the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke's words were serious. Although the Marquis del clan was very powerful, the Purcell clan itself wasn't weak. The Marquis del clan was a business clan while the Purcell clan had their own duchy. If Olivia really dared to move against Laura, it would be tantamount to offending Grand Duke Evan. A Grand Duke must have dignity, which meant that there was no way he would retract what he'd said. He would not be incoherent with his words. This was what it meant to be the ruler of a duchy. Laura hadn't thought that Evan would give her so much face. Since the Grand Duke had stated it already, even if Carlo were to really move against Laura, they would have to think twice before doing so. Laura knew though that Olivia wouldn't stop with this just after hitting the wall that was the Grand Duke. They should still have other ideas. With this, she feared that they would start moving against Zhao Hai. With this thought, Laura couldn't sit idly by and immediately ordered people to prepare her carriage. Simultaneously, Quinjon had gone to the Grand Duke's mansion to express their gratitude. She didn't go herself to the Grand Duke's mansion to personally thank the Grand Duke, but sent Quinjon instead. After these arrangements, Laura led Near and they went to Stony Mountain. This time, Laura went to Stony Mountains without sending a letter first. She had wanted to do so since she knew Zhao Hai didn't want to be disturbed and had too many secrets. However, Olivia might get there before her and act impudently. She feared Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite and would deal with Olivia. While Laura didn't like Olivia, she didn't want Zhao Hai to move against him. After all, Olivia represented Carlo. If Zhao Hai offended him, then it would be troublesome. Once Laura went out of Kosa City, Zhao Hai received the message. Although his attention was focused on the carrion swamp these days, he didn't lower his surveillance of Kosa City. Adding in Drunk's team who had just came back, his manpower was quite sufficient. Thus, his surveillance of Kosa City was a lot more strict. Zhao Hai and Green were in the space. After Zhao Hai received the message that Laura was coming, he immediately told Green. Green frowned and said, "I don't know what's happened this time that would make Ms. Laura visit. Our forces in Kosa City is currently too small. If something really happened in Kosa City, we won't be able to get a timely report, which is somewhat unfavorable for us." Zhao Hai nodded. "We don't have any way to cope with this matter at the meantime since we don't have any available manpower. If we let the Nightshade stay in Kosa City for a long period of time, it wouldn't be good. After all, they are undead. If they were to be found out then it will be troublesome." Green nodded his head while frowning, then said, "With our present state, we still haven't established our own forces. If we are to be found, it will be a problem. Right now, this manpower issue is a really big issue." Zhao Hai also wrinkled his brow. The faster they developed, the more the manpower they had would end up as insufficient. Slaves couldn't be considered. After all, they were slaves. If they were to be tasked to be stationed in Kosa City, then they would just be arrested for being a fugitive slave. On the other hand, undead were undead, and if they were to be found, then it would cause its own troubles too. Most importantly, the Nightshades were now zombies. With their original appearance, they looked no different from others. If they stayed too long in Kosa City, however, then it may cause their forces to be found out. At that time, it would really cause a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai had already placed the Nightshades at their former location. Still, he was afraid that powerful opponents might be able to find them. Zhao Hai didn't want such forces to see his Nightshades. If they were light magicians like Gurren, then it would definitely lead to a conflict. Zhao Hai didn't want such a conflict to occur. Green saw Zhao Hai frowning and thought that he was worried about the issue of manpower. Green said, "Master, hear me out. After we meet with Miss Laura, we should give her an eagle Virtuous phantasm and ask her to send news every few days by using the eagle. With that, we will not only know the situation there, but we'll also be able to strengthen our ties with Miss Laura. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded after thinking about it. "This approach is excellent, especially now that we have more than 1,000 eagle Virtuous phantasms in the space. Sending a few to Laura will not only strengthen ties, but also serve as a guarantee for Ms. Laura's security." Green lightly laughed. "Master is really concerned about Miss Laura." "Ah, sir, I think it is better to ask Miss Laura about she thoughts. If she really has regards for Master, then won't it be good to settle down with Miss Laura? What do you think?" Zhao Hai hadn't thought that even Green would mention this issue. Dumbfounded, he said, "Grandpa Green, we haven't even reached an agreement yet. For now, don't worry about it since we don't know what Miss Laura thinks of it. If I really did say something brashly, and Miss Laura has no such intentions, then our meetings in the future will be full of awkwardness." Green deliberated about it and didn't say anything. In his mind, he would just let it go for now. But if the opportunity arises, he would certainly raise the issue. Zhao Hai saw Green's facial expression and knew what he was thinking. He smiled dryly and also kept quiet. He knew that saying more would just add insult to the injury. After a little while, Laura arrived. Zhao Hai and Green went out of the space along with Marin and Meg. This was because Laura had already seen the four of them. If someone were to be missing, then Laura might get suspicious. After inviting Laura to the parlor room to sit, Zhao Hai looked perplexedly at Laura and said, "Miss Laura, what is the matter this time around? Have any incidents sprung up in Kosa City?" Laura quickly smiled and said, "No, there's no incident in Kosa City. However, I am visiting this time around to tell you about my issue." Zhao Hai looked at Laura, mystified. "For your issues, Miss Laura? What happened?" Laura smiled dryly as she voiced all her speculations with regards to Olivia. She then said, "Mister, this time, Olivia might disturb you. I came here to notify Mister of such a matter." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Miss Laura, Please tell Olivia to go back. I don't like meeting people and I will not like being bothered by him. I will not meet with him even if he dies and gives me a piece of his heart too." After hearing Zhao Hai, Laura was happy, though she still smiled wryly. "I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him. The truth is, my fifth uncle, although he seems very amiable as a person, my father says otherwise. From birth to maturity, he was someone who, if he wanted something, he will obtain it. If he can't obtain it, then he will destroy it so as to not let others take it. This time, he has sent people and I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. That's why I came to tell Mr. about it." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "If they know the difference between good and bad, then do not blame me for being impolite." Laura feared such a result, so she quickly said, "This time, Laura wanted to tell Mr. that I am currently much stronger than fifth uncle. However, Mr. Olivia will definitely bother you, so I was hoping that Mr. will just ignore him. It is best not to have any conflict with him. I hope that Mr. would give me face." Chapter 177, Going Around in Circles. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and nodded. "Miss Laura, please be relieved. As long as they don't do anything excessive, I won't be unkind to them. You should know that I'm not the type of person that likes to stir up trouble." Laura didn't relax even after hearing Zhao Hai's words. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhao Hai, but rather, it was her own clan that she had no confidence in. She knew that her uncles, as well as her grandfather, would do anything to get what they wanted. If they couldn't get it, then they'd rather destroy it. Everything was based off their personal interests and, in their eyes, everything was a commodity. Laura also knew that Zhao Hai was a person who didn't like to suffer at the hands of others. Since she'd seen what he had done to Gurren, she knew that if someone really dared to go against him, then he wouldn't be polite. Towards her fifth uncle, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to hand over his products, so she couldn't easily believe in what he had said. Zhao Hai just looked at Laura. He himself wasn't too concerned about this situation. So long as it wasn't a rank 9 deity that came, then he wouldn't be afraid of anything. He turned to Green and said, "Give the gift that I prepared to Miss Laura." Green immediately complied and turned around. Laura couldn't help but smile and said, "Mr. has a gift prepared for me? I'm embarrassed that Mr. will be giving me a gift when I haven't brought one. How can it be good to receive Mr.'s gift?" Zhao Hai smiled. "In fact, this gift will also benefit me. Miss Laura, I have come here to Kosa City, but don't know much about its situation. With my identity, I wouldn't be able to stay long inside Kosa City since I fear that I'm not that popular. Because of that, I wanted to ask for one thing of Miss Laura." Laura quickly replied, "Mr. is too polite. Please, don't hesitate to command me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't dare order you, but there really is one thing that I will request of Miss Laura. The young lady knows that I am a businessman, and a businessman squatting on a mountain every day won't always be good. With regards to any situations in Kosa City, I won't have any idea of them and also won't know anything. This time, I am requesting Ms. Laura to help me by informing me the situation in Kosa City." Laura felt relieved after hearing Zhao Hai. She thought that it would be some other matter. Anyway, such a request was too simple for her as she had her own intelligence network. For her, naturally, intelligence gathering was easy. Now that there was an ally like Zhao Hai, intelligence sharing between them was normal. Laura was glad to see such a situation as she felt that Zhao Hai trusted her enough, and that their relationship even closer. These thoughts made Laura smile. "That is no problem at all, so Mr. shouldn't be too polite. Mr., please rest assured that every 7 days, I will send news regarding the situation in the city." Just then, Green came back from the outside. Following behind him were 5 handsome eagles. These eagles had a height of over a meter 1. They came in from the outside in a bold and imposing manner. Zhao Hai smiled to Laura and said, "Then I thank Miss Laura, and also, these few eagle virtuous phantasms are my gift to you." These were the virtuous phantasm-colored eggs that you had given me, so gifting this to you would just be returning something back to its rightful owner. Laura was surprised for a moment as she knew that hatching a virtuous phantasm-colored egg wouldn't be easy. Hatching it required the use of proper temperature. Furthermore, It was also important to note that a person would need to continuously provide magic or battle chi to the eggs. Finally, after hatching, they must be given a drop of blood in order for them to recognize their master, otherwise these virtuous phantasms wouldn't listen to anyone. Right now, Zhao Hai was giving her all 5 eagles. Even getting one would be enough, taking more would be too much. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and understood what she was thinking. During the past few days, however, Green had told him about the matters concerning these eagle virtuous phantasms, so he explained, Miss Laura, please be assured that although they do look like normal eagle virtuous phantasms, they are different. Firstly, they do not rely on their masters to provide magic for their growth. Secondly, they aren't hard to feed, so you can just let them eat what normal eagles eat. Lastly, they don't have a master yet. After leaving one of them to be a messenger, you can keep the others for yourself. He then turned around, looked at the eagles, and said, later on, she will be your master. You all must abide and listen to her. These virtuous phantasms weren't stupid. After the improvements done by the space, Zhao Hai found out that they could understand him, and that they were smarter than the average 7 or 8-year-old child. Laura looked at Zhao Hai. She had already seen virtuous phantasms before, and her impression of virtuous phantasms was that they couldn't grow further. However, these few eagle virtuous phantasms near Zhao Hai were unexpectedly quite vigorous and handsome and had almost caught up in size to a normal magic beast. Furthermore, Zhao Hai could speak to these eagle virtuous phantasms. Can you really do this? However, Laura was more surprised by what she saw happened afterward. These eagle virtuous phantasms really did seem to understood Zhao Hai, because after he directed them, they slowly walked towards Laura and acted as though they were guarding Laura and Nier as they stood there. Zhao Hai smiled at Laura. Miss Laura, please rest assured that from here on, you will be their master. Laura recovered and, with shining eyes, looked at the eagles. These eagles really did look better than wind falcons too and were even unusually superior. Furthermore, they were virtuous phantasms. Thus they were a lot more useful. 3. Zhao Hai politely asked for Laura to stay for a meal, which she gladly accepted. When Laura left Stony Mountain, the eagles immediately flew up and kept pace over Laura's carriage along the way. Laura stood outside the carriage and looked at the eagles. She couldn't help but be amused by the sight. However, she'd also thought of something else, thus she turned to Nier and asked, Nier, have you heard of such obedient, good-looking virtuous phantasms before? Nier was an animal enthusiast, and liked to keep and read books about animals. With regards to this matter, she really had the right to speak up. Nier shook her head and said, No, young lady, I have read many books about virtuous phantasms, but they aren't generally large. Furthermore, they aren't that obedient. These virtuous phantasms of misters really look more like magic beasts than virtuous phantasms. Thus, I don't know if they are truly virtuous phantasms. Laura nodded. This is very strange. If it is really as what Mr. said, then these are the virtuous phantasms that came from those virtuous phantasm-colored eggs I had given him. This shouldn't be right. Laura initially bought the virtuous phantasm-colored eggs and knew that they were virtuous phantasms that could fly. She'd seen the spawning of the eggs of these virtuous phantasms, and those several virtuous phantasm eggs couldn't be found in the wild, but could only be bought from a specialized farming factory. She had specifically seen the process from which the few virtuous phantasms spawn their eggs. Although those were also flying virtuous phantasms, their builds weren't large as they were just almost as big as a normal falcon. They also didn't look so vigorous and obedient. However, these eagles from Zhao Hai were actually so different. Laura was really puzzled as to how Zhao Hai could make ordinary things become so amazing. This was something Laura was most curious about. After Laura left Stony Mountain, Zhao Hai and Green didn't rush back inside the space. Instead, they called Mren and the others into the parlor room and sat down. Zhao Hai asked Green, Grandpa Green, after hearing the situation from Laura, what do you think we should do? Green thought for a while then said, I think we should be very careful. I've heard that the Mosquito clan members are vicious and greedy. If we are targeted by them this time around, I fear that this will become really troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded and said, This really is troublesome. As far as I can see, Miss Laura feared that his matter would cause a stain in our relationship. However, I think that with this situation, we should teach them a lesson." Green frowned and said, "I'm afraid that this isn't as simple as you think it is. A Mosquito clan member is notoriously ruthless. If they suffer a loss here, then I fear they wouldn't just let it go." Zhao Hai also frowned. "What can we do now then? We had just established ourselves here in Stony Mountain. If they come here to disturb us, then this will be very annoying." Mrin smiled. "As I see it, this wouldn't be like that. Previously, we had helped the Purcell clan. If they really dare move against us, then I fear that the Purcell clan wouldn't let them off." Zhao Hai continued to frown. "I hope so. But I don't like to owe a favor to the Purcell clan. It would be good if we can solve this matter while also giving face to Miss Laura. So long as they don't do anything excessive, even if they really do dare to move against us, I wouldn't mind it at all." Green nodded and said, "I do hope this will be the case. With our identity, they would think twice before making any rash moves. Otherwise, I fear that this hatred will cause enmity between us." Zhao Hai snorted. "Now that we have this hostility, we won't need to cooperate with them. Those guys from the Mosquito clan really aren't the friendly kind. Fortunately, we have adequate manpower to cope up with such a scene," Green said, nodding. "If a rank 9 doesn't come, we should be able to deal with everything." "Master, we should go back to the space and continue to observe, as I don't know what the eagles have seen." Zhao Hai nodded and they went back inside the space. The space was now level 15, but there had been no upgrade to the ranch, which made Zhao Hai feel a little sad. Zhao Hai couldn't help it. Drunk would have had a hard time catching the magic beasts in the carrion swamp. Even if they tried it wouldn't be easy to feed them. That's why they didn't catch any magic beasts and instead focused on collecting plants in order to make the space level up to 15. The eagles had been flying over the swamp for several days now, but their speed wasn't fast. Zhao Hai was surprised to see that the eagles had flown over some places that Buffy hadn't drawn on the map. It seems like they had started circling around in the swamp. With regards to this situation, Zhao Hai didn't know what problems the carrion swamp had. Why was it that both humans and magic beasts 5 went around in circles when they were inside the carrion swamp? Chapter 178, Marriage. After Zhao Hai arrived inside the space, he looked at the screen and saw that something was off. The screen didn't show the original 7-color smog, but instead a chaotic battle. Green 1. Dots can be seen everywhere in the screen. These dots were in the shape of swallow-like birds with small bodies that madly attacked the eagles. Zhao Hai actually felt that outside, unexpectedly, the majestic eagles were too powerless to even fight back. These eagles went left, then suddenly rushed to the right, seemingly wishing to escape the encirclement of those birds. Zhao Hai looked at the situation on the screen and was somewhat in a daze. This was beyond their understanding, as the bodies of those birds and the eagles had too much of a difference. Yet, how come the eagles couldn't seem to counter and even seemed like they were out of energy? Zhao Hai soon went to look out of the space and at the eagles. Although they were powerful, their opponent birds were very flexible as they maneuvered through the air quickly and with ease. However, because the eagles had larger bodies, they weren't as swift and agile as those birds. Due to this, the small birds were able to capitalize on their advantages and pressed hard against the eagles. This made it a struggle for the eagles to cope with them. Zhao Hai really hadn't thought that the eagles would be suppressed just like that. He waved his hand to let the rest of the eagles leave the space. With 1,000 eagles flying around in the scene, they should be able to deal with the situation. Sure enough, after the mass of large eagles appeared, the small birds panicked and immediately tried to escape. However, the eagles wouldn't let them get away and, in the end, they caught a lot of those small birds. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved after seeing the situation. Green also exhaled after watching the fierce battle. Even though they hadn't been involved, they still felt tragic over the situation and were nervous. With Zhao Hai's intent, he moved the eagles from the outside back inside the space and, along with a few others, they went over to the ranch. Upon arriving, a beep came from the ranch and sounded, "Discovered new animal biological variation, Swallow class. Animal rating of level 3. Digitizing animals. Animals can now be bought from the spatial shop. Zhao Hai didn't care since there weren't any upgrades for the ranch. Moreover, even if there were more of these swallow class animals, there wouldn't be much use for them. He hurriedly began to check over the few eagles that had been attacked. Since these eagles were already matured, they weren't allowed to stay inside the ranch because they weren't able to grow any further. Still, Zhao Hai was allowed to take them out and examine them for that short period. After carefully observing the eagles, Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment. Their injuries hadn't been light, and there was even one that had been pecked in the eye and blinded. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai and Green couldn't help but feel a bit scared. They hadn't expected that those small birds could even peck at the eyes of the eagles. Zhao Hai placed a few of the withdrawn eagles back inside the warehouse, then he ordered 5 other eagles to fly forward and explore once more while carrying the ghost cane. They all then returned to the living room of the spatial villa. Everyone sat down upon entering the living room. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, it seems like the carrion swamp cannot be underestimated." Even those birds had unexpectedly given a lot of trouble to the eagle Virtuous phantasms. "It seems that we can't let anyone else leave the space." Green nodded his head and said, "It seems that we have really underestimated the swamp." Buffy also told us before that he'd encountered several attacks, though he didn't say anything else about them. Since he was a rank 9 expert, he didn't care much about those attacks. However, that was because of his strength as a rank 9 expert. On the other hand, we cannot take these issues lightly. Zhao Hai nodded his head. He looked at the 7-colored smog that constantly fluctuated on the screen and said, "The map that Buffy completed has now become irrelevant. We don't know how far Flower City is, and can only blame this strange smog. The carrion swamp is really mysterious." Green nodded, sighed, and said, "There's not much information about the carrion swamp here on the continent, so even if we wanted to know more, we can't. However, I think there might be some ancient items that past magicians had left inside the carrion swamp. Not to mention, even for how long that city existed after so many years, I have never heard anyone say that there was a city in the carrion swamp." Zhao Hai nodded. "It seems like there should be a lot of stories about this flower city. The carrion swamp had existed for so many years, yet no one knew where the city was. That in itself explains the current problem." Green sighed once more and said, "It just means that no one knows much about the situation here in the carrion swamp. This is because the swamp has been known to be dangerous for so long, such that not even a rank 9 expert dares to enter randomly. I heard that a long time ago, the carrion swamp was a paradise for adventurers. A lot of them came here to hunt magic items for money, but probably, around a few thousand years ago, a major catastrophe befell the continent. I heard that it was hell back then. The sudden appearances of hellish demons sprung from the ground, killing major ethnic groups, and became the continent's biggest disaster. A lot of literature was either lost or destroyed during that time. Since then, the carrion swamp has become a lot more dangerous. Up to now, nobody dares to go venture into the carrion swamp." Zhao Hai nodded. "Anyway, we still have to go to Flower City. We must know more about that Flower City. Especially since we don't have anything important to do right now. We might as well solve this threat of the carrion swamp." Green nodded his head. He looked at the situation on the screen, then turned back to Zhao Hai. "Master, I don't think we should be flying around randomly. I think the reason why there was no information regarding the Flower City was due, first, to the destruction of literature back then. Secondly, perhaps nobody had really discovered the city. Buffy might have just been lucky enough to run into the city. Thus, we should just follow his map, even if it will make the trip a bit longer before we can reach Flower City. Otherwise, I really don't know how long it will take for us to find the city." Zhao Hai nodded his head. He looked at the screen and ordered the eagles, instructing them not to fly straight, but instead to fly across and find the terrain shown on the map. Afterwards, they were to follow the directions on the map. Zhao Hai also found out about another feature of the screen. It now looked like what a screen looked like in the game, as it showed a map that was darkened if the eagles hadn't yet flown over that area. If it was already explored by the eagles, then it would show the terrain on the screen and even show the magic beasts in the area. Also, the terrain displayed on the screen didn't require one to prompt a message, but rather, it remained in the corner of the screen. Aside from observing the carrion swamp daily, Zhao Hai also intended to draw a full map of the land of the entire carrion swamp. Truth be told, staring in the screen was absolutely boring. Zhao Hai, however, feared that the eagles might be attacked. Thus, they remained and stayed in the space while chatting. Green also liked to stay inside the space as the air inside was very good. When one entered the space from outside, they would feel refreshed, as though their spirits were being cleansed. Staying in the space for a long time wouldn't only be good for the body of practitioners, but it also enabled Zhao Hai's body to continue to feel better. He woke up well, and even after just waking up, he wouldn't feel sleepy again. Back then, he used to breathe twice as heavily as a normal person, but now he had regained his normal physique. It was the same for Marin. She was already quite old, but still very busy daily. Thus, she always felt tired. Moreover, the elderly tended to have bad sleeping conditions, so when she'd woken Zhao Hai back then, her face didn't look too well. Nowadays, however, she had completely changed. Her face was more ruddy, and even if she were busy every day, she didn't look tired at all. Furthermore, it was quiet within the space at night, so she could sleep well. Aside from that, her body really felt a lot better than before. The space was an attractive place as everyone who had stayed inside the space tended to become somewhat accustomed to it. Even the slaves, if not for their own properties outside the space, wouldn't have liked to leave it. Now that Laura had a predicament, Zhao Hai didn't want any contact with her for the moment. As such, they could only stay inside the space. Anyway, there were no more meetings with Laura. Suddenly, Zhao Hai heard a knocking at the door. Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment and switched the image on the screen to Fort Iron Mountain. Woodhead and Stonehead were there watching the slaves and had knocked on the door. It seemed like they had found something and needed to tell Zhao Hai about it. Although this was described as a knocking sound, it wasn't actually knocking, but instead it was them contacting Zhao Hai. After placing 2 transfer points, if a person outside of the space had any matters they wanted to tell Zhao Hai, they could just knock on the ground and Zhao Hai could hear the sound from inside the space. The sound made was just like that of someone knocking at the door. Since Zhao Hai had heard someone knocking, he knew that Woodhead was looking for him. This was the only way to inform Zhao Hai. Woodhead and Stonehead stayed at Fort Iron Mountain, while the undead were placed in Stony Mountain. If an undead wanted to look for Zhao Hai, they could just directly contact him and didn't need to knock on the transfer point. Sure enough, after turning the screen, Zhao Hai saw Woodhead standing in the transfer point. The people around stood up, and, with Zhao Hai's intent, him and the others appeared at Fort Iron Mountain. Woodhead was standing there. When he saw everyone, he hurriedly rushed forward and said, "Master." Zhao Hai nodded. "What's up? What's the matter?" Woodhead smiled. "Master, today is a good day." Today, 2 slaves suddenly came to me and said they wanted to marry. Since Master hadn't said anything about this matter if it ever came up with the slaves, I decided to let you look into it. Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then, interested, said, "Oh, was there such a thing? This is good. Getting married is good. Hurry and lead the way." Green 2 immediately complied and led Zhao Hai outside the fort. Chapter 179, Award. Between the fort's interlinked inner and outer gates stood 2 slaves, a man and a woman. The man looked to be around 23 to 24 years old, while the woman looked younger by a couple of years. They both looked normal with no distinguishing features on them. The 2 saw Zhao Hai coming out and immediately knelt down to salute to Zhao Hai. They both said, "Master 1 and 1." Zhao Hai nodded, waved his hand, and said, "Stand up and speak." Only then did the 2 stand up, albeit their bodies were still bent, their expressions cautious as they did so. Although these slaves knew Zhao Hai was kind, they had previously undergone enslavement education. Thus, when they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't even try to be impolite. They stood up after Zhao Hai told them, which was already very good progress for them. If it were normal slaves, even if they were told by Zhao Hai, they wouldn't dare to stand up. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai didn't bother to be polite as he asked, "Are you the ones who wish to get married?" The two people lowered their heads and bent themselves further down. Then the man said, "Yes, master. We both want to get married. We seek the help of master." Zhao Hai nodded and asked, "What are your names?" The male slave immediately answered, "Master, my name is Chi2, and she is called C3. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at them. "All right, very good. Since you took the initiative to ask me to help you get married, it's fine then. I will help you today." Grandpa Green, please prepare a gift to be given to them today. Green complied immediately. Mrin smiled and said, "This calls for a celebration." "Master, I'll go tell the slaves to rest for the day." The two slaves actually both knelt down together as the man panicked and said, "Master, we little ones don't deserve such treatment. Our lives are cheap and master allowing us to get married is already a huge fortune. We wouldn't dare ask for any more from master." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, since you are the slaves bought by Grandpa Green, and the first couple to be married. We should take this opportunity as well and make it as lively as possible. This isn't just for the two of you." The couple stood up afterwards. Green led the couple away, leaving only Meg to stand beside Zhao Hai. Right now, Zhao Hai wasn't missing anything, and his monthly income could feed 100 people without a problem. Zhao Hai didn't help in the preparations and instead led Meg back to the fort's living room and sat down. He had just told Green to give them whatever they needed, so if there was anything required for the preparations, Green could take care of them. After they arrived in the living room, Meg poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai and placed it on the table. Zhao Hai then told Meg, "Sit down. Let's talk about this wedding." Meg sat down, looked at Zhao Hai, and said, "Master, why did you do it in such a big way? Did you want the other slaves to see them?" Zhao Hai nodded. He sighed and said, "Now that our Buddha clan has selected these people, the slaves must be able to flourish, especially because they have been marked with the Buddha clan's brand, which is impossible to remove. Since our conditions now is a lot better compared to before, the slaves acquiring the initiative to get married will be a good thing for us. The other slaves who are afraid to do so will slowly gain confidence, and this will be a good way to increase our population. Moreover, the lands I had improved is growing. At present though, it cannot be cultivated. I plan to give these lands to the slaves and have them pay some rent. That way, they can cultivate the lands and prosper for themselves." Meg was surprised for a moment. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Does this mean master will restore the slaves' status back to civilians starting today? Furthermore, master will also reward them with a piece of land that they will be renting?" On the continent, farm renting was generally allowed only by civilians. Thus, if Zhao Hai said that these slaves could get land to rent, then Meg understood what Zhao Hai actually meant to do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it will be a good start. We can then slowly develop and grow the Buddha clan. The present situation is somewhat wrong, so I will slowly let the slaves recover their civilian status in order for them to own their own piece of land. Having their own income will be something for them to look forward to." Meg 5 grew up on the Ark continent, and in their view Zhao Hai's approach was akin to throwing out money. Everyone knew that a slave was the Lord's clan property. If Zhao Hai restored their civilian status, then they couldn't be regarded as Buddha clan property anymore. This was just throwing out their own wealth. However, what Zhao Hai said had some truth to it. Since the Buddha clan would have such a joyous occasion, they would be able to inspire the enthusiasm of the slaves by 100% and encourage them to work better to restore their status as civilians. They would be trained and then given a piece of land. Such opportunities were, no doubt, heaven for the slaves. Thus they would naturally strive hard to attain it. Since Zhao Hai gave his all to succeed, then along with the help of the space, the people of the Buddha clan wouldn't argue about what he said. Meg didn't object either as she just nodded her head. Zhao Hai turned around and looked out at the sky. He sighed and said, "Although at present our development is going well, there's still a problem. If we let the world know who we are, then with our current strength, we will instantly lose. I just hope that one day, we can stand openly under the sun and tell the whole world that we are the Buddha clan. Only then can we be considered to have really succeeded." Meg looked at Zhao Hai with teary eyes. "Don't worry, master," she said. "That day will surely come." Zhao Hai sighed and slowly closed his eyes, sitting down on a chair to rest. Meg's heart was very upset since she knew that Zhao Hai wasn't quite healthy. If not for the space, she wouldn't know what would have happened to Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai had awoken, he'd been dragging his body around in order to create a better future for the Buddha clan. This made him very busy, which made the people around him feel pained. Zhao Hai was also really tired. Although he exercised a bit, his body really wasn't healthy right now. Adding to the fact that he needed to tend to a lot of events, even if his body wasn't tired, his mind would be. After sitting on the sofa, he soon fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai heard someone calling him. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw someone that looked like Meg. Meg called out to him in a soft voice. Zhao Hai sat up and moved around a bit since he'd been leaning on the sofa for a long time. He moved his neck, then stood up and asked, "Are the preparations done?" Meg nodded her head. "The tables are already arranged in the outer fort along with the food. Grandpa also prepared some ale. It seems like this will turn out to be really lively." Zhao Hai nodded. He then thought of something and turned to Meg. "Also, I remember that some time ago, we had prepared a lot of colored paper. Are they still available?" Although Meg didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do with it, she still nodded her head and replied, "Yes. We still have those colored paper we had bought earlier. If the slaves had any matters, it could be used to write announcements." "I will go to the study room," Zhao Hai said, nodding. "Meanwhile, please prepare red-colored paper." Meg immediately complied, even though she didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do with them, and followed Zhao Hai to the study room. Zhao Hai told Meg to cut the paper into a rectangular shape after arriving at the study room. He then personally inscribed congratulatory words onto the paper, along with the names of the couple and their date of marriage. With this, he had made this world's first, simple, marriage certificate. Meg had been observing what Zhao Hai was doing. Although she hadn't understood it earlier, she had now somewhat gotten an idea after seeing the characters Zhao Hai had written. This made her feel a little strange. This marriage certificate was very simple, just a piece of red paper with words written on it. Zhao Hai had only thought of this as a temporary thing, but he would have never thought that this would become a clan heirloom, and that this marriage certificate idea would slowly spread throughout the entire continent. After making the marriage certificate, Zhao Hai and Meg went down the stairs and towards the square outside the fort. The square was a lot livelier now that the tables were placed. There were 8 types of vegetable dishes on each of the square tables. 8 people could sit on each table and a barrel of ale was next to each of them. This ale was a kind of relatively inexpensive ale on the continent. This was what civilians usually drank. Some time ago, Green had deliberately bought a little and was prepared to give the slaves some. In the end, it finally became handy now. At this moment, the slaves sat at the tables as they waited for Zhao Hai and Green. Upon Zhao Hai's arrival, the slaves immediately tried to salute to him, but he waved his hand to let them be at ease. Then he said, "Today is a wonderful day wherein she and C will be married. I would like to take this opportunity to let you all have this lively occasion." The slaves were glad for Chi and C, while the two of them were excited, albeit a little bit shy with red faces. Zhao Hai waved at the couple and said, "Chi, C, come here." The couple immediately walked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the couple and smiled. "Very good. You are our Buddha clan's first couple in the Black Waste. With that, I will award you. Starting today, the two of you won't be slaves anymore. Rather, you will both be civilians here in the Buddha clan's Black Waste. I will allow Grandmomrin to gift you 7,000 square meters 6 of farmable land outside the fort. That will be the area you can farm. Later, you will only have to give us a fourth of your annual harvest, while the rest will be yours 7. Moreover, we will provide you with a room in the fort along with the necessities you will be needing. Later on, you can even have your own home." Zhao Hai's words were breathtaking, ing the slaves. They'd never thought that Zhao Hai would actually be this generous to Qi and Si. He'd even give them a piece of land, so long as they pay the rent for it. For the slaves, this was very important. Qi and Si felt as though they were in a dream, and it took them a while to react. They quickly knelt down and bowed to show their gratitude to Zhao Hai. Chapter 180. Toast. Although Zhao Hai had shown some enthusiasm and had even given rewards to the couple today, the slaves were only a bit shocked about it and everything went back to normal. After all, this wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai had shown this side of himself to them. Zhao Hai helped the couple up, then took out the marriage certificate that he'd prepared. He gave it to the couple and said, "Today is your wedding day, and as the first couple to be wed in our black wastes, I have personally prepared this marriage certificate. Although this certificate won't be recognized anywhere else but here in the Black Waste, so long as you have this certificate, you are a legally married couple. This is something on top of my congratulatory gift." This was the first time such a situation happened on the continent. No one had ever heard about it before, not even Green, never mind the slaves. G and C took the paper, albeit with some confusion. Although they could identify the words, most of them weren't legible to them. While there were some words that they didn't know, they still looked stunned after receiving the sheet of paper. Zhao Hai smiled, then looked back to the crowd. "The laws of our Black Waste will be different from those of other places. This piece of paper, although modest, represents that you are legally husband and wife. If there comes a time when the husband bullies the wife can come to me and I will help her deal with it. If there will also come a time when the husband leaves the wife, you may bring this piece of paper to me, and I will judge him for his crime." This goes the same against the wife as well. Since Chi and Si are the first wedded couple here in our Black Waste, I wasn't able to prepare much. As such, this piece of paper will be their marriage certificate. Please lead them here. Head Steward Green of the Black Waste will be the witness of the union between Chi and Si. Please, Head Steward Green, read the marriage certificate. This kind of a wedding ritual was what the former Zhao Hai from Earth usually attended. Weddings on the continent were quite different. On the continent, slaves didn't hold any wedding ceremonies, as long as two slaves were together, and they informed and got the approval from their steward, then they could be together. The wedding between civilians would be a bit different. First, there would be a matchmaker who would introduce the man and woman. Then, they would meet each other, before the man offers gifts to the bride's family as a bride price. The woman's side would then send a dowry. Lastly would be the wedding. On the wedding day, the relatives and friends would come to congratulate them. Women held a high status on the continent. Thus, on their wedding day, out of respect for the couple, there would be a wine ceremony. The wedding ceremonies between the aristocrats and the royal clan would be a lot more grandiose, along with a great deal more customs. This kind of wedding was what Zhao Hai liked, but had never experienced. This was also the first time Green had seen this kind of thing, but he had also watched the big events from before, which were magnificent. As such, he took the marriage certificate from Chi's hand and loudly said, "Today, civilians of the Xa Empire join these two happy people who have fallen in love with one another, and watch as they are married and become husband and wife." This special citation is issued by the Lord of the Black Waste, the Xa Empire's Zhao Hai Buddha. Having this paper wasn't too much of a big deal, but it allowed for the meaning to be expressed clearly. On the Ark continent, there weren't any marriage laws, so Zhao Hai hadn't written anything conforming to the law or any words associated with it. He just wrote that they'd fallen in love and were married. Such a case. Most importantly, this piece of paper had been written in the words of civilians. In a sense, this makes the piece of paper a proof of identity for the slaves, proving that they were now civilians. After Green finished reading, he handed the marriage certificate back to Chi and Si. Chi excitedly took the piece of paper, and, as though the paper felt heavy, carefully handed it to Si. Si also carefully picked up the piece of paper and folded it carefully, placing it onto her arms. Zhao Hai looked at how the couple acted and didn't said anything about it. He smiled, then said, "Well, this ceremony has now ended. Chi, Si, starting today, The two of you are now officially husband and wife. Don't be in a hurry to toast with me. Instead, don't forget to have a toast with your wedding witness, Grandpa Green." Chi and Si were excited as they complied. Mrin smiled, then picked up 2 cups of wine that were then taken by Chi and Si. The couple knelt down together and lifted the glass in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared blankly at them. He tried to help them up while saying, "What is this? Get up." Chi and Si didn't stand but continued to kneel on the ground, sobbing loudly. "Master, you are too good." Although Master has restored our civilian status, in our hearts and mind, we will forever be Master's slave. "Master, please drink along with us with these 2 cups of wine." Zhao Hai looked at the couple and felt excited deep down in his heart. He stood up straight and said, "Good. Good. I'll drink these 2 cups of wine since this is a wedding banquet." Haha. People say weddings are not intoxicating. However, today, I will drink 2 cups. He then drank a cup, then raised the other cup. Woodhead, who stood at the side, also applauded and appeared to be very lively one. Zhao Hai placed the cups down and looked at the two. "From now on, the two of you should love each other. No matter what difficulties you have, you can come and tell me." The couple complied as Meg helped them by pouring some more wine. Next was Green. Green said a few auspicious words, then they turned to make a toast with Mrin. At this time, it could be considered to be really lively. The slaves had eaten meals a few times before with Zhao Hai. At dinner time, they were relaxed since during that time around, there were many meat dishes, which was also their opportunity to eat a little more. The banquet this time around wasn't the same as it was in other places. They had a lot of vegetables dishes and could also eat a lot without limit. This made the slaves very happy. Although these slaves hadn't gotten their statuses restored to civilians, they were satisfied with their current lives. They ate every day, weren't too tired, and occasionally ate tons of meat. They'd even gotten the chance to drink wine like today, which in the past was unthinkable. Seeing how Chi and Si, after getting married, were restored their civilian status, and moreover they'd been given it just like that, these slaves had also thought about how to seize the opportunity and do the same thing. This was naive, but quite lively. However, Zhao Hai didn't drink any more of the wine and, followed by Green, returned to the space. This was just in case the eagle Virtuous phantasms were being attacked. 2. After they sat down in the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile lightly. "Today, we had a very good start. I fear that there will be a lot of marriages soon, so Grandpa Green, you should go to Kosa City in a few days and order a batch of a higher quality paper for marriage certificates so that we can use them later on." Green smiled and said, "All right." "I have to say, Master is really good at this. By the way, I think I won't have to go to Kosa City. I'll just let the Eagle Messenger go to Miss Laura after several days. Then we can request our needs to Miss Laura. As long as we don't have them know about our territory, it should be good. How do you see this, Master?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, we'll do that this time." Also, although we've given Chi and Si a piece of land, we should explain some things to them. For example, they should tell us what they want to plant. We will have to keep account of it. Once they obtain their harvest, we can even sell it for them. If they want to buy something, we can even buy it for them. Such are the current conditions. "This is very good," Green said, smiling. "That the slaves can now have their own homes is a very good idea. Since Master is giving them a good place, they will work harder. However, if later all the slaves have restored their statuses to civilians, what should we do then?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It is actually very simple. They will still need farming tools, seeds, and even scaled wildebeests. These are things that they don't have, so we can just rent it to them. If they want to use these things, they can help us by planting in an area. Or if they have the item themselves, we can still hire them to do work for us through farming, and we'll pay them. Of course, the price wouldn't be too high, but for them, that in itself is extra money. Thus, they will naturally agree." 3. Green nodded his head and said, "That's good. It seems like we will need to buy more slaves. However, we can't just buy any good slaves in Kosa City. Instead, We should buy them from the imperial capital. On the outskirts of the imperial capital is where the continent's largest slave market is, so we can certainly buy an appropriate kind of slaves for. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Is it alright with our present status if we went to the imperial capital? Won't we be recognized there?" Green nodded his head. "This wouldn't be a problem in Kosa City since there's no one here that knows us, but there's a lot of people who knew us in the imperial capital. So be it, let's go somewhere else to buy slaves." "Master, I heard that the beast folk sell a lot of slave. Do you think we can go and visit the beast folk?" Mrin added. "I think this approach is good. There are a lot of slaves in the beast folk prairies, and we can also establish a good relationship with the beast folk. The beast folk raise all kinds of magic beasts, but they lack food supplies. If we can develop the black wastes later on, we will have a lot of food on our hands. Since, on the continent, there are already big firms that handle the food supply, it will be difficult to intervene. I think it would be best if we can trade with the beast folk," Zhao Hai replied. "This issue of the food scarcity of the beast folk, though we know of it, isn't the same for the big firms? Why aren't they selling food to the beast folk?" Mrin smiled and said, "They do sell, but they sell it expensively. The Empire had stipulated that if they want to buy food, the Empire will impose heavy taxes. Even if the aristocrats wished to smuggle, they wouldn't dare do so. That is why the food being sold to the beast folk is very expensive. Anyway, since we have the space, we can avoid this tax." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood that this was the way the Ixu Empire restrained the beast folk. This was tantamount to sucking the blood of the beast folk so that they would never grow up, thus ensuring the safety of the northern part of the empire. Chapter 181, Jealousy. Right now, Zhao Hai didn't plan to handle this matter. He turned his head to look at Green and Mrin, saying, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Mrin, if we really do plan to cooperate with the beast folk with regards to our food business, then I think we should let Laura come forward as well. If we act now, then sooner or later we'll be exposing our weaknesses. To be honest, with regards to doing business we truly are inferior to the skills of Miss Laura." Green and Mrin looked at each other and the two of them saw a happy light in the other's eyes. Mrin said, "I agree with Master's point of view. For this matter, it is really better to allow Laura to act. But Master, if that is the case then I fear that we will be resigned to give up a large portion of our profits to Miss Laura." Zhao Hai hadn't noticed the meaningful glance between the couple and instead replied, "There is no other way as we don't have any personal connections with them." On the other hand, this might not be true for Laura. After all, she has been doing business within the Persal Duchy for quite some time now. Saying that she doesn't have any previous cooperations with the Beast Folk Empire won't be believable. Miss Laura is beautiful. Does Master intend to marry her and have her become the lady of the house? Meg asked as she stared at Zhao Hai. Hearing him speak about Laura made her heart uncomfortable. Zhao Hai gawked after hearing what Meg said. He turned to look at Meg who seemed grumpy at him. In Zhao Hai's head, two characters suddenly appeared. Jealousy too. Meg really looked like a girl that was in love, yet now her boyfriend was talking about another girl in front of her. This was what her expression conveyed. Zhao Hai looked at Meg, embarrassed, while Meg's small face was red all over as she lowered her head. Green and Mrin also looked at Zhao Hai's expression and they couldn't help but smile faintly. Both of them were getting older and were refined people, so it wasn't that they couldn't see Meg's thoughts. They were happy to see how Meg reacted, though if it happened before, they wouldn't have agreed. But now that Zhao Hai had become so competent, they naturally hoped that he would receive Meg. There were no laws that specified that people had to be monogamous in this world. It was common to see a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines, for even a woman, if you were powerful enough, could keep a few men around and nobody would say anything. Strength was everything. Since the situation of the Buddha clan right now was progressing smoothly, Zhao Hai could now be married and have children. That is, of course, after he cures himself from the effects of the water of nothingness, which could be solved when his space reaches level 35. In Green's opinion, Zhao Hai shouldn't be married to only one wife and have a child, but to have many wives and many children with them. More children was a sign that the Buddha clan will flourish. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's charming appearance, which made his heart beat faster. He immediately turned his head. Since the issues they needed to handle now was far too much, this wouldn't be the right time to talk about love. Zhao Hai turned to Green and Mren and said, once we've solved the issue of the carrion swamp, we should immediately go to the beast folk and have a look around since we are really short on manpower. Green nodded. He turned his head and looked at the screen. The screen showed the 7-colored smog that continued to seethe. It almost looked as if this wasn't even a part of the Ark continent, but of some other space and time. Zhao Hai enlarged the map at the corner of the screen and compared it to the map Buffy had drawn. At present, they hadn't seen any terrain that was similar to what had been marked on the map, making them feel relieved. 6. However, their hearts felt uneasy. The eagles had followed the map Buffy had drawn when they'd started flying, but they didn't know how the eagles flew onto a different route. Furthermore, even if they deviated from the original track, it shouldn't have been by too much. They had been flying for over half a day now and hadn't seen any terrain similar to what was on the map. This meant that they'd deviated from the route by a great deal. If they had been allowed to fly along on their original route, then they wouldn't know in what part of the year they would have arrived at Flower City. Zhao smiled dryly and said, I never thought that the carrion swamp would really be this big. We've really underestimated its size. Green frowned, his complexion becoming ugly. It seems that this carrion swamp had been left behind by a powerful ancient magician. I heard that ancient magic was really mysterious. Some people could be kept circling around. There is something known as a maze 7. And in my opinion there is a maze here in the carrion swamp. Buffy was really lucky last time as he'd even been able to get to Flower City. It seems like that is the center of the maze, and the maze itself protects it. Mren nodded. Although I do not know of that type of magic, I do have some knowledge. A lot of the magic used on the continent right now is based off remnants of magic from the ancient past and are definitely inferior to that mysterious ancient magic. The carrion swamp was certainly an important place from ancient times, otherwise such magic wouldn't exist there. Zhao Hai nodded. Since that is the case, we really must go to Flower City. I feel a lot more curious now. As long as we can set up a foundation in Flower City, it will become our strongest fortress. No one will ever think of moving against us with that. Green, along with several of the others, nodded as they knew that the matter in their hands this time wouldn't be easy. For so many years, the carrion swamp had been a mystery. If this mystery was easy to solve, then that wouldn't be normal. 8. It was already dark by the time Laura and Near arrived at their home in Kosa City. Laura sent someone to look for Quinjon immediately. Near, on the other hand, settled down with those several legal virtuous phantasms. Before long, Quinjon arrived in the study room. Quinjon gawked upon seeing Laura frowning. Laura, what happened? What accident has occurred to Mr. Quinjon asked. Laura recovered after hearing Quinjon. She shook her head and said, Mr. hasn't met with any accidents. I'm just worried about Alatia and them. After hearing Laura, Quinjon knew that she was worried about the Mosquito clan. He had spent a longer time working for the clan than Laura had and also understood the young masters to a greater extent than she did. He knew Carlo, and was clear that this time, since he'd sent Alatia, they wouldn't easily give up even if they failed this time around. For this matter, however, if Zhao Hai really gives them wool, then the consequences couldn't even be said. 9. Zhao Hai was not a friendly person. This fact was known by Quinjon. If Carlo really went too far, then he feared that they would suffer some losses. If Carlo suffered losses at the hands of Zhao Hai, then don't even think about the other young masters. The house's master himself wouldn't accept this result. What person was the master? He was obstinate and overbearing. Whomever dared to offend him, he would return to them 100-fold. If Zhao Hai really offended Carlo, then that would be a visibly smack in the face of the Mosquito clan. By then, the master would definitely move to get rid of him. If the master really moved, then even if the clan wasn't able to extinguish Zhao Hai, Laura would still be affected. When the time came, their following days would be disastrous. Laura hadn't spoken as she watched Quinjon. She knew that he was also thinking of the issue she was currently worried about. Laura said, Mr. told me that as long as Olivia doesn't move excessively, Mr. will give me face and won't care about them. However, if Olivia goes too far, then Mr. wouldn't be polite. With Mr.'s strength, which you also know about, if they fight each other then fifth uncle will really suffer a loss. This matter will then become complicated. Quinjon nodded. I'm also worried about this since you know the temperament of the young masters. If they like something, it is impossible to make them let it go. I'm afraid this thing will be a lot more troublesome than the matter some time ago. Laura frowned and said, yes, the clan members really are like that. Those people don't even bother looking at what we did to get to where we are now. For them, we're no threat. They're people who never forgive, an annoying kind of people. Quinjon smiled bitterly as he didn't know what to say. If they were to describe the Marquis Del clan members in a few words, then it would be greedy, arrogant, black-hearted, and stingy. For people like them to have raised a child like Karen was unexpected. If Laura hadn't been taught by Karen, then what she would have become by now would be really difficult to determine. Just then, Near came in from outside. Laura glanced at Near who had just came in, then said to Quinjon, Grandpa Quinjon, I have one more thing to tell you. Today, Mr. has given us 5 Eagle Virtuous phantasms, which came from those Virtuous phantasm-colored eggs we had given to him before. However, the ones he'd given back aren't the same as the common ones. Do you want to go and take a look? Quinjon was surprised and said, all right, let me see them. Quinjon knew that common virtuous phantasms live together with their master and imprinted a symbol onto the body of their master. It then absorbed battle chi or magic power from its master in order to survive 10. If they were not used in battles, then they were kept invisible. That's why Quinjon thought that Laura had the virtuous phantasms along with her. Laura smiled. The virtuous phantasms aren't here. I let Near arrange a room in order to keep the virtuous phantasms. Near, have you fed the virtuous phantasms already? Near nodded and replied, I already fed them. Young lady, those several virtuous phantasms really can eat. The meat that was usually given to 100 winged falcons had been eaten by those 5 virtuous phantasms alone. It seems like raising them will require a larger expenditure. Quinjon was actually shocked after hearing what Near told them and said, wait, Near, did you just said that you fed those virtuous phantasms with regular meat? Did they actually eat them? Laura smiled and said, Grandpa Quinjon, this is one of the characteristics of Mr.'s virtuous phantasms. They don't need to take in battle chi or magic power from a person, so long as you feed them the way you would feed a normal magic beast. Let's go and check them out. She stood up and walked out with Near while Quinjon followed behind. Chapter 182, Karen speaks of the past. The 3 arrived at the room where they raised the virtuous phantasms. After the doors opened, Quinjon looked shocked. These virtuous phantasms were really impressive and handsome, something which he hadn't seen before. After looking at these 5 Eagle virtuous phantasms, Quinjon couldn't believe what he saw. Only after some time did he turn to Laura and ask, young lady, are these the Eagle virtuous phantasms you were talking about? The ones we had actually bought before? Yes, these are those 5 Eagle virtuous phantasms that Mr. gave. However, I haven't made these eagles into armor, so I don't know what kind they are. Laura replied with a smile. Quinjon looked at the eagles one more time, then turned to Laura and said, young lady, let's go back. I have something to tell you. Laura nodded and the 3 of them returned to the study. They sat down upon arriving in the study room. Laura looked at Quinjon, who seemed sullen, and asked, Grandpa Quinjon, what's the matter? Quinjon looked serious as he nodded and said, I have to say, this matter with Mr. Zhao Hai. Young lady, have you not thought about it? Everything that Mr. Zhao Hai touches and has given us, they look very ordinary at first, but in fact they're all extraordinary. Right? Laura was frozen for a moment, looking at the matter carefully. Her complexion changed as she answered, right, all of them. Quinjon nodded and said, yes, every one of them, no matter if it is the fire fish, corn, bamboo rice, fruit oil, blue-eyed rabbits, or today's virtuous phantasms. These are all ordinary objects, but once they pass through Mr.'s hands, in a blink of an eye they become extraordinary. Furthermore, Mr. had told us before that he had an ancient magic tool in his possession. However, we were mistaken about this. We thought he only had one tool. Nobody would actually think that he had two, three, or possibly even more. Laura was surprised for a moment. She really hadn't thought about this. Ancient magic tools would be difficult to check. After they knew Zhao Hai had one, they'd only thought he'd possessed the one ancient magic tool. They wouldn't have actually thought that Zhao Hai might be in possession of two or three of them. Quinn John looked at Laura and said, "Even if Mr. doesn't have numerous ancient magic tools, I think he is in possession of a few ancient books about alchemy and pharmacy. Due to the existence of these things, Mr. can make ordinary things extraordinary." As Quinn John said this, Laura also thought that this was the only way of explaining things. Quinn John followed up, "Mr. can make ordinary things extraordinary, less common to common. He may have formulae that allows accelerated plant growth and death through pharmaceuticals too." Adding in his strength, along with that of his followers and undead, then although we haven't seen any rank 9 experts, Mr.'s status and fighting strength can be considered to be not any worse than that of a large aristocrat. This kind of person, we cannot dare to offend. Laura nodded while saying, "I have never thought of offending Mr. What help has the Marquis del clan given to us that can be compared to Mr.'s? Why must we help that ruthless clan plan against our benefactor?" Grandpa Quinn John, "I understand what you mean. You want me to control Elatia, making them lose their opportunity to move against Mr., right?" Quinn John nodded and said, "Yes, young lady. What we have today is all thanks to Mr. This matter of Elatia, if they fail, then it still won't be good for Mr. We won't help them, but we shall certainly help Mr. Along with Grand Duke Evan. Our combined strength isn't bad and it should be enough to destabilize the Marquis del clan. Don't forget, Mr. had also helped the Purcell clan during that crisis and Grand Duke Evan isn't an ungrateful person. If we told Grand Duke Evan about the situation, he will definitely help us. Then we can convey things to Mr. Through this matter, we can set up our tripartite strength and nobody would dare to move against us. Young lady, how do you see it?" Laura stood from her seat and paced slowly. She understood what Quinn John meant. Quinn John wanted her to make a decision right now. If she helped Zhao Hai, then that would be tantamount to tearing the face of the Marquis del clan into pieces. But in return, they would gain an invaluable ally in Zhao Hai, not to mention, they would continue to be on good terms with Grand Duke Evan. The most important of all was that they could finally get rid of their connection to the Marquis del clan, removing her fear of being married off by the clan. However, this matter wasn't only related to her, but also to her father. If they directly confronted the Marquis del clan, then her father would be in a very difficult situation. Quinn John looked at Laura's expression and knew what she was thinking of. He sighed and said, "Young lady, are you thinking that your father's situation will become awkward?" Laura sighed. "Yes, no matter what, father is also the Marquis del clan's second young master. If we had a falling out with the clan, then father will be in a dilemma." After Laura spoke, a cold voice replied, "Don't worry, I won't be in a dilemma. After all these years, if not for you, then I would have already left the Marquis del clan." Quinn John and Laura looked towards the entrance and saw Karen. Laura hastily replied, "Father, when did you arrive?" Karen entered the room with a smile. Turning his head, he looked at Laura and said, "My silly daughter, why is it that you won't tell your father about your problems? Your father has said that if you had a problem that you couldn't solve, your father can help." Laura looked at Karen and felt that her father's presence seemed different today. He gave off a majestic aura with an imposing manner. Karen looked at Laura and sat down on the sofa. "Sit down. Today, I also have something to tell you." Laura sat, puzzled, while looking at Karen. Karen looked back at her and gave a forced smile. "Laura, you should already know that your grandmother passed away when I was still young, thus, I was raised by the Great Lady 3. Laura nodded as this was known throughout the Marquis del clan. Karen's birth mother was the Marquis del clan's second lady, who had passed away when Karen was still young. He was then raised by the Great Lady. But, the Great Lady's real son was the Marquis del clan's eldest son, Senwin. Karen watched Laura, then continued, The people outside the Mosquito clan have said that your grandmother died due to an illness. However, that isn't the case. Your grandmother was actually killed by your grandfather and the Great Lady." Laura's face was full of shock as she stared at Karen. She really hadn't thought that Karen would say such a thing. Karen continued to watch Laura as he said, "Your grandmother was her own clan's successor. As she was just married into the Mosquito clan, she was highly favored by all. Afterwards, she then gave birth to me. However, during the 5th year of their marriage, your grandfather made a mistake in management and owed a very large sum of money. To make matters worse, he had also offended several respected clans during that time, and those several respectable clans joined together to suppress the Mosquito clan. At that time, it was a life and death situation for the Mosquito clan, and the only one who could help was your grandmother's clan." Laura silently listened and didn't say anything. Karen seems to have been caught up with his memories and continued, "Your grandmother told your grandfather at the time that her clan would help the Mosquito clan as far as they could. However, your grandfather wanted more. He wanted all of their property. He sent assassins to kill my grandparents, then killed your grandmother. This, in turn, made the entirety of the properties she should have inherited pass along to your grandfather, to the Mosquito clan." As he continued, Karen clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with anger. "Nobody knows that the 5-year-old me had known of these events back then. Your grandmother would tell me every day about the situation of the Mosquito clan. Like you, your grandmother was very good at running the business and was quite famous for her beauty back then. Although she had no steward of the Mosquito clan, she knew a lot about their business. She told me back then that the Mosquito clan had met a troublesome situation and that she wanted to help your grandfather. But I, in the end, saw your grandfather and the Great Lady give your grandmother a glass filled with poisoned liquor." Laura was shocked after hearing what Karen said. No one would have thought that there had been this kind of a situation. Even Quinjon, who'd been Laura's mother's servant hadn't known of such a thing. While Quinjon was a servant of the Mosquito clan for 20 years, Karen's matter had happened way back when he was small, so of course he didn't know of it. 5. Karen continued, "They didn't know that they were being watched by me. I hadn't made a single sound during that time, giving my all to endure myself to not to cry. I remember that day firmly." After saying that, Karen stopped for a while and closed his eyes. He had probably recalled an unforgettable moment in his life. After some time, he continued, "Afterwards, I was placed under the Great Lady's care by our grandfather. I knew that they had killed your grandmother and that the Great Lady had her share in it. However, I pretended not to know, living my life daily with the enemy. Later on, I heard that the Great Lady wanted me to have a look at the account book. If I was interested in doing business, then she would remove me as she didn't want anyone to hinder your first uncle. Since then, I didn't look at any business books, nor did I study magic earnestly. Instead, I only researched magic every day." Karen stopped talking for a while. He turned his head and looked at Laura. "Because of that, I could grow up safely. Everyone on the continent knows that I'm not that knowledgeable and that I only wanted to learn strange things and was a waste of a person. I thought that I would be like this for a lifetime, but never thought that the heavens would feel sorry for me. The heavens delivered me in front of your mother. The me, who had been a waste, was loved by her with all her heart and soul. That was my life's dawn of light. Every day now, I don't want to open my eyes after your mother had passed away. She left us too early. If, at that time, it wasn't for you, I would have already committed suicide. But I knew that if I died, that you would be finished as you'd only end up as their tool. Don't even talk about business. I feared that you were going to be married off. Therefore, I requested the clan to let me develop here in the Persal Duchy. This is so that we could leave the clan. Laura, don't hesitate when regarding me. Towards that clan, I feel no sentiment. If you can fight the Mosquito clan, then do it boldly. Get revenge for your grandmother." Chapter 183, Grounded. Laura was about to say something when Karen waved his hand to stop her. Your father, was very cautious throughout my life as I feared that your grandfather and the Great Lady might hurt me. That's why I decided to not study that much. Even in the military arts, I made sure to show that I didn't have potential. As such, it was impossible for me to get revenge for your grandmother. You, however, are different. You've shown extraordinary business talent, and adding in Uncle Quinjon's guidance, you had the ability to back it up. Now, you've grabbed onto a great foothold here in the Persal Duchy. Don't forget that even before you met Mr. Zhao Hai, we didn't have any backing from the inner members of the clan, nor would the people of the Persal Duchy have backed us up if we offended the Marquis del clan. Karen's eyes shined with rays of wisdom as he continued to explain to Laura, the situation now is different. Mr. Zhao Hai has the food commodities, so surely he can control the food prices here in the Persal Duchy. The Persal clan also owes him a debt, and Mr. is a powerful magician. To sum all of this up, do you think the Persal clan would have given us face just because you helped them? I don't deny the existence of this reason, but it also might be due to our relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai. These great nobles show kindness only if they can get benefits from it. Quinjon and Laura were both shocked as they stared at Karen. They never thought that Karen, who had only wholeheartedly conducted magic research, would be able to analyze their situation. And unexpectedly, one after another, they were all reasonable deductions. Karen looked at their appearances and smiled. Well, I've told you everything, so you can figure things out. Laura, this isn't just an opportunity to befriend the Persal clan and Mr. Zhao Hai, but similarly, it is the best time to completely cut off our relationship with the Marquis del clan. Although the Marquis del clan is powerful, in the end they are still just a merchant clan. The methods they can use can only be attributed to their commercial aspects, while in other aspects they are very weak. Moreover, don't forget that on the continent, it is not only the Marquis del clan that calls itself a merchant clan. These past few years, the Marquis del clan has offended several merchant clans due to the expansion of their businesses. If they are going to receive a big loss, then those people won't let this chance slip by. If the Persal clan is fat, then the Marquis del clan is the bigger fat, isn't it? Quinjon and Laura hadn't thought of this point. They had both thought of the Marquis del clan as a colossal power, one that wasn't affable. They'd forgotten that a monster could only be fought with another monster. One wrong move from them will cause their deaths to become more miserable than those of Shrimp Swan. Karen looked at the two, then continued, one more thing. These past few days, although I've been researching, I have also been in contact with magicians, pharmacists, and alchemists I know. If they move, such a force wouldn't be a small one. If you need my help for anything, so long as the matter isn't about any aspect of the market, which I don't understand much about, just look for me in the office too. Karen stood up and patted Laura's head, saying, you don't need to be worried about anything. Even if the Marquis del clan is strong, so is my daughter. Now that we've left the nest and got into conflicts and disagreements with them, don't be afraid and don't worry, your father supports you. He turned around and walked out, then continued, the magic I've been researching doesn't feel right, I must go back and have a look. He completely disappeared from the study room. Laura looked at Karen's back with teary eyes. Only when Karen had completely disappeared from her sight did she wipe her tears away. She turned to Quinjon and said, Grandpa Quinjon, arrange a meeting between me and Alitia for tomorrow. I will give him my last warning. If he doesn't give me face and still continues, then he shouldn't blame me for being impolite. Quinjon nodded and replied with a gratified expression. I had been thinking that the second young master didn't understand these matters, but it turns out that the young master has a very clear understanding. Haha, no wonder. Back then, when young master had asked to be placed in the Persal Duchy, I thought that he'd just completely lost hope. I hadn't thought that the young master was actually scheming something. Young master's move is very fierce, especially since the influence of the Marquis del clan in the Persal Duchy was the weakest. So long as we're here each day, the Marquis del clan will probably have no way of dealing with us. Oh yes, this is good. Father isn't stupid, Laura replied with a smile. It's only that he hadn't used his time to think about this matters. I looked into his research once, and after that I felt dizzy. Haha. Karen's transformation today made them both happy. They hadn't thought of letting Karen help them, but with Karen's attitude, they now would. Sometimes, A person's attitude was a lot more important than their other aspects. Quinjon showed a faint smile as he said, I'll arrange your meeting with Olivia tomorrow. Go and strike at him. If he doesn't know the good from the bad, then don't be polite and tidy him up well. Then you must go to Grand Duke Evan, wait for things to settle down with the Grand Duke, then personally go to Mr. and clearly discuss this matter. Laura nodded. All right, I will start the arrangements. Grandpa Quinjon, do those people sound like they're coming towards us? This is our mansion, so they shouldn't make too much noise when they come. Our faces wouldn't look good. Quinjon's eyes brimmed with a cold light as he replied, rest assured, in our mansion, they can't afford to stir up a storm for no reason. It seems that they're coming with some news. The voices faded as a servant stopped before their door. Looking towards Laura and Quinjon, the servant said, young lady, steward, this small one has something to report. Quinjon nodded. Come in. The servant bent his body while walking in and stood quietly in front of Quinjon. Quinjon ordered, speak. The servant replied, Steward Olivia has called for 3 people to enter his room. Although these 3 people look to be part of his entourage, from my point of view their movements and mannerisms aren't that of ordinary people. They seem to place an emphasis on watching how they look. 3. Quinjon nodded. Anything else? The servant shook his head and Quinjon beckoned away with his hand, allowing the servant to draw back. Laura turned her head to look at Quinjon and asked, did they investigate the status of those 3 people thoroughly? Quinjon shook his head and said, they didn't, as those 3 were new faces. Evidently, they were characters that already had blank backgrounds. The fluctuations of their battle chi also isn't obvious. Seemingly, young Master Carlo has recruited new men. Laura nodded. First, let's make them seem optimistic. From now on, if Olivia brings in more people, we cannot let them leave our mansion. Grandpa Quinjon, look into those people who had come into contact with them. So long as they had contact, no matter who it is, they're suspicious. Quinjon nodded, stood up, and went to arrange those matters. Laura walked to the door of the study and looked up at the already darkened sky while muttering, since father doesn't have any issues, then we must give them a good play. The next morning, after breakfast, Laura arrived in the study. Quinjon had led Olivia as they two entered the study. Olivia immediately gave a salute to Laura, showing his etiquette in such a normal situation. Laura nodded while her eyes still looked at the files on the table and said to Olivia, oh, Stuart, today I was looking for you and wanted to tell you something. Just recently, the Purcell clan had survived through a food crisis, and much of the populace is still on guard. Because of that, the streets aren't as peaceful as they once were, so I hope Steward Olivia wouldn't allow those who came with you to move around. This is the Purcell Duchy, which isn't comparable to other places and is near the Beastfolk Prairie. The social practices are different here. If an accident were to really happen, then I wouldn't be able to easily confess it to Fifth Uncle. Respectfully complying, Olivia drew back. Quinjon remained and watched Olivia as he left, then told Laura, young lady, it seems like your warning wasn't effective. Olivia's expression was obviously perfunctory. In his heart, it was impossible to do what Laura told him. Laura coldly snorted. In the past, we didn't even rely on the Marquis del clan. HMPH, Grandpa Quinjon, convey my message to everyone, don't permit any of them to leave the compound. If they dare to insist on leaving, then break both their legs. Prepare the carriage. I'll head over to the Grand Duke's mansion. Quinjon complied immediately and went down to prepare the carriage for Laura. Now that she was certain that Olivia couldn't leave their mansion, he will have placed the job onto some other people. One must know that dealing with Olivia wouldn't be that easy. As Laura stepped her left foot out of her home, one of Olivia's people tried to go out as well. This man was one of those that had been seen with Olivia last night. As he walked in front of the gate, a servant stationed inside stopped him and asked with a smile, "This big brother, may I know where you're going?" The man was surprised for a moment. He looked at the servant and said, "It's my first time in Kosa City, so I wanted to go and stroll around for a bit. Does little brother need something from me?" The servant looked back at him and slightly chuckled. "Ah, I have no issues with you. But today, the young lady ordered that no one may go out of the mansion. Otherwise we will be forced to break both their legs. This little brother is only concerned for big brother. It wouldn't be good to be punished. The man smiled, but his features were actually ice cold. Laura's people within the residence were all trained by her throughout these years. That was why their loyalties to her was also very high. Adding in the current situation, although they seemed big, compared to the aristocrats they were just a small household. Moreover, in the hierarchy within this household, she was naturally the one present with the most power and wouldn't be disputed on this sort of thing. The servants' hearts were all for their master, which, of course, meant that all of that honor went to Laura. As soon as the man heard what the servant said, his complexion couldn't help but change. He refuted angrily, "This is absurd. We aren't people from your household. So why do you limit us? You also dare to cut our feet? I have chosen to go out today, so I am going to look and see how your steward will punish me." He lifted his foot to step out after saying that. Chapter 184. There are only two masters. The eyes of the servant stationed at the gate flashed with a chill. Moving his hand slightly, a baton appeared and he used it to attack the man who wanted to go out. The man intercepted the servant's attack, his stature turning while he simultaneously threw darts out from his hands toward the servant. Moving the baton in his hand, the servant knocked several of the darts to the ground. His body moved forwards, aiming the baton at the chest of the man. The baton was pitch black and didn't give off any shine. After being brandished, however, it emitted a very heavy aura, showing that this length of metal was forged through a special method. That man obviously wasn't easy to deal with. With a slight movement of his body, a piercing sword appeared in his hands. As Quinjon had implied, this man was Carlo's assassin. This piercing sword was his weapon. The man was just about to stab his sword out when he was suddenly blocked by the baton of the servant. Suddenly, two feathered arrows came out of nowhere and were directly shot at the man's feet. The timing and angle of the feathered arrows was quite good. They were shot while the servant had blocked the man's sword with his baton, so there was no way for the man to move away after the feathered arrows appeared. Thus, they sealed off his retreat. The man saw the attack but didn't hide. Instead, a sickle too flew out from the door. One after another, the two feathered arrows were knocked out of the air. At that crucial moment, another servant called for them to stop. Baton in hand, the servant stopped and the two looked towards the door. Two people slowly walked out from the door. One was Olivia, while the other was one of the three people summoned by him last night. The chain of the sickle was held in his hands. Olivia sullenly watched the gatekeeper and the servants. With a cold voice he said, "How dare you all? Who gave you the courage to lay your hands on my people?" The servant actually wasn't afraid of him. He coldly snorted as he watched Olivia. "Young lady has commanded us that today, no one will be allowed to leave the residence. If anyone dares to disobey this order, then we are to break their legs." Olivia looked at the servant and, with a colder gaze, refuted, "Don't forget, this is the clan mansion of the Marquis del Clan, and you are all servants of the Marquis del Clan. Offending the fifth young master wouldn't benefit any of you." The servant sneered, "I don't know about the Marquis del Clan, but what I do know is that here in the Purcell Duchy, there's only Faith Mansion 3. In Faith Mansion, there are only two masters. The first is Karen, while the other is Laura. Others do not have any right to call themselves our masters." Olivia's eyes flashed with light. In a cold voice, he said, "Good. You dare to speak against us? The Marquis del Clan owns this residence. Do you dare to rebel? Who said that this residence is of the Marquis del Clan?" A hoarse voice spoke these words, and everyone knew the prestige of the man behind it, Quinjon. Olivia, this time, didn't salute but instead answered back, "Isn't the owner of this residence now surnamed Marquis del? Is this place not of the Marquis del Trade?" Quinjon snorted. "A lackey knows nothing. As I've told you, Faith Mansion isn't of the Marquis del Clan. There are no Marquis del Clan members here save two people. One is the second young master, while the other is young Lady Laura. Young Lady Laura's order is the law here. Whomever dares to not comply will be executed. Mark my words. Go ahead and try to step out of the gates of this residence." After Quinjon stated these things, His expression stayed calm. As Olivia watched him, he was quite surprised. Adding in Quinjon's calm demeanor, it was as if Olivia were already a dead man. He understood. Today, if they dared to leave the residence, they will certainly die. Most of these men, although they were masters, when facing Quinjon they would obviously suffer defeat. Quinjon was a rank 8 expert, and the men who'd come this time around didn't have any rank 8 experts among them. Olivia coldly looked at Quinjon and said, "All right." With Steward Quinjon's words, "I have nothing more to say. However, this matter will be known by the 5th young master." Quinjon slightly chuckled and said, "Nobody told you not to do so, but you better not head outside of the residence. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. If any of you dare to break this rule today, then both legs will be broken. Nobody should dare think of being unruly here in Faith Mansion." Faith Mansion was the name of the mansion where Laura resided. 5. On the Ark continent, the name of an aristocrat's mansion had their own surname in them, such as the Chen Mansion, Zhao Mansion, and so on. 6. Generally, however, this wouldn't commonly be done. The aristocrats tended to name their mansions with their title. For example, the Purcell clan had the Grand Duke's Mansion, and the Marquis would have the Marquis Mansion, and so on. Even if someone weren't a merchant or an aristocrat, they could name their own residences with an elegant-sounding name, such as Gentle Breeze Residence, Mountain Forest Court, and so on. 7. Very few would hang a plaque with just their surname engraved on it. However, the clothing of servants in each mansion would always have the master's surname or the host clan's family crest. This also acted as a proof of identity. The reason why Laura called her residence Faith Mansion in the Purcell Duchy was because she wanted the servants and the people of Faith Mansion to remember that being a businessman relied on one having good faith. Olivia heard what Quinjon said and he couldn't help but be furious at the man. His eyes filled with fury as he said, "I think that this one dares." Just after saying those words, he heard 2 resounding brittle cracks. A pitiful yell cried out from his subordinate behind him. Olivia looked back and saw his subordinate fall down. The bones in his legs were sticking out, obviously broken. After seeing this situation, Olivia couldn't help but turn his head back towards Quinjon. You have such great courage." Quinjon snorted. "Do not forget, here in the Purcell Duchy, you are not the master, and nor is the 5th young master. You had better be honest. If you continue to have this kind of situation like today, then don't blame my hand for being heartless." He then turned around and didn't even look back at Olivia. Olivia was angry. His clenched teeth creaked loudly, but he had no choice as he and his men were living under the roof of this mansion. Thus, they had to lower their heads. Olivia took a few breaths, calmed down, then turned around and ordered his man, "Bring him, then let's go." He tossed his sleeves, walking towards the mansion. He didn't dare to leave the mansion, because if he did, Quinjon wouldn't let him off. What happened in Faith Mansion wasn't something Laura knew about. She had just arrived at the Grand Duke's Mansion at this moment. Since her status was quite high in the Grand Duke's Mansion, the people of the Purcell clan knew her. During that time of crisis for the Purcell clan, Laura had bravely stepped forward to help the Purcell clan in their time of need. Moreover, the clan lord also had a very good relationship with her. One could say that the clan lord had gotten his position with the help of Laura. The elders hadn't hid those words here within the Grand Duke's Mansion, so it wasn't a secret. Therefore, the servants also knew of it. Once they saw Laura's carriage, someone immediately went to notify another servant to politely lead Laura through the second gate. Laura was quickly welcomed into the study of the Grand Duke's Mansion. Grand Duke Evan's study wasn't simple, as this study was also his workplace. Back when the former First Elder was in power, nobody went to the study of Grand Duke Evan. Now, however, it was different. Every day, there were many different people coming in and out of there now. His study was very large. Almost 100 square meters. 8. There was a blue stone pillar in the center of the room, and the floor was made of white marble and was very clean. The study had several shelves filled with books, while the other side had a fireplace. There were a total of 8 doors and 6 windows in the study, making the room very bright. In the inner corner of the study was a large desk. The desk was red-colored and quite luminous, apparently made from some ancient materials. 3 rows of chairs were arrayed on one side, while behind the desk was another chair. The wall behind the desk had a portrait of a person hung there. This person wore a suit of armor, his hand leaning against a sword, and he wore a helmet with horns. The portrait was large, bigger than a life-sized one. Although it was only a portrait, people would actually feel overawed by the imposing manner of the portrait. The person shown was the first Grand Duke of the Purcell clan, Naran 9, Purcell. Every time Laura came into the study, she would always take a look at the portrait first. The image of the portrait was really good, the person's imposing manner completely portrayed. Upon entering through the door of the study, there was a combination of a sofa and tea table. The sofa could seat a dozen people, and was used as a waiting area for the Grand Duke's subordinates, or as a place where guests waited for the Grand Duke. Evan stood near the sofa, waiting for Laura. Upon seeing her, he waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Little Laura, come and sit." The age of Grand Duke Evan was almost the same as Karen. Moreover, he had a straightforward temperament. Since he was familiar with Laura, he called her Little Laura, showing their intimacy. Laura responded with a smile. "Grand Duke, I'm sorry for bothering you again today." Evan pulled a long face and said, "How many times will I have to remind you to call me Uncle Evan? The next time you call me wrong, I won't let you pass through the gates." Laura didn't insist and replied with a smile, "Uncle Evan, this is somewhat impolite. Still, I will call you like this afterwards." She then sat on the sofa, and a servant arrived with a cup of tea. After they both sat down, Evan ordered the servant to draw back. He looked at Laura and asked, "What's the matter this time around? Is it due to that person from some time ago?" "Rest assured, I had already warned him." Laura smiled bitterly. "Your warning, even if useful, wasn't held in their hearts." Evan paused for a moment and the two stared each other. "What's wrong? Did they really dare move against you? Are they tired of living?" Laura smiled dryly. "They didn't dare move against me, but they intend to attack Mr. If they succeed, then I would lose the Taoan products. If they aren't successful, then they will definitely continue to harass Mr. If Mr. gets into a conflict with them, then that will be equal to having a conflict with the Mosquito clan. This is what I'm worried about." Although Evan's temperament was straight, he wasn't stupid. He had fought for a long time against Kaiser, and finally, after collaborating with Laura, he'd taken away his power in one fell swoop. How could such a person be a fool? Therefore, as he listened to Laura, he quickly understood what she meant. Chapter 185, Evan's Plan. Evan frowned and said, "We must control this matter involving Mr. We had been lucky to get help from Mr. during the crisis. Otherwise, the losses of the Purcell clan would have been very big. We absolutely cannot allow them to succeed." Laura sighed. "The problem here lies in the fact that my uncles do not back me up. They are wolves, and being eyed by them won't be good. This time around, they had sent someone and aren't planning to let Mr. off. If Mr. complies to them, then it would be fortunate for them, but if not, then they will certainly hunt Mr. A couple days ago, I had spoken to Mr. and he told me it was impossible for him to comply with their demands. I then asked him to give me some face. As long as they don't do anything excessively, then Mr. wouldn't give much care. If they move excessively, however, then Mr. wouldn't comply with my concerns and instead deal with them. By the time, what I fear will happen is that there will be major conflict between the Mosquito clan and Mr. Evan understood that Laura was testing him to see what his attitude towards Zhao Hai would be. In fact, Laura didn't need to do so. Evan had his own plans already. Evan was a person who noted graciousness and was a man of gratitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped the Buddha clan in the past. Due to that, he had lost authority within the clan, but he had never regretted his actions. It was also because of this that he saw what a violent temper the Purcell clan had. He endured, and finally, today, he held that power. He came into power this time around with the help of Laura and Zhao Hai. Therefore, he was very grateful to them. He had long wanted to meet with Zhao Hai. With regards to Zhao Hai's magic, He also knew that his battle efficiency wasn't weak. Aside from Zhao Hai's help, he required his battle prowess as well. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to receive any guests. He wouldn't meet with even the Purcell clan. Only Laura was able to see him. Therefore, Evan regarded Laura highly. This was what Quinjon had said. Evan's regard for Laura was not only because of his gratitude, but more so because of her connection to Zhao Hai. Evan was very clear. If he allowed the Marquis del clan to do as they pleased, then Zhao Hai would be unlikely to continue living at Stony Mountain. Not having any contact with Zhao Hai right now wasn't the main problem. Instead, he was afraid that Zhao Hai might become their enemy. Therefore, he couldn't let the Marquis del clan be successful. He was willing to offend the Marquis del clan, so long as Zhao Hai remained. If Zhao Hai remains, then later on, the Purcell Duchy wouldn't have any problems in regards to food. If their relationship with Zhao Hai was good, then later, if the Purcell clan faced problems, Zhao Hai would help them. Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak. If he were willing to help the Purcell clan, then the strength of the Purcell clan would increase, which was good for them. To be honest, Evan didn't have a favorable impression of those great merchant clans. If those great merchant clans hadn't acted mischievously back during the food crisis, then the situation wouldn't have developed to what it was today. Although he was the one who profited the most in the end, he wouldn't thank these people. This was because Evan was of the Purcell clan, and those great merchant clans had dared to act against his clan. The reputation of the Marquis del clan on the continent wasn't good. Besides Laura, the other members of the Marquis del clan had been nicknamed members of the Vampire One clan. A vampire was a dark creature that sucked the blood of humans and magic beasts in order for them to live and could also transform itself into a bat. They were annoying creatures too. This was how people described the Marquis del clan, and this was what their reputation looked like. For a vampire clan, would you expel your own powerful and strong benefactor? Only idiots would do so. Obviously, Evan had the same thoughts as Quinjon. They both thought Zhao Hai had a deep background, otherwise, it would be impossible to supply such a large amount of food. Although people hadn't heard of such a person as Zhao Hai here in the Ixu Empire, there was no guarantee that Zhao Hai wasn't some great lord from another country. If Zhao Hai was, then offending him would be a bad choice. The continent was divided into several countries. In every country, however, an aristocrat would always be given respect. Even during times of war, when a defeated aristocrat was captured, they could use that person to request a ransom. Thus, that captive wouldn't receive any injuries. With that, one could see the influence an aristocrat had. In this case, how could Evan offend an unidentified aristocrat? Evan couldn't say that Zhao Hai wasn't an aristocrat of some other country. With regards to that, it was equal to making contacts with the aristocracy of another country. This way, even if the Purcell clan faced some tragedy within the Ixu Empire in the future, they could still seek exile to another country. There was this unwritten rule among the aristocrats of the Ark continent. For example, if you were an aristocrat from the Ixu Empire, and you committed treason or some other crime against your empire, then you wouldn't be able to stay there. You could then seek protection with another country's aristocrat, provided that the aristocrat from that country was of the Count 3 rank or higher. Evan had no such contacts with the aristocrats from other countries. The Buddha clan, once a great clan, had degenerated to their current situation because their time as an aristocrat was too short. Furthermore, their own strength wasn't that good and they also had no connections with the aristocrats of foreign countries. These were the reasons why they weren't able to safely leave the Ixu Empire. They couldn't move out of the empire as they had no connections, nor would other countries have accepted them as their own aristocrat in order to avoid needlessly offending the Ixu Empire. Since they couldn't grow in another country, and they definitely wouldn't find any security there, their situation had thus deteriorated to such a level. Since Evan had seen what happened to the Buddha clan, he gained a sense of crisis. Thus, he wanted to establish a connection with aristocrats from other countries. With such an idea, it was impossible for Evan not to look into this situation of Zhao Hai's, so he nodded and asked, "Mr. will certainly not be facing any accidents, so I wonder what you mean to do?" Laura snorted. "Yesterday, I told father about the situation, and father made his stance clear. Here in the Persal Duchy, everything we have gained was due to our own hard work. Now, we cannot be regarded as a member of the Marquis del clan. Since Mr. Zhao Hai had helped us, how could I not help Mr. Evan nodded, saying, "That's good. Since it isn't good to deal with the Marquis del clan alone, it may work with our tripartite strength. We must speak with Mr. Since I can't talk to him, you must go to him instead and tell him about the Persal clan and these matters. Also tell him that he can rest assured." Laura took a deep breath, smiled, and said, "After hearing what Uncle Evan has said, I feel relieved. I will certainly tell these words to Mr. In fact, I really want to say this. Mr. doesn't fear the Marquis del clan. So long as the Marquis del clan doesn't send a rank 9 expert, they cannot beat Mr. What I'm afraid will happen, however, is that the Marquis del clan might become desperate. If they become completely desperate, then they might do anything." Evan calmly nodded. "This matter is really troublesome. Before, our Persal clan had 2 deities, but when Saint Buffy had gone into the Carrion Swamp, after such a long time, he still hasn't came back. I fear the unfortunate rather than the fortunate. With that, our clan's overall power has decreased. Things are somewhat difficult, but let Mr. know that if the Marquis del clan really does send out a rank 9 expert, then even if I have to give up my authority, I will ask the consecrated deity to move and get rid of them." Laura nodded. Sighing, she said, "This is only if the worst comes. I came here today to let Uncle Evan know, and to be prepared in advance in case something happens." Evan nodded. Looked at Laura, he said, "You have to be prepared. If this time around the Marquis del clan doesn't dare to move against Mr. Zhao Hai, then they'll certainly move against you. Mr. is a small target, and they wouldn't dare to move against our Persal clan. On the other hand, you are different as you have too many stores. Your stores are large, thus, they might come and get you." Laura nodded. "My people there are really nervous. When I spoke to Mr. previously, however, he told me to tell him if there was a problem, and that he would help me. When Mr. Zhao Hai sent some undead in the past, however, I was quite scared of them, so he didn't push the idea. This time, I must have thicker skin. There are no bad undead. Sometimes, they're better than humans," Evan replied with a smile. "I'm a little envious of Mr. Since I had no talent in learning magic. I really wanted to be a black magician." "Laura, you and Mr. have had a lot of contact, so please tell me, what kind of person is Mr.?" Laura smiled as he heard Evan's question. "Mr. is a good person, but a very traditional black magician. He wears a black robe, and has more undead than humans around him. He also doesn't want to see other people that much. He has a good heart, however, and I feel that his age probably isn't too old. I don't think he's as old as Uncle Evan." After hearing what Laura said, Evan paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you telling the truth? That Mr.'s age is smaller than mine?" Laura nodded and answered, "Yes, although I haven't seen his appearance. His voice tells me that he is young." Evan nodded. His heart was actually startled, but this strengthened his beliefs about Zhao Hai being a powerful magician, especially after his previous battle. A rank 6 magician would be a great master on the outside, and a lot of mercenaries would rush to invite him, even if he would be a bit expensive. This was because the battle prowess of a magician was just too lethal. A young rank 8 black magician, however, would be even more incredible. This simply meant that he had a great chance of becoming a rank 9 expert, one of the continent's pinnacle existences. Thus, becoming friends with such a person wouldn't bring him any harm. Chapter 186. Laura is attacked. Laura had a reason for telling Evan all of this. She feared that Evan wouldn't be willing to cooperate, so she disclosed Zhao Hai's age in order for Evan to gain a greater understanding of the importance of Zhao Hai. If an expert had a chance to reach rank 9, then helping him and waiting for him to reach that level would give far too many large benefits. Any great clan wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Although Laura and Evan hadn't personally witnessed how strong Zhao Hai was, the fact that Zhao Hai had dealt with Gurren wasn't something only Laura knew of. Evan also knew about it. Since Gurren had vanished, They had a general understanding of how strong Zhao Hai was. Laura understood even more about Zhao Hai's strength than Evan, therefore, she vigorously tried to facilitate an alliance between herself, Evan, and Zhao Hai. Once the three of them truly joined together, they wouldn't fear anyone. On the surface, officially the power and authority would be with the Purcell clan, while the commercial aspects went to her. Behind him stood Zhao Hai, who could provide the most aid to either of them. The three of them together would truly be a strong union. As Evan looked at Laura, he suddenly laughed. Little Laura, your thoughts are really clever, but I must thank you. If you didn't tell me these matters, I wouldn't have known of Mr.'s strength, though I would still have helped Mr. even if you didn't tell me. I won't let Mr. be disturbed by these matters, so you should immediately go and meet up with him. You must explain and tell him about everything we had just agreed upon. The Mosquito clan is strong, and we must have a consensus as soon as possible so that we can have a chance of contending against them. Laura stood and said, all right, I'll go see Mr. then. Uncle Evan, I'm going to leave first. While I go and see Mr., I'll have to ask Uncle to look after our situation. Evan also stood up, laughed, and said, be at ease, nothing will happen, so go peacefully. Laura nodded and turned to go. Laura left the Grand Duke's mansion. A servant waiting outside immediately reported what happened at Faith Mansion to Laura as she sat inside the carriage. Sitting quietly in the carriage, Laura listened to the servant. After the servant finished the report, Laura nodded. Very good. Grandpa Quinjon dealt with them amazingly. Go back and tell Grandpa Quinjon that I'll be heading straight for Stony Mountain. The servant complied and immediately went back. Laura turned her head to the next carriage and ordered the nearby Searle. Searle, we're going to Stony Mountain to meet with Mr. Searle complied immediately and told the driver to quickly leave Kosa City and head directly for Stony Mountain. At present, Laura wasn't worried about the situation inside Faith Mansion. She had Quinjon assume personal command, so she didn't need to be worried about anything. Even if an issue arose, they had Evan to aid them within Kosa City. Moreover, Laura had told Near to let out the Eagle Virtuous phantasms earlier this morning and have them patrol and guard. They were to attack anyone who leaves the mansion. One could say that even if Lydia wanted to leave, it would simply be impossible. Laura also believed that Quinjon was apprehensive enough and has begun to investigate those who had met with Lydia's men yesterday. Quinjon wouldn't let these people go. Right now they just needed to keep Lydia there. They needed to wait till they were all ready before dealing with Lydia. Laura also wasn't worried about the situation of Kosa City. She knew that Carlo was too self-confident. He thought that by sending a steward, Laura's camp wouldn't dare do anything. He wouldn't have thought that aside from Laura having managed her business in Kosa City for years, her strength was great enough now that she didn't need to fear him. Carlo had misjudged the matter this time around. This was due to the fact that throughout all these years, the Mosquito clan had been unopposed because of their power and influence. This caused them to unconsciously gain a superiority complex. A belief that everybody they met would just bow down in front of them. They hadn't thought that the ones they bumped into this time would have thorns. Near looked at the distressed Laura and said, young lady, there's no need to rush things. I could send a message ahead to Mr. by using the Eagle Virtuous phantasms. Presumably, he won't be against our decision. Laura looked back at Near, smiled, and said, silly girl. Delivering a message while we still need to personally see him? This matter is of the utmost importance, thus, we need to personally meet with Mr. Zhao Hai. Near replied with a smile, I thought that if we do this, it would seem too polite. Didn't Mr. tell us not to be too polite? Laura smiled. Silly girl, being polite to Mr. isn't the point here. What I meant was that we should personally go and often visit and meet with Mr. This way, we can try and make our relationship closer. Near looked back at Laura. Then she smiled and said, young lady wants to be more intimate with Mr. I also think it is good to be a little intimate with Mr. Laura scoffed at the words, but this time around, she suddenly heard a pitiful yell coming from outside. Then she heard Searle frantically cry out, protect the young lady, move quickly. Soon, she heard the sound of wind breaking through the air. Since she was a knight, she knew what these sounds were. It was the sound of arrows, A massive assault using arrows. Laura wasn't worried about those arrows hitting her. After its modification, her carriage had consumed the best materials available. It simply wouldn't be broken through just by being shot at with arrows too. What made her worried was that the sounds of those arrows indicated that there were far too many being shot out. Seemingly, they were being attacked by a large number of people. She didn't move. Looking at Nir's pale complexion, Laura smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, everything will be alright." Then she turned her head and called out, "Searle, how many of them?" Searle replied, "No idea, they are hiding in the woods while attacking with arrows and none have come out yet." "Young lady, I think we should speed up. So long as we get to Mister's place, we will be safe." With a cold voice, Laura said, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy." It seems that Fifth Uncle didn't send only Olivia. Good. Fifth Uncle, it seems like you really want to succeed. Laura clearly knew that Carlo was a somber person. This time around, they feared he had concealed one thing by covering it up with another three. He had secretly planned several things. The first plan should be Olivia, while the hidden plan was laid out by someone unknown. They most definitely wouldn't be an average person. Otherwise, Carlo wouldn't feel assured by giving them tasks. Nir said, "Young lady, what should we do now? Will something happen to our home?" Laura shook her head as she replied, "There won't be any incidents happening at our home." Even if Fifth Uncle's courage is big, he wouldn't dare cause trouble inside Kosa City, as it would mean offending the Purcell clan. If he did so, then it would mean that they'd be in conflict with the Purcell clan. Fifth Uncle doesn't have the guts to do so. Even if it is grandfather, he wouldn't dare. It seems that someone saw what happened earlier this morning at our residence, thus they came out to give us a lesson. Nir nodded and asked, "That being said, are we in danger?" Laura shook her head. "That's hard to say. They know that the people in Kosa City are under my command. So long as I'm removed, then even if Father or Grandpa Quinjon wanted to take command, it wouldn't work because their authority wouldn't ring true. They can naturally just let them go." "Well, let us see. Regardless of how they do it, I want to see if they can really put me in my place." For just then, several more screams were heard. Laura, however, realized that the cry didn't come from those protecting the carriage along with Searle. She quickly asked, "What happened?" Searle replied, "Young lady, there might be someone helping us." The screams a moment ago came from the woods. "It seems someone is attacking the people ambushing us." Laura ordered, "Protect the carriage. Do not move heedlessly. The enemies might just be leading you into a trap. No matter who it is helping us, all of you should just focus taking care of the carriage." After hearing the command, Searle immediately complied. The screams coming from the woods became more and more frequent. After some time, they soon heard a whistle coming from the woods. The shadows of the woods then started to shake as a large number of people rushed out. The people rushing out of the woods were dressed as mercenaries. They took out their weapons as they moved towards the carriage. Searle noted, however, that some at the back wore black warrior clothing as they chased afterward to kill. The weapons of these people were mainly piercing swords, and one look was enough to tell they were dead warriors. 5. Although Searle didn't know where those dead warriors came from or why they were helping them, it was still a good thing that they were helping. He kept his 20 subordinates around the carriage, not daring to take a half step away from it. Seeing the mercenaries coming closer to them, Searle and the rest unconsciously grasped their weapons. However, during this time, the sky suddenly resounded with a low, deep cry of an eagle. Searle didn't understand what was happening before seeing the sky darken as a large eagle appeared from the air, diving directly down and surprising him. He found out, however, that the eagle wasn't attacking them. Instead, it directly engaged the mercenaries. This was the first time Searle saw the battle prowess of these eagles. It was simply too strong. The eagles fluttered down and Searle saw with his own eyes as an eagle's talons took hold of a mercenary's head. As the eagle placed its talons onto the head of the mercenary screamed out pitifully. The eagle kept hold of him and flew up into the sky. In an instant, they both disappeared. The other eagles had few differences. Sometimes it was only one eagle, sometimes a few of them joined together, but all of them picked up a mercenary and soared high. They actually didn't put them down. Instead, They flew over in the direction of Stony Mountain. After only a short time, they couldn't see anyone in the dress of a mercenary anymore. Those people who looked like dead warriors kept back from the carriage. Not far from Searle, one of them bowed in their direction and then they returned to the woods. Searle was stunned for a moment, then heard a voice behind him saying, "It is Mister's people. Continue forward towards Stony Mountain." Searle turned his head around and saw Laura. He didn't know when Laura stood up, but he complied hastily. He immediately organized the team and protected the carriage until they were at Stony Mountain. Laura had left the carriage when she had heard the sound of eagles coming. Upon hearing the cry of those eagles, she knew that it had been Zhao Hai who'd sent them. She really hadn't thought, however, that Zhao Hai would actually be able to send so many eagles. Chapter 187, Marry the Young Master. At this moment, Laura's heart was agitated. She was clear that those were eagle virtuous phantasms. However, Zhao Hai hadn't had them at the beginning. She had given the 5 virtuous phantasm-colored eggs to Zhao Hai, and he had tamed them easily. He had hatched several of them in a short time, and even allowed them to mutate. This was contrary to what Laura imagined, and she simply wouldn't have thought that these virtuous phantasms could also be mass-bred. The eagle virtuous phantasms that Zhao Hai passed to her were exactly the same as those she saw now. If he said that those weren't eagle virtuous phantasms, then she wouldn't believe him. But if he does tell her that those were eagle virtuous phantasms, then Zhao Hai's abilities would have to be re-evaluated. Virtuous phantasms were different from magic beasts. Magic beasts needed to mate. Then there was an ovulation period. This, however, wasn't the case for virtuous phantasms. For them to reproduce, their master must order them to do so. Moreover, after their first parturition their strength would greatly diminish. This was the reason why there were few virtuous phantasms on the continent. Even if humans could breed them, their reproduction rate wasn't high. Massive breeding of virtuous phantasms would not only require a large amount of energy from the master, but would also affect the quality of the descendants. Their strength would degenerate if they reproduced frequently. Laura had been given those 5 virtuous phantasms a few days ago, yet Zhao Hai had already hatched them. Furthermore, he was also able to reproduce them on a massive scale. What's more intriguing was that the strength of these eagle virtuous phantasms had not decreased. Rather, they had become stronger. Startling her, he could accelerate the growth of plants and could reproduce virtuous phantasms on such a large scale. With these 2 abilities alone, people on the continent would go crazy for them. Thinking about it, Laura couldn't help but remember Zhao Hai's secret cache of firefish in the courtyard. Before, she had thought that Zhao Hai's firefish came from elsewhere. Now, she realized that it might not be the case. It was now a possibility that Zhao Hai was using the bluestone villa of Stony Mountain for firefish reproduction. Laura couldn't help but feel excited. She now understood why Zhao Hai wanted magic beasts, and preferably unique magic beasts. If her guess was correct, then Zhao Hai really could reproduce magic beasts. That would explain many things. Zhao Hai's goal was to reproduce and breed lots of magic beasts. Reproduction magic couldn't only bring in a massive income of gold, it could also increase battle efficiency. If this were really the case, then so long as Zhao Hai had time, he could continuously increase his strength. To what degree was hard to say for now. Then Laura remembered the blue-eyed rabbits. How was Zhao Hai able to reproduce so much of them? This explanation might be the reason. Laura took a deep breath, her heart shaken as she couldn't calm down. Zhao Hai's ability could easily attract others. If people were to know of his ability, then sure enough, they would be tempted to rob it from him. Not even adding in this heaven-defying ability, with only the Taoan products, he had already attracted others. Thinking about such things, Laura couldn't help but shiver. Nier looked at Laura's expression and thought Laura was feeling cold. She hastily asked, "Young lady, are you feeling cold?" Laura shook her head. "I'm not cold." "Searle, transmit my orders. What happened today should not be spoken of. Let it rot in your stomachs too. If I hear a word about today's matter, Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Searle complied immediately and passed the order. Laura didn't need to order Near, as Near was with her every day. It was alright not to order her. After a little while, the carriage arrived at Stony Mountain. Green was waiting at the foot of the mountain, and led Laura as they climbed the mountain. Laura didn't ask Green about the issue of her being saved, as she thought that directly asking Zhao Hai would be better. After the carriage was parked in the backyard, Laura and Near went into the parlor room. Zhao Hai was waiting there for them. They greeted each other and sat as guest and host. Laura then said to Zhao Hai, "I thank Mr. for your aid today. I fear that I would have been in danger otherwise." Zhao Hai chuckled, waving a hand as he said, "Mrs. Too polite. Even if I hadn't helped you today, you could have gotten rid of the danger easily. Miss wouldn't have had any difficulties and those people couldn't have blocked you." Laura smiled and said, "That may not be the case. But anyway, I thank Mr. for the help. Also, I have come here today to tell you of a matter. The clan lord of the Purcell clan, Grand Duke Evan, is willing to form an alliance with us to deal with the Mosquito clan." Zhao Hai froze for a moment, frowned, then became excited. Naturally, Laura didn't see his facial expressions since they were hidden. After a little while, Zhao Hai said, "Is this matter serious?" Laura smiled dryly as she was worried about Zhao Hai's reaction. She told Zhao Hai about the matters she had discussed with Evan. Zhao Hai frowned as he calmly listened. He hadn't thought that this matter would unexpectedly be such a serious deal. It had reached the point where even Evan had decided to participate. After Laura finished, she didn't hear anything from Zhao Hai, so she said, "Mr. I am not exaggerating things. I understand the Mosquito clan. For benefits, they won't give any face." Mr. should have guessed it, but the attack today was done at my fifth uncle's orders. Zhao Hai also knew who attacked Laura, as he had caught those men and brought them to Bluestone Villa. Those caught by the Eagles were already dead. Zhao Hai didn't bother to threaten them and just turned them all into undead. The final conclusion was that they were all Carlo's men. This time, the ambush team had a total of 120 men, led by the warrior Rio 3. Olivia was the bright thread and Rio was the dark thread. It was the dark thread that was supposed to come after Laura, while the bright thread was supposed to prevent Evan from meddling in this matter. Olivia was to meet up with him and ask him to not cooperate with Laura anymore. Both threads worked under Carlo. The bright thread, however, failed to do his job. Thus, the dark thread had been forced to act. Zhao Hai had long anticipated such moves by Carlo. However, he was still angry because Carlo had done all this to get benefits, even at the cost of losing everyone. Now this person wanted his life in order to gain more benefits. How could Zhao Hai possibly work with this person? With what Laura told him, Zhao Hai understood that this time around, he was involved in a troublesome matter. This was surely going to be a problem. But what made him more annoyed was that it was due to him that this trouble arrived. They must face the Mosquito clan. He feared that he wouldn't be able to deal with them alone. The Mosquito clan's business had spread throughout half the continent. Such an influence was too large. Even if Laura and Devon united, it wouldn't be of use. Only when their tripartite was established could face the Mosquito clan. If he wanted to face them alone, then it would be no different from courting death. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, please pass my message to Grand Duke Evan. I pledge myself to be a part of this alliance. Thus, the three of us are allies." Laura couldn't help but feel relieved. She feared that Zhao Hai might not agree, as she knew Zhao Hai had some arrogance. If Zhao Hai didn't agree, then this matter would be troublesome. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled. "I don't want to have any relation with the Purcell clan, but the situation has already developed to this point. If I don't want to die, I will have to rely on you, Miss Laura. This is nothing. We're both prospering. If one side suffers, then all sides will take losses," Laura said with a smile. Her two eyes suddenly began shining as she looked at Zhao Hai. "Mister, can I ask you a question?" Zhao Hai looked at her appearance and couldn't help but feel surprised. He said, "Miss, please ask." Laura looked back at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, the eagles you sent to help me today were hatched and reproduced from the 5 virtuous phantasm-colored eggs I had given you, yes?" The question seems simple, but in fact it was hard to answer. Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment after hearing Laura's question. Looking at Laura's appearance, Zhao Hai knew that she might have been having her own suspicions up till now. He knew that this day would come, but never thought it would come so quickly. He took a deep breath, turned back, and then asked Laura, "Miss Laura, I'm sure this isn't the only question you have, right? If so, ask them all anyway." Laura's heart was conflicted, but she still listened to Zhao Hai's words that didn't seem to show that he was angry. She clenched her teeth and, nodding, finally said, "Mister, I really have many things I want to ask of you, though I don't know if it is convenient to do so." Having said that, she looked elsewhere, her gaze falling on the silent green 5. Zhao Hai understood what she meant, so he replied with a smile and said, "Miss, please speak." "There are no outsiders here." Laura nodded. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I want to know how Mr. was able to accelerate plant growth, how you were able to reproduce virtuous phantasms without their strength degrading, and lastly, I want to know what is Mr.'s true identity." Laura had decided that she must lay all her cards on the table before Zhao Hai. This time, after their cooperation starts, she would really be with Zhao Hai. Locusts tied to one rope 6. Therefore, she must know about these matters. Zhao Hai didn't speak, but instead stared back at Laura. Green suddenly interrupted, "Miss Laura, knowing the answer to your questions wouldn't be difficult, so long as Miss Laura accepts our condition, then we can tell you everything you want to know." Zhao Hai was frozen for a moment while Laura's eyes were full of concentration as she said, "Please, do tell me, sir." Green said, "Marry the young master 7. Laura was shocked. Zhao Hai turned his head to Green and said, "Grandpa Green." Green didn't listen. Instead, he decided to look at Laura and say, "As long as Miss Laura marries the young master, then the young master's identity and all his secrets will be told to you. If Miss Laura doesn't comply, then we're sorry. We will definitely withdraw from the Persal Duchy and make everyone unable to find us. We also cannot tell you the identity of the young master if that happens." 8:1. What a word. Since I'm an idiot and got stuck, this means the act of giving birth. 2. Oh, I like this one. What does it mean, Tilda? Well, things in your stomach can be removed in several ways, but she's telling you to keep it in there, undigested, rotting. I like this one. 3. Kamaliao. Basically Leo would be Kamaliao. 4. He's honestly just super annoyed and busy. 5. Poor Green. He was probably counting his coins or something. 6. No explanation from me. Just http://www.standardmandarin.com/idiom/literally like locusts tied to one rope idiom. 7. Haha, revenge for interrupting his coin counting. 8. He's, like, really pissed or something. This thing has only bad options. Say yes and she's engaged. Say no and her life is ruined. Chapter 188. Divergent Warlock. Laura wouldn't have thought that Green would actually make such a proposal. She was surprised, her face becoming pure red. This condition was just too sudden and beyond her expectations. Although the culture here on the Ark continent wasn't like that of ancient China where women paid attention to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues too, they still had their own set of rules. There was some equality between men and women. For example, in a large clan, it wasn't only the men that could obtain the inheritance, but the women as well. The context of marriage was also relatively free. Just take a look at Tryon 3, Persal, who didn't like Zhao Hai. He could propose an engagement, then she would let her clan find a way to break off the engagement. This kind of setting was normal for, however, the present situation, where someone is suddenly offering a condition of marriage to a girl such as Laura, could easily make the girl extremely shy. Others might have forgotten this. Green watched Laura's reaction, smiled, and said, "Miss Laura, please don't worry. The young master of our clan is less than 20 years old and is at a comparable age with Miss Laura. Furthermore, he is an aristocrat, so he is absolutely not unworthy of Miss Laura." Zhao Hai forced a smile while saying, "Grandpa Green, don't say such things." "Miss Laura, please don't be offended. but my identity will bring you too much trouble. Even our alliance with the Persol clan wouldn't be enough to save me. I will kindly ask Miss to not delve further." Laura was actually shocked, as she wouldn't have thought that Zhao Hai would say such things. His identity would bring her too much trouble. Suddenly, she thought of when Zhao Hai spoke Green's title. In the previous visits Laura had, Zhao Hai had always called Green by the name of Ringer 5. On the continent, Ringer was a common name, so it was nothing special. As such, Laura hasn't cared about it before. Zhao Hai, however, had been anxious and had addressed him by the name of Green, although it wasn't anything special. After thinking of Zhao Hai's status and Green's strength, Laura suddenly thought of a clan. Laura stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Is it possible that Mr.'s surname is Buddha, and the sir beside you is the Spirit Wind Battle General Green? This isn't right. Didn't Mr. drink the water of nothingness? How can you use magic?" Zhao Hai and Green were both startled. They hadn't thought that Laura was so unexpectedly smart that she had guessed their identity with just a name as her clue. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Green removed his helmet that hid his face and tossed it aside. Looking at Laura, he smiled and said, "Miss Laura really deserves to be called Heaven's lovely daughter 6. You are really smart." With just a word from the young master, you had actually correctly guessed our identity. "Ah, this is great." Zhao Hai had also removed the cap of his magic robe. With a forced smile, he said, "I never would have thought that I would be the one revealing flaws." "Miss Laura, I'll reintroduce myself. I am called Zhao Hai Buddha, formerly Adam Buddha. This is my head steward, Green Buddha. My maidservant here, who is the granddaughter of Grandpa Green, is Meg Buddha, and the person who had prepared food for you back when you visited several times is Meg's grandmother, Mrin Buddha." Zhao Hai stood up while introducing everyone to Laura. Green also gave his greetings to Laura. Laura was shocked as she watched them. She hadn't really thought that she had guessed it correctly. This place was actually of the Buddha clan. Who would have thought that the Buddha clan, exiled to the Black Waste, would suddenly reappear here? Looking at them, they appeared to be so free. Laura looked at Zhao Hai, who still wore his magic robe. After removing his hat, Zhao Hai had lost his mysterious presence. Yet, Laura felt that Zhao Hai was more appealing this way. Being mysterious could attract a woman, but being such an extremely mystical man wouldn't be to the liking of women because they wouldn't have a sense of security. While Laura was attracted to the mystery of Zhao Hai, she actually liked Zhao Hai's disposition more than that mysteriousness. Zhao Hai's character. After their several meetings, Laura had some understanding of it. Zhao Hai was just too mysterious though. Thus, Laura didn't want to delve deeper into a relationship. Now she finally saw Zhao Hai's appearance. Zhao Hai wasn't that tall. If he stood beside Laura, he would be seen as obviously smaller than her 7. His face looked quiet, even somewhat weak and thin-looking, adding on his disposition as an otaku bookworm, and he had a refined and somewhat gentle appearance. However, Laura could also feel an optimistic perseverance from Zhao Hai's presence. This was what Laura appreciated the most. After Laura returned a greeting to Zhao Hai, they sat back down. Zhao Hai looked at Laura, smiled, and said, "Now you know, Miss Laura, why I don't wish to meet with the Persol clan, right? Moreover, if my identity were to be known by outsiders, then I won't only be able to defend myself, even Miss Laura would be involved. Therefore, we can only hide here." Laura sternly replied, "Mr. has thought all of this thoroughly. However, Mr. saved my life, thus, I am not afraid of involvement. If there is no Mr., then there would be no Laura today. I'm asking Mr. to not say no to this." Zhao Hai shook his head. "Ms. might be wondering how I can use black magic when it is a fact that I drank the water of nothingness. To tell you the truth, although I have drunk the water of nothingness, I had another ability. I am a divergent warlock." Divergent warlocks were a group of mysterious people who, on the continent, were known as the occupation with the least combatants. No one knows the origin of these divergent warlocks, nor how they cultivated. There was no way to learn divergent techniques, and its qualifications weren't affected by bloodline. Since there was no known cultivation method necessary for it, then along with an incomplete system, it made people fear that slaves might also become divergent warlocks. There were all sorts of strange and unusual abilities that divergent warlocks were said to possess. Some cannot be used in battle, while some enhance their battle capabilities. If black magicians were known as people the continent didn't want to provoke, then divergent warlocks were people that even black magicians didn't want to provoke. At the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't know about the existence of divergent warlocks. It was only after some time that he finally found out about those divergent warlocks. To put it bluntly, they were like the mutants in the X-Men movie he'd watched back on Earth. Some people had different abilities and were called mutants. On Earth, mutants and abilities existed only in legends. These legends, however, were real here on the Ark continent. They really existed and were considered occupations that had its own identity and status. Divergent warlocks were different from black magicians because while the common aristocrats didn't like to invite black magicians, divergent warlocks were actually people the aristocrats liked to invite. Strictly speaking, the space capability of Zhao Hai was a divergent technique. But this divergent technique was really a bit too strange. Zhao Hai didn't know where the space came from, except that he knew that the space was related to the farm games of his past. His understanding of the space made it different than that of other divergent techniques of the divergent warlocks. Laura felt relieved after hearing Zhao Hai's explanation. The occupation known as divergent warlock wasn't subject to any medicinal restrictions. Thus, the water of nothingness wouldn't have any effect on divergent techniques. Laura hadn't seen a divergent warlock before since they were few in number. Therefore, she looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Does Mr.'s divergent technique work the same as black magic? Zhao Hai smiled and said, my divergent technique is somewhat strange. Therefore, explaining it in such a short time wouldn't be enough. I won't be able to elaborate it to you. Also, Miss Laura doesn't need to call me Mr. Instead, call me Zhao Hai from now on. Laura smiled and replied, I will call you Mr. since I have been accustomed to do so anyway. Oh, right, Mr. If you had an ancient magic tool, then why didn't you use it when your clan was being exterminated? The last time Sir Green went to the Purcell clan, hadn't you used one? Do you still have that ancient magic tool? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I didn't have any ancient magic tool. If I did have such a thing, then I wouldn't be in this situation. What you're talking about is just part of my divergent technique. Laura held her breath. Although she hadn't seen a divergent warlock before, she knew that there were many different types. Some of them had a very high potential, even reaching a rank 9 expert's strength. Some of these divergent warlocks, however, didn't have much use, such as the ability to study skin or the ability to read when their eyes closed. Those things were absolutely useless and didn't have any battle efficiency. 8. Zhao Hai wouldn't speak of how many abilities his divergent technique had, since even having just this ability was already sufficient to cause envy. It was equal to owning an ancient magic tool. But Laura still wanted to confirm things. Therefore, she continued to question Zhao Hai. Mr. Do you mean to say that your ability is like an ancient magic tool that can transfer a human, such as, you can transfer them here to Stony Mountain? Zhao Hai smiled again and replied, the ability isn't as easy as you say and, in fact, has a great limitation. First, the person to be transferred should be trusted by me. Second, he needs a medium so that I can transfer him. 9. If it were really easy, then I wouldn't need to be here? Laura smiled while nodding, then blushed. After she listened to Zhao Hai tell her that the person must be someone he trusted, she thought that the person couldn't be anyone but people close to him. She couldn't help but think about Green's words. Green, who cut a wise and fine figure 10, looked at Laura's reaction and knew what she was thinking. He couldn't help but smile as he told Laura, Miss Laura, our identity is extremely sensitive. I do hope that Miss can give the young master some assurance that you'll keep it a secret. Laura smiled after hearing what Green said. She looked at Green's expression and couldn't help but blush. Laura soon calmed down. She was different from common girls and said, Sir Green, rest assured, I know what I should do. Miss Laura is too polite. Please don't call me Sir Green, but just call me Green. Or maybe it would be even better if you call me Grandpa Green, as that is what the young master calls me, Green replied with a smile. Laura's face became even more red. Quietly, she replied, This Laura is impolite. From now on, I'll call you Grandpa Green." Though she said this, her voice was very low. Chapter 189, Brother Hai 1. Green looked very happy as he laughed and said, "All right, good. From now on you will call me Grandpa Green." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai patted his head, completely silent. He wasn't stupid, of course he knew why Green was happy. Laura calling him Grandpa meant that she wasn't against Green's sentiment, and this was what made Green happy. What Zhao Hai observed, others would naturally observe as well. Laura's face became even redder. Nier laughed at her side, and Meg, who should have been angry, unexpectedly wasn't. Meg's life was very simple. She was a Buddha clan member, and although she liked Zhao Hai, she understood that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to marry only her. Don't even speak about if Green or the others would agree to it. She herself wouldn't agree to that either. The Buddha clan needed a successor, and not just one, but many successors. Only then could they guarantee the continuation of the Buddha clan. Therefore, Zhao Hai was destined to have many wives. Also, Laura, after knowing Zhao Hai's identity, showed a positive reaction. Thus, this had won her a favorable impression from Meg. No matter what, the Buddha clan was still an enemy of the empire. Once people knew that Laura had a relationship with them, it wouldn't do Laura any good. Accepting Zhao Hai's situation, along with the matter of her falling out with the Marquis del clan, increased Meg's favorable impression of Laura. Also, after having meeting with her several times too, Meg found that Laura was a nice person. She was friendly while still being a young lady of a clan. She was a good person. Zhao Hai felt a bit of anguish. He couldn't understand how or when his charm had become so great. Now it had easily, and unexpectedly, made an idol have a favorable impression of him. This really wasn't part of his plans. Zhao Hai was an otaku, and as an otaku he didn't like changes or matters that were hard to control. Obviously, Laura's matter was something Zhao Hai hadn't been able to control, thus making him unable to respond. Soon, Mrin also came in. As soon as she saw Zhao Hai and Green's face exposed, she couldn't help but change her expression. "Green, young master, what's this all about?" "Miss Laura, this is Grandma Mrin." Zhao Hai responded to Mrin's question by introducing her to Laura. Laura stood up and greeted Mrin. "I have seen Grandma Mrin. Please rest assured, I will not betray the Buddha clan." Mrin looked at the calm Zhao Hai and the smiling Green. She exchanged eye contact with Green and immediately understood Green's meaning. Her eyes began to shine brightly while looking at Laura and she said, "Good, this is good. Miss Laura is too polite. Oh, I just remembered. Today I cooked your favorite fire fish." "Alright, everyone, let's go eat first." Afterwards, Zhao Hai led Laura towards the dining room. Laura's face was all red. Mrin's eyes held a sort of passion in them when she looked at Laura. Laura thought it was a bit much, but she couldn't help it. Zhao Hai stood up and went to the dining room along with Green, whose face was filled with a smile. Afterwards, they sat down in the dining room while Mrin brought out the meal that included the fire fish Laura liked. While they ate, it wasn't only Mrin who urged Laura to eat the other dishes, but also Meg. Laura felt that Meg had changed her attitude towards her, something that puzzled her. Based on her calculations, Meg should be more hostile towards her. Now, however, it didn't look that way. It seemed like Meg didn't have any hatred towards her. Zhao Hai was speechless after eating the meal. Afterwards, they returned to the parlor room and Laura said, "Mister, I have also visited this time to ask for your help. Although I won't be harmed in any way when I'm inside Kosa City, that won't be the case if I went outside. I fear Mister might take it as a joke, but the strength I have now won't be enough to ensure my security. Therefore, I want to ask Mister to give me some aid while I travel back home. Is that okay with you?" After they ate, Zhao Hai also wanted to open up some topics. Anyway, their future development will depend highly on Laura. To say he wasn't affected by those ideas earlier, however, would be a mistake. After all, to him, Laura was an idol. Since he currently had the qualifications to pursue her, it would be unfair to himself if he didn't. Laying down the knot in his heart, Zhao Hai replied with a lot more ease and lightness. He smiled and said, Call me Zhao Hai or Brother Hai since I think I'm older than you. Also, you do know that these people are undead? While there certainly wouldn't be a problem on my end, won't it be troublesome for you? Laura shook her head and said, don't worry, I already have an agreement with Grand Duke Kevin. He also agreed with me about bringing some undead back. Zhao Hai nodded. He turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, do you remember how Drunk had led 200 undead in the past? Miss Laura, would 200 undead be sufficient? Laura nodded and said, it will suffice and be more than enough. Brother Hai, please also call me Laura instead of Miss Laura. After calling him Brother Hai, she blushed a little but recovered soon after. Zhao Hai nodded, turned around once again, looking towards Green. Green immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant, so he nodded and said, okay. Anyway, Drunk and the undead look like any other human that roams the continent, and an average person wouldn't even be able to recognize them. However, if Olivia himself checks, then perhaps he would be able to see them for what they really are. Zhao Hai nodded and transferred Drunk over. Before long, they appeared in the courtyard of Stony Mountain's Bluestone Villa. After Drunk and his team returned from the Carrion Swamp, they were ordered to guard Fort Iron Mountain. Since there were transfer points at Fort Iron Mountain and Stony Mountain, Zhao Hai didn't need to have them enter the space. Instead, as long as he intended for it, the space could transfer them directly. Seeing Drunk and his team appear in the courtyard, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, these undead, Drunk and his team, were once a part of the immortal mercenary corps that had attacked you back when I had saved you. They are now under my control, however, and I have turned them from skeletons into zombies. Right now, their battle efficiency should be equal to that of a rank 7 magician. Thus they can be of help to you. These 200 individuals with Drunk are mostly warriors, and they are the ones I had subdued during the battle against Gurren. They are mostly rank 7 warriors, and all of them are zombies that can use poison attacks through a skill called Corpse Virus. They should also be able to help you. Furthermore, the ones that had attacked you earlier by order of Carlo were all made into undead. However, I won't let them go with you in order to avoid any further trouble. Laura hadn't thought that Zhao Hai really had subdued the immortal mercenary corps. She had thought that he'd let them escape back then. After what Zhao Hai had said, she was curious and asked, are they really the ones from the immortal mercenary corps? Those in the yard? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, most of those 208 people outside were mercenary soldiers that had initially attacked me during the Gurren incident. Now, however, they are all undead, but are still easy to recognize. I think that I should turn them into skeletons so that no one could easily identify them. This undead ability was something that Zhao had just recently discovered. The space had made all those skeletons into zombies, which gave Zhao Hai a headache. Due to the changes of the undead, it could cause suspicion from others. It was a good thing that alien wasn't altered. Because of that, Zhao Hai thought that the space was intelligent enough to know that alien was Zhao Hai's personal ride, therefore, it hadn't changed its appearance. Later on, he also discovered that alien could also turn into a zombie. Alien was probably smart enough not to change into a zombie and stay in the form of a skeleton. After several experiments, Zhao Hai found out that the space had improved the biology of the undead, and they could now switch between a skeleton or zombie form. When Laura and Nier came out of the villa, Searle stood stupidly in the courtyard. There was no other way for him to react. A white light continually flashed out, sending teams of mercenary warriors to appear in the courtyard. Not waiting for them to react, this team of mercenary warriors, led by a few people wearing magic robes, instantly transformed into skeletons. Searle understood that these mercenary warriors weren't of the living, but of the dead. Laura hadn't seen this change. She only saw the 8 magicians leading 200 skeletons standing before her. Laura curiously observed the 8 magicians, but in the end, she couldn't find any clues to their identity. Drunk and them all wore black magician robes that hid their features, causing Laura to be unable to find out anything. Laura turned around and ordered Searle and his men, everything you have just seen at Mister's place is not permitted to be divulged to the outside. Do you understand what I said? All of them immediately complied. These people were all carefully selected by Laura, thus they were highly trusted by her. They would put their lives on the line for Laura, and were therefore allowed to accompany her to Stony Mountain. Zhao Hai wore his magic robe again, smiled, but didn't say anything to Laura. Laura observed for a while and didn't found anything. After that, she re-entered the villa with Zhao Hai. They sat down and Zhao Hai turned his head towards Laura, saying, "If you need more people there, just tell me. I have a lot of manpower right now and can move then at a moment's notice. Oh, right. Before I forget, I also have a matter to ask of you. This is a thing that I have handwritten and drawn up. I want you to find people who can help me accomplish this thing." Zhao Hai took out a sample of the marriage certificate that he had made and gave it to Laura. There were characters written above that stated where the word marriage certificate should be printed. Laura received the sample and looked at it. She immediately understood the use of it. This made her curious, so she asked, "What does Brother Hai intend to do with this?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Nothing much. Just that in my territory, some people haven't gotten married yet. Therefore, I made this for them." Haha. When the Buddha clan entered the Black Waste, they were accompanied by 100 slaves. This was known by everyone on the continent. Laura had thought that Zhao Hai already made them into undead, but now she knew that wasn't the case. Chapter 190, Warning, Threaten. When Laura came down from Stony Mountain, besides the guards that followed behind her, there were also 208 undead. With the exception of the undead magicians, the others wore warrior clothing and moved quickly. They dashed behind Laura, and, unexpectedly, weren't any slower than Laura's horses. Laura wasn't paying any attention to these undead. Instead, she looked at the sample blueprint of the marriage certificate Zhao Hai had made. One could say that this was quite simple and could be done using thick paper. He wanted it to be red-colored with a few words of golden text printed on top, which was also quite simple. Laura, however, was actually lost in her thoughts. This lasted for quite some time. Near looking at Laura puzzledly, she didn't understand what was so attractive about this paper. The piece of paper only had simple things written on it, nothing remarkable about that. While Near couldn't understand, Laura did. This piece of paper might be simple, but it represented so much. There had never been a marriage certificate on the continent that was given out when people married. After the ceremony was over, although there was a kind of marriage certificate given, it was mostly attached to the engagement itself. There was no marriage certificate for after the wedding. This marriage certificate Zhao Hai had made, however, was proof that the two people were a legally married couple. What was more amazing was that this document could be taken to Zhao Hai and used to ask for a divorce if they were no longer compatible with one another. As long as it was approved, they would no longer be husband and wife. If it were before, Laura wouldn't have thought that this thing was useful. Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to enforce monogamy, so what was the use of this paper? But when Zhao Hai gave that piece of paper to her, Laura somehow felt a greater desire for that piece of paper. Near couldn't stand it anymore, so she waved at Laura. "Young lady, haven't you had enough of sightseeing the periphery of Stony Mountain? You have been watching for over an hour." Laura recovered, blushed, and hurriedly stored the sample paper. She looked at Near and said, "Near, why do you think Brother Hai gave me this blueprint?" Near wasn't stupid and understood what Laura meant. She looked at her and teasingly said, "Young lady, are you lovesick? Mr. also let you call him Brother Hai." "To make you call him Brother Hai, ah. How shameless." Near knew of Laura's sentiment for more than just a few days. As such, she could speak as such to her. Laura didn't get angry at Near and instead said, "You silly girl, if I really marry Brother Hai, then you won't be able to escape. Some people might be tricked by your small and hurt appearance, but Brother Hai might be in favor of it." Laughter filled the air afterwards. They soon arrived outside Kosa City. Not long after, the garrison at the city gates were surprised to see so many undead coming along with Laura, but they had already been given orders by Evan. They didn't stop the group and let them pass. Laura's action this time around caused a huge commotion inside Kosa City. Bringing in a large army of undead and blatantly marching them through the streets was daring, and also quite rare. There were many onlookers watching Laura, but everyone on the continent knew that black magicians could use skeletons, thus nobody was scared. Laura rampantly led the undead into the city, which was intentional. She believed that Carlo already knew that those who had attacked her were already dead. Although Carlo was very arrogant, he wasn't stupid. It was impossible for him to only send in 2 threads. He had certainly sent other spies. This time around, Laura came back with a lot of undead, so those spies would understand immediately that she stood together with Zhao Hai. Upon seeing that the garrison of Kosa City had also allowed them in meant that the Purcell clan stood with them too. What she was doing right now was demonstrating this. Soon, the carriage arrived at Faith Mansion. Faith Mansion wasn't large, so having 200 undead arriving made it very crowded. Quinjon, however, had already received an advanced notification about this. Thus, he had finished the arrangements already. Apart from Drunk Sate, the other undead were arranged nearby, outside the mansion walls. They wouldn't feel cold anyway, so being stationed at the walls was okay. They seemed like a row of statues, though these statues looked a bit scary. Olivia watched Laura, whom had just come back. Seeing that she had brought so many undead made him feel that something was wrong. Although they didn't know much about Zhao Hai, they knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a weak black magician. Laura went out, came back, and had brought a lot of undead. They knew that this was certainly related to Zhao Hai. Moreover, why did Laura bring back so many undead this time around? Those undead didn't appear to be of low level, so was she really thinking of breaking off from the clan? As he thought this, a servant came to Olivia and told him that he was asked to meet with Laura. He calmed down, straightened his clothes, and walked towards Laura's study room. Upon arriving at the door to the study, Olivia gawked as he saw that standing in front of Laura's study were 2 skeletons, one on either side of the door. They looked as though black jade had been used to carve them. Besides the 2 skeletons, there was also Searle standing there. Looking at this scene, Olivia's face sunk as he said to Searle, "Steward, Olivia is ready to meet with the young lady." As Olivia watched Searle's expression, he knew that his fears had happened today. Olivia knew what Rio was to do if he couldn't leave the mansion, but it seems that the task wasn't successful. Olivia nodded with an ugly expression and walked into the study. He looked inside and saw that there was only Laura, Quinjon, and Near. There were no others present. "I have seen the young lady," Olivia courteously greeted Laura. Laura sat back behind the desk and looked into Olivia's eyes, saying, "You arrived in my mansion. Therefore, you must follow the rules of the mansion. Otherwise even Fifth Uncle wouldn't be able to save you. As long as you follow the rules of the mansion, I won't treat you badly. Do you understand and remember what I just said?" Olivia looked back at Laura and said, "Young lady, we are servants of the 5th young master and have come here to visit the young lady, not to work as a servant for the young lady. Now that I have seen the young lady, this little one wishes to go back. I ask for the young lady's consent." Laura looked at Olivia and said, "Stay here for some time. These days, the outside isn't too peaceful. Today, I had just left the mansion and was unexpectedly attacked. Moreover, the strength of those people wasn't weak. If I let you go out now, and an accident were to occur, then I wouldn't be able to face Fifth Uncle. As such, stay here for a period of time. I'll let you leave after things calm down. You can go back now." Olivia listened to what Laura said and an eyelid couldn't help but unconsciously jump. What Laura meant was very clear. Laura was giving him a warning, threatening him. "You people had attacked me, but I had survived. Your attacks were defeated." Now she said that outside wasn't peaceful. This means that if he were to leave Kosa City, she would kill him and let him die in vain. Olivia wasn't stupid. He knew that he was currently in Laura's territory. It was impossible for him to fight Laura. They would never have thought that Laura's strength would have increased to such a height already. Now, he could only hope that Carlo would quickly hear the news and save them. Earlier this morning, when they were told by Quinjon to stay put in the mansion, Olivia had sent a Wind Falcon to inform Carlo. He estimated that Carlo should have received the message by now. He would never have thought, however, that the Wind Falcon he'd sent had already become food for the eagle Virtuous phantasms. Laura couldn't attack all of the Wind Falcons that flew out of Kosa City, However, such a move would offend a lot of people. Therefore, Laura also knew that Carlo would soon enough receive the message. After she came back, she didn't directly go to the Grand Duke's mansion. Instead, she sent someone to inform Grand Duke Evan that Zhao Hai had agreed to form an alliance. She believed that once Grand Duke Evan received the news, he would know what to do next. Olivia was worthy of being a steward of Carlo as he bore it patiently. After hearing what Laura said, he nodded and replied, "Yes, young lady." "Then, please excuse me." Laura nodded and said, "All right. Tell your people not to go out without my permission. A lot of undead have come with me here and these undead do not recognize people. If any of your people decide to leave, they could possibly be killed." Olivia lowered his head and complied, slowly drawing back as he knew he couldn't do anything. If he did move, then he would be the same as courting death. Looking at Laura's expression, it showed that she didn't mind killing them. Watching Olivia retreat, Quinn John looked at Laura and said, "Laura, are you alright? I saw the arrow marks on the carriage. It seems to have been a very fierce attack." Laura shook her head and said, "It's alright. Brother Hai came to my rescue." "Grandpa Quinn John, please sit down. I have to tell you about Brother Hai's situation." Quinn John nodded as he also wanted to know these matters. Upon Laura's arrival, he had been summoned immediately, so there hadn't been any time to explain things to him. Laura sat beside Quinn John, then ordered Searle to move further away. Quinn John understood the meaning of this, as it showed that Zhao Hai's identity must be extremely delicate. Quinn John had thought of a lot about Zhao Hai's identity, but he never would have guessed that he was of the Buddha clan. No wonder no one had found any of the Buddha clan in the Black Waste. They had hid from everyone in the blink of an eye. Ah, so terrible. After Laura told him everything, Quinn John slowly stood up and walked around aimlessly. He then said, "You handled this matter correctly. If Zhao Hai didn't want you to know of their identity, then you wouldn't know it. Others wouldn't have been able to guess his current status, and we have cooperated with them without a problem." I also heard that Grand Duke Evan had been an old friend of the Buddha clan and had helped them during their time of crisis. However, even if he asks for Zhao Hai's identity, we shouldn't say anything. To be safe, we shouldn't tell anyone of this matter. So long as we are able to repel the Mosquito clan, we will be able to gain a strong foothold here in the Persal Duchy. But as Zhao Hai said, if you let others know of his identity, then even the Persal clan wouldn't be able to protect them. We are currently cooperating with them both, and before the alliance we were already on good terms. Laura gave a soft cry of agreement. 1, Chapter 191. Within 2 days, Zhao Hai sat in the spatial villa's living room. Standing behind him was Zhao En. He was once called Ren too, before, but his name was changed to Zhao En. Zhao Hai didn't want to ask him about anything else since Ren had already told Zhao Hai what he needed to know. Zhao Hai now understood the strength behind Carlo, as well as his goal. Mosquito clan successors were each given their own territory. They were assigned to manage these territories, just like what Laura was doing here in the Persal Duchy. Carlo's share was the whole of the Ixu Empire, except for the Persal Duchy. The difference between just the Persal Duchy and the entirety of the Ixu Empire was really large, and one could see the disparity between Karen and Carlo from this point. Carlo's days, however, weren't so good, and it was due to the Persal Duchy. The Ixu Empire was large, and they had already established their chain of Mosquito stores. Moreover, the business was doing good. Although this seemed very favorable for Carlo, and he had a great deal of wealth in his hands, one shouldn't forget that currently, the people working in these stores were all assigned by Sue. As such, Carlo's every action and movement were transparent, and he couldn't fool them. What's more, these people held important positions, so Carlo couldn't just move them easily. If Carlo wanting to fully control his territory, it would be impossible. In the Persal Duchy, however, there wasn't such an issue since the Mosquito clan didn't have any stores there. Although Laura had began with a lot of hardships, she could at least control her own territory and wouldn't allow others to meddle in it. Carlo also wasn't ordinary, as he was the one who'd taken control of the Mosquito clan's chain of stores in the Ixu Empire. His strength grew very quickly. Besides not having a rank 9 expert, He was still comparable to a middle-ranked aristocrat since he had several rank 8 experts on his side. This was all Ren knew, and he didn't know much since Carlo was a very careful person. Thus, he hadn't even trusted Ren fully. The reason why Carlo had noticed the Persal Duchy was because of the pest crisis. The news of it had since been spread throughout the Ixa Empire. This was a common practice for large businesses, and anyone with some status inside the Ixa Empire knew of it. With regards to the manipulations within the Persal clan, the other great and powerful aristocrats were against it. Luckily, the Persal clan had met Zhao Hai. These people hadn't placed much emphasis on the pest crisis, but rather, they noted the sudden appearance of Zhao Hai. They all had the same sort of questions, such as where had Zhao Hai come from, where was he producing his commodities. When Laura started selling the Taoan products, these people soon realized how big an opportunity this was. They were also aware, however, that it was due to the Persal clan's kindness that Zhao Hai had a place to call home. This time around, the Persal clan's loss wasn't small, and these people knew that Zhao Hai's products were a great opportunity. The Persal clan also knew of this, however. Now, moving against Zhao Hai was tantamount to slapping the Persal clan in the face. Although the Persal clan couldn't be considered a very large clan, after many years of development they could still be recognized as one of the great aristocrats. The clan had 2 rank 9 experts, so no one would dare look down on them. It was due to this that no one had thought of using Zhao Hai as a business opportunity. Going against a respected aristocratic clan wasn't something that the other established great aristocratic clans were capable of. Carlo, however, didn't have such a layer of scruples. He needed this opportunity. Right now, within the Mosquito clan, he was the weakest among the 3 top successors. He needed to quickly increase his strength. That was why he had sent Alitia and Ren. He thought that as long as those 2 moved, Laura would certainly comply. When the time came, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to run freely and would be taken in. He hadn't thought that they would fail to coordinate against Laura, even to the extent of shutting Alitia up and confining him. Ren had known that this matter was bad as they had wanted to kidnap Laura and use her to find a way to take over Zhao Hai. Naturally, if Laura resisted intensely, then they weren't afraid of taking her life. So long as Laura dies, the business within the Persal Duchy would become headless. Perhaps they could even take over the entire Persal Duchy's industry without a problem. They hadn't thought that Zhao Hai would send his eagle Virtuous phantasms at the scene of the ambush. All those that died have now become his undead. This information had some uses for Zhao Hai, but it wasn't too significant. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't care much for it. After having asked Zhao En, he moved back inside the space. He watched the eagles as they advanced forwards through their route. He didn't want to make any more mistakes, else he certainly wouldn't be able to reach Flower City. Green and the others, whom were sitting in front of Zhao Hai, didn't speak of anything. After some time, Green said, "Young master, I think the issue about us telling our identity to Miss Laura wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Miss Laura should have a sense of proportion. Moreover, she took many undead from us. Thus, if Miss Laura does have bad intentions against us, we will know ahead of time." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about Laura betraying us. What I was thinking about is our alliance with the Persal clan. Although it can be said that Evan was good to us, look at it this way. Evan is a very competent politician. If he became aware of our identities, he might just give us some trouble." Green shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. If Miss Laura indeed won't betray us, then she won't tell Evan about our identity. Thus, it's impossible for Evan to know." Zhao Hai nodded. "I do hope so." Also, Zhao En told me things about Carlo's situation. I don't mind Carlo's strength alone, but having understood his portion of strength, I fear that the whole Mosquito clan's power is very high. It seems like this time, we might have met with some hard stubble. Green coldly snorted and said, "It's not an extraordinary matter. So long as we are cooperating with the Persal clan, the Mosquito clan won't easily move against us. A rank 9 expert won't be easy to get rid of. And then there are the many rank 8 experts within the Persal clan. We still have a little power to restrict them with." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the terrain on the screen and checked the map. Taking a deep breath, he said. I only hope that Carlo won't start moving within the next few days. According to the map, we can arrive at Flower City in about 2 days. I hope Carlo will give us enough time. Green also looked at the screen and checked the map. He nodded and said, looking at the terrain on the map, we should arrive at Flower City the day after tomorrow. During this period, no one should leave the space. Well, let's have Zhao and look at the situation, Zhao Hai said, nodding. If there is anything when we go out, he can immediately tell us about it. I'm worried that while we are going to Flower City, there may be rank 9 magic beasts or undead that might attack us. Green frowned and said, it's better if they won't attack us, otherwise it will be difficult for us to go to Flower City. I am hoping that this time, we can also have the same luck Buffy had last time. The people in the room didn't believe in Green's words. Green also knew that Buffy had been a rank 9 expert magician. As such, those other rank 9 experts didn't want to annoy him in order to avoid any further confrontation. The Eagle Virtuous phantasms, however, weren't rank 9. They might be rank 6, strictly speaking, and them braving through the territory of rank 9 experts would be very dangerous. The dignity of rank 9 experts could not be taken lightly. Those who do would die without a doubt. Due to this, Zhao Hai was a lot more careful. The people in the room had a few more conversations before he left the spatial villa. The space was now level 15, and altogether it had a total of 48 mu of land. Radishes were planted in 8 mu of the land, fruit oil trees in 10 mu, and bamboo rice for another 10 mu. He also planted corn in 10 mu of the land, and different plants were planted in the remaining 10 mu. He'd planted cabbages, potatoes that were called tuber blocks here in the Ark continent, sweet peppers, green lettuce, and olives, each on 2 mu of land. For oil, fruit and bamboo rice were commodities that Laura normally needed. After keeping several for himself, the cabbages and potatoes were sold to Laura. He had to save up on some of these commodities. After all, the Taoan products were very popular on the continent, thus there might come a time when he couldn't supply the commodities needed. He only needed to check on things and the space would handle it all for him. He needed to check, then accept, and then point some things out. In the end, Zhao Hai didn't need to handle these matters much. There was also nothing to do at Fort Iron Mountain since there were already people managing the mountain valley. The land near Fort Iron Mountain was also used by the slaves to plant things, so he didn't need to worry. The land near Fort Iron Mountain hadn't been completely improved, only about 700,000 square meters were. Aside from rewarding Chi and see the 7,000 square meters, the remainder of the land was being planted with some ordinary vegetables by the slaves, not with magic vegetables. Although these ordinary vegetables were inferior to magic vegetables, their maturity time was shorter. As long as one could store them, vegetables like cabbage could be kept for a long time. It was autumn right now, so they would prepare it for the winter. There was sufficient food, clothing, and food production from the space for the coming winter. Adding in Laura's cooperation in terms of selling the blue-eyed rabbit meat, and they'd accumulated a lot of rabbit fur. Furthermore, they also bought a lot of cotton clothing from Kosa City. As such, there shouldn't be any more problems. Wood fuel wasn't a problem either. Zhao Hai had saved a lot of fruit oil trees, corn stalks and corn cobs, and bamboo rice. They should have sufficient materials. The issue of drinking water was also mostly solved. Even if the Moat 6 were to be frozen, there were mountain lakes, called Tarns 7. Even if the tarns were frozen, there was still Zhao Hai's space. Although it wasn't good, you could also take water from Ice 8. Although they won't be able to do anything much during the winter, eating wouldn't be a problem. In order to alleviate the fear of not being able to eat at all times, Zhao Hai had left behind some blue-eyed rabbits. This could improve their meals during the winter time. If you let the slaves of the other regions know about how the slaves lived here in Black Waste, he feared that they might commit suicide out of envy. Chapter 192, Devouring Blood. Mosquito 1. Things didn't go as smoothly as Zhao Hai thought it would. As they were discussing things at noon the next day, the Eagle's Virtuous phantasms encountered an attack. When Zhao Hai found out about the incident, He was at Fort Iron Mountain. Although there wasn't too many matters that needed to be handled at Fort Iron Mountain, Zhao Hai still checked in every once in a while. After all, he was the one who owned the territory. In addition, he was also raising some blue-eyed rabbits there. Aside from checking the blue-eyed rabbit farm, there was also the issue about cleaning the fort, taking out the trash, and so on. If one lived in a big fort, cleaning it was a must. When Zhao Hai obtained the news from Zhao En, he had been observing the blue-eyed rabbits. The blue-eyed rabbits inside the mine tunnel were growing well, some of them even nearing maturity. The female slaves really took care of these blue-eyed rabbits outstandingly. Upon hearing Zhao En's report, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. He looked at the screen in the living room and found that the eagles were being attacked by a group of magic insects. Magic insects were also able to fly, but common magic insects shouldn't be able to fly so high. These magic insects that were attacking the eagles, however, were somewhat exceptional as they could fly as high as birds. Zhao Hai couldn't help but examine the insects. These insects were as big as the palm of a human. Their proboscis too, were as long as their bodies, and they looked seemingly like a larger version of a mosquito. The bodies of these insects were red-colored, and they looked very aggressive. The quantity was stunning as they were in an extremely large group, probably around tens of millions or even 100 million. Blotting out the sky. What made Zhao Hai really surprised was that these mosquito-like insects had a very strong offensive power. Presently, 3 of the eagle's virtuous phantasms already had their blood sucked dry and were falling from the sky. Zhao Hai was surprised by these mosquitoes and turned his head to look at Green. Does Grandpa Green know anything about these mosquitoes? Why is it that in the Magic Beast encyclopedia that Miss Laura sent, there wasn't anything like this? Green shook his head and said, I haven't seen anything like them. The attack power of these mosquitoes is also strong. They're red-colored, which resembles toxic fire mosquitoes 3, but their attacking power has too much of a difference compared to these mosquitoes. This is really strange. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I have also seen the introduction of the toxic fire mosquitoes. Compared to these large mosquitoes, the toxic fire mosquitoes cannot fly more than 100 meters high. Looking at these mosquitoes, however, they can fly as high as a bird, plus they are also strong. Green nodded. This time, the other eagle fell to the ground. Only the one holding the ghost cane remained. Zhao Hai thought, use pesticide. This was certainly not him speaking to Green, but to the ghost cane. The ghost cane gave off a green flash. Then a green-colored smog came out from the ghost cane and covered the magic insects. Zhao Hai hadn't thought that these mosquitoes would unexpectedly be alright after being covered by the pesticide and continue their attack on the eagle. Seemingly, the pesticide didn't have any effect on them. Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment, but immediately said, Earth Shield 4. After uttering the words, a brown defensive shield appeared outside the body of the eagle, blocking those mosquitoes. Zhao Hai relaxed a little. Zhao Hai was puzzled as to why these mosquitoes weren't afraid of the poison, when suddenly, Green gasped. Zhao Hai looked at the screen, his expression turning serious. The earth shield was now covered by mosquitoes. As they sucked it down to their stomachs, the earth shield began to distinctly thin. The change was visible to the naked eye. Zhao Hai's complexion changed. He certainly knew what this situation meant. He saw that the magic elements of the earth shield were being sucked out by the mosquitoes, thinning the earth shield. These mosquitoes could unexpectedly absorb magic energy? What variety were they? How have I never heard of them before? Green's complexion also changed as he said, devouring blood mosquitoes. They are devouring blood mosquitoes. Zhao Hai was shocked for a moment, his complexion changing as he finally remembered these mosquitoes. These mosquitoes was actually referenced in the Magic Beast encyclopedia that Laura had given to him, but were only described a little bit. This didn't mean, however, that these mosquitoes weren't fierce. On the contrary, these mosquitoes were very aggressive. There wasn't enough information about them, however, only a little bit. When Book stated the danger posed by these mosquitoes, it was, in theory, around the danger level posed by a rank 8 magic beast. The characteristics of these mosquitoes was a strong defense, strong attack, high speed, and high-altitude flight. They have magical blood, take decreased damage from general attacks, and their proboscis ignored energy defenses. Whether it were a magic shield or a battle chi shield, if you bumped into them, then they could suck the energy right into their stomach. Furthermore, they could fly high as birds, and weren't any slower than birds. They had only been seen a few times on the continent, so there wasn't that much information about them. These mosquitoes had only appeared several times on the continent, but the first time it happened, the results were disastrous. Several millions, or even billions of them had appeared. At the places they infested, no matter if it were animals or humans, none escaped, even by luck. The most frightening incident happened at a medium city, wherein all humans and animals were sucked dry, turning the place into a ghost city. Blood magic 5 was the strangest kind of magic. Strictly speaking, blood magic was a category of black magic. At present, however, only a few black magicians knew of blood magic, since blood magic was truly too strange. If black magic was the strangest among all types of magic, then blood magic was the strangest among all types of black magic. The attack power of this magic was great, its defensive capabilities weren't weak, but its strongest suit was its regenerative ability. Blood magic was very difficult to cultivate as it needed various sources of blood. Having the blood of a high-ranked magic beast makes a black magic cultivator stronger. If a cultivator were to choose a blood source, they should strike at a high-level magic beast. However, doing such a thing wasn't a joke. As such, since the beginning of blood magic cultivation among humans, they had only ever used blood of other humans. Due to this, the regenerative abilities of blood magic cultivators was very powerful. In case you reached the Blood Knight 6 grade height, then even amputation could be regenerated. Due to the nature of its cultivation, magic instructors on the continent prohibited its use. It was precisely because of blood magic that up until now, no one on the continent had found a way to effectively deal with these devouring blood mosquitoes. Due to their use of blood magic, devouring blood mosquitoes could use the blood poison 7 skill to attack. This skill was formidable. Once blood was poisoned by it, death awaited them. Even if they weren't sucked dry by the devouring blood mosquitoes, death would be caused by the bursting of arteries within the whole body, which happened in less than 1/3 of a moment. 8. Zhao Hai's complexion changed. He shouted with a cold voice, "Sea of Flames Technique 9. This technique was a fire element magic area of effect spell. The effective attack range was between 10 to 50 meters. If there was any magic that could deal with devouring blood mosquitoes, it should be fire element based magic. Moreover, this was an area of effect attack. The effect wouldn't be very good if the Sea of Flames technique was cast by a rank 5 fire element magician or lower. In such a case, the devouring blood mosquitoes wouldn't be affected. If the rank was too low, then it could not break through the defenses of the devouring blood mosquitoes. Right now, however, the Ghost Cane's attack power was equivalent to a rank 7 magician. Thus, it should be somewhat effective against these devouring blood mosquitoes. After knowing that he was up against devouring blood mosquitoes, Zhao Hai understood why the pesticide wasn't effective against them. It was due to the fact that these mosquitoes themselves were poison experts. They had high immunity against toxins. Common toxins would be useless against them. Sure enough, after casting the Sea of Flames technique, a large number of the devouring blood mosquitoes were burned to death. The number of mosquitoes was just too much, however, and they weren't afraid to die. The flapping eagle that was surrounded by the Sea of Flames technique would not be able to stop them for too long. Zhao Hai watched the situation, frowned, then said, "Windbind Technique 10. Windbind Technique was a single-use spell, and was also an area of effect spell. It could bind up to 20 targets. This preliminary wind element magic spell was a spell that was difficult to deal with." Green had been observing the situation outside. Like Zhao Hai, he had also thought of using the Sea of Flames technique. No matter what, it should be effective against the devouring blood mosquitoes. He wasn't sure, however, why Zhao Hai had suddenly switched to the windbind technique. Zhao Hai's target this time were only 10 mosquitoes. After all, the windbind technique was only a preliminary magic spell. If you used it to bind more targets, the binding strength would become weaker. After binding 10 mosquitoes, with Zhao Hai's intent, he moved the eagle along with the 10 mosquitoes back into the space. Upon entry of the eagle and the mosquitoes, the space immediately prompted in a beeping tone. Discovered mutated insects, identified insects as mosquitoes, digitizing insects, incorporating mosquitoes into the discharge device. Insect's body has magical energy, toxic substance detected, extracting magical energy, extracting toxic substances, strengthening robotic attack, strengthening robotic defense, increasing robotic regenerative capacities, increasing space animal reproduction abilities, increasing space animal attack capabilities, strengthening biochemical battle beast regeneration, attack, and defensive capabilities, strengthening biochemical battle beast ability to absorb magical energy, increasing space's energy absorption capacity. Improvement has been done to toxic pesticides. The long list of tones made Zhao Hai confused after hearing them. In summary, there were only a few things to note. Firstly, after the mosquitoes were discharged, the mosquitoes that were produced would be devouring blood mosquitoes. Secondly, the defense and attack capabilities of the space animals, magic beasts, and undead increased along with their regeneration capabilities. Although it wouldn't be that strong, there was also the strengthening of the battle efficiency of the eagle Virtuous phantasms, along with an increase to their defensive capabilities and regeneration ability. One notable change was that these eagle Virtuous phantasms had gotten the ability of the devouring blood mosquitoes, which was to absorb the battle chi and magic energy of their enemies. Moreover, the pesticide's toxicity was also strengthened. Now, these pesticides should be able to deal with those devouring blood mosquitoes. However, one point Zhao Hai wasn't clear of was what it meant when it said that the space's ability to absorb energy was also strengthened. Does that mean the space could absorb energy from the outside? Although he wasn't clear about what that prompt meant. 11. The advantages they got this time around was obvious. It was, however, a pity that these mosquitoes were evaluated as harmful insects or pests, and thus couldn't be raised in the ranch, and, in turn, couldn't increase the level of the ranch. It was really a big pity. Chapter 193, Rank 9 Giant Mosquito. Zhao Hai relaxed a little. With regards to the devouring blood mosquitoes, Zhao Hai was still a bit wary of them since they usually came in very large numbers, then disappeared quickly. It was impossible for a single one mosquito to be evaluated as a rank 8 magic beast when just considering its destructive power. Instead, they were rated as rank 2 magic beasts. Devouring blood mosquitoes were hard to deal with, however, and were even stronger than usual rank 8 magic beasts. Some people even believe that a horde of devouring blood mosquitoes should be evaluated as a rank 9 magic beast. The strength of the devouring blood mosquitoes was something that not even the eagle Virtuous phantasms could cope with. It would also be impossible for Green to deal with them. If there wasn't the space, then Green facing these devouring blood mosquitoes would just result in his death. Zhao Hai immediately asked Buffy, but Buffy said that during the time when he'd explored, he hadn't met with any devouring blood mosquitoes. This caused Zhao Hai's heart to feel somewhat restless. At the moment, he wasn't in the mood to control many of these mosquitoes. When the mosquitoes outside saw the disappearance of the eagle, they didn't actually stop their aggressiveness. Instead, they moved about restlessly in every direction. Evidently, they wouldn't go away in just a short amount of time. With Zhao Hai's intent, he made the eagle, which had just returned to the space, come back out again, carrying the ghost cane. As the eagle left the space, Zhao Hai coldly said, "Discharge pesticide." Layers of green mist sprayed out of the ghost cane. It was different this time around when compared to what happened previously. The pesticide had been useless against the devouring blood mosquitoes before, but now, this pesticide made the mosquitoes look drunk as they swung about in the air a few times before tilting downward and crashing into the ground. The amount of green mist increased more and more, and the mosquitoes fell like rain from the sky. There were a lot of them falling. Following the eagle, more and more of the devouring blood mosquitoes fell from the air until the screen was almost empty of the mosquitoes. Zhao Hai and Green were relieved. To be honest, The overwhelming number of mosquitoes had given them a great pressure. Now that they had found a method to deal with those mosquitoes, their hearts felt loose. Those devouring blood mosquitoes soon found out that there was something wrong with the smog, thus, they stayed far from the green smog. With that, the path ahead had unexpectedly become clear. Before long, the eagle escaped the encirclement of the mosquitoes. Since the devouring blood mosquitoes didn't pursue, Zhao Hai felt that they had been really affected by the pesticide. Zhao Hai felt relieved, but still watched the scenery from the screen as he was wary that the devouring blood mosquitoes might come back. Fortunately, after the eagle left the area of the devouring blood mosquitoes, those mosquitoes hadn't pursued. Zhao Hai and Green felt assured as they sat on the sofa while watching the screen. Green smiled and said, "I had never expected that we would be meeting those devouring blood mosquitoes here. Fortunately we have the space, else we would have been defeated." Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "If we hadn't met with these mosquitoes, then we wouldn't have gotten so many benefits." Haha, now that we have some devouring blood mosquitoes, we have another means to save our lives. Green smiled and said, "Yes, however, we mustn't use these devouring blood mosquitoes carelessly. After all, they are too fierce and can easily affect the continent. If we use them carelessly, then we might find ourselves in troublesome situations." Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, although those devouring blood mosquitoes are powerful, they are in no way comparable to a rank 9 expert. But still, having a large-scale area of effect attack is nice to have." As they were in discussion, the eagle that flew forward suddenly screamed pitifully and fell from the sky. While the eagle was falling, its body suddenly burst, changing into a fog of blood that dissipated afterwards. The ghost cane dropped down from the sky, though it didn't hit the ground as it unexpectedly hovered in the air. Zhao Hai and Green, both of whom had been carefully watching the screen, were shocked. They didn't know what just happened. Just as Zhao Hai was about to retrieve the ghost cane too, Green suddenly said, "Young master, don't move." It must be a rank 9 expert as only they can suddenly kill the eagle just like that. This appears to have been an attack by a rank 9 expert. Zhao Hai stilled and didn't recover the ghost cane. Remember that the ghost cane was bound to him, so even a rank 9 expert wouldn't have any way of using it. As long as he wanted to, he could easily take it back at any time. Due to this, he wasn't too worried about it being taken. He wanted to have a look at what that rank 9 expert was, as he hadn't been able to observe a rank 9 expert closely. Green's words made Mran and others quite tense, for all of them motionlessly watched the screen, wondering what kind of rank 9 expert it was. They were very clear that this couldn't be a rank 9 Terran 5 expert, as they didn't have a foothold here in the Carrion Swamp. No matter what their race was, however, as long as they reached rank 9, they would receive the proper respect. Even if it were a magic beast, so long as they were able to reach rank 9, then their intelligence would be the same as humans. Furthermore, they could observe their surrounding using their divine sense 6. Thus, no matter what race it were, they would be regarded as deities on the continent. Before long, a giant devouring blood mosquito appeared in front of them. This devouring blood mosquito was very large, around 10 meters in height. It had a red-colored body and its crystal-like wings were curved, glittering and translucent. What Zhao Hai felt was a lot more strange was its unexpectedly coiled proboscis, which was currently rolled up and stuck to its head. The ghost cane stopped in front of the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito observed it carefully, its movements resembling that of a curious animal. Zhao Hai turned his head towards Green and said, "Grandpa Green, what should we do? If we retrieve the ghost cane right now, I fear that we will have a lot more difficulty in reaching the Flower City." Green understood what Zhao Hai meant. This giant mosquito should have a secret and inseparable relationship with those smaller devouring blood mosquitoes. They had killed a lot of those smaller mosquitoes and had also retrieved the eagle back into the space. This giant mosquito would certainly know if they retrieved the ghost cane back into the space. Afterwards, this giant mosquito would certainly be waiting. Sadly, The ghost cane wouldn't be able to reach the Flower City at that time. Zhao Hai could release undead or magic beasts while ordering the ghost cane to move quickly and proceed on its route. Unfortunately, there was no way for them to hide against the divine sense of this giant mosquito. One must know that a rank 9 magic beast's divine sense was a lot stronger when compared to a rank 9 Terran expert. If they don't continue forward on this route, then they could only return to Fort Iron Mountain and re-enter the Carrion Swamp. It would be the same as saying that everything they'd done had all been in vain. There was also another issue. If they withdrew now from the Carrion Swamp, then they could not follow the map that Buffy drew afterwards. If they don't follow the map, then they would have to erratically change their route and find their way, which might cause them not to be able to reach Flower City 7. A rank 9 could live a long life. Up till now, nobody had calculated up to what age they could live to. In any case, they could have 1,000 children and live up to 800 years of age. And this was only for Terrans. As for how long a magic beast could live up to, no one knows. They feared that when the time came that the Buddha clan faced immediate destruction, this giant mosquito would probably still be alive. If they decided to wait for the giant mosquito to leave before heading to Flower City, then that would be impossible. Rank 9 experts tended to do close-door cultivation in order to understand the heavens, and to one day find the road to reach the rank 10 god level. They can cultivate in any place, and for an unknown amount of time. Therefore, waiting for the giant mosquito to leave would not be a good option. Green felt it was strange that Buffy hadn't encountered this giant mosquito previously, and yet, they had met it this time around. What Green and the others didn't know was that the reason this giant mosquito hadn't appeared back then was due to the threat Buffy represented. Now, however, there wasn't any threat, so it appeared. There had been a lot of rank 9 experts that had ventured into the Carrion Swamp, but most of them weren't able to reach Flower City. Most of the rank 9 experts that explored were killed by the colorful poisoned smog of the Carrion Swamp, and only a very few have ever reached Flower City. Buffy was unexpectedly lucky during the time he'd explored, thus he'd been able to reach Flower City. Unfortunately, he had attacked the flower and its vines, causing him to be assaulted and chased by rank 9 experts. This was the reason why he'd turned back. He knew how dangerous Carrion Swamp was, so during his return he took the route he'd used when he'd entered. Later, the rank 9 experts scattered. Originally, there weren't any rank 9 magic beasts around this area, but after Buffy ran, a rank 9 expert had stayed to defend the place. This was the rank 9 giant devouring blood mosquito. Zhao Hai certainly didn't know of these reasons 8, so they were worried right now. If they couldn't get past the giant mosquito, then there was no way they could reach Flower City. Without reaching Flower City, they wouldn't be able to solve the threat of the Carrion Swamp, and there would never be peace in the Black Waste. All of this was interconnected. Green and the others frowned. They understood that forcibly rushing through wouldn't be right. They didn't have any rank 9 experts with them, and Green had previously been severely injured with just one attack from Buffy. Facing the giant mosquito, which was evidently not weaker than Buffy, and rushing past it would only be courting death. 9. They also weren't willing to retreat. Since they had already reached this far and only needed a little more time to reach Flower City, retreating would be a pity. After some time, Zhao Hai breathed in deeply, turned his head to Green, and said, "Grandpa Green, does this devouring blood mosquito, being a rank 9 magic beast, have the intelligence of a human?" Green nodded and said, "It isn't that highly intelligent, but they are smarter than most humans." "Young master, what do you intend to do?" Zhao Hai replied, "I will go out and have a chat with it. 10. Dragging this matter isn't a good idea." Green was shocked for a moment. His complexion changed as he said, "No, absolutely not." "Young master, that is a rank 9 expert. Just a little mistake and you'll die. You cannot meet with such an accident." Zhao Hai knitted his brow and said, "What should we do then?" "Always waiting isn't a good idea, and if we retreat then we might not find Flower City in our lifetime, then the Black Waste won't have peace." Green frowned as he certainly understood the situation. However, he couldn't think of a good solution. In any case, Zhao Hai wasn't allowed to meet with the giant mosquito as it was too dangerous. Chapter 194, Subduing the Giant Mosquito. Silence filled the living room of the spatial villa. Everyone didn't make any noise. It could be said that they had fallen into a hopeless situation. If this matter wasn't handled properly, then the threat of the carrion swamp would be a problem for who knows how long. Zhao Hai was silent for a while. Then he stood up and slowly walked outside the spatial villa. Green's expression changed as he followed closely behind Zhao Hai. Mrin observed the expression of the two of them while she thought about what Zhao Hai said. Her complexion changed as well and immediately suggested, "Young master, let Green go." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I will go. If Grandpa Green goes and he is attacked by the giant mosquito, my reaction would be delayed and Grandpa Green would be in danger. If I go, however, then with just a single thought I can come back." This isn't the case for Grandpa Green. Green turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, let me go with you so that if there is any danger, I can cover for you." Zhao Hai turned around and looked at Green. "Grandpa Green, you will stay here. I am the clan lord of the Buddha clan, so this sort of a situation should be faced by me. I cannot always hide at the back. Please relax. I assure you that I'll be fine. If something were to happen, then you must find a place to hide and, a few years after my death, go look for a child and tell everyone that he was my child and have him inherit the position of clan lord of the Buddha clan." Green's complexion changed. Meg's eyes had tears falling as she moved to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, let me go with you." Zhao Hai turned around and looked at Meg, then shook his head. Meg moved to decisively hug Zhao Hai, refusing to release him. At this time, she didn't say anything. She just held on to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance, then forced a smile. Woodhead and Stonehead also arrived beside Zhao Hai. They both didn't say anything, instead taking out their great swords, lifting the sword in their grips. They then placed it on their necks. Zhao Hai patted his head and told the two, "You both can't change the pattern of your moves. This time, if that giant mosquito really wants to attack us, then even if you both stand in front of me, what can you do?" Green lightly laughed as he said, "Young master, things have come down to this point. You don't need to say anything else. I think we should all go out. If something were to really happen, then we will all die together." Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Green and said, "Grandpa Green, how can you even say that? Haven't you understood? If I have an accident, the Buddha clan won't disappear. If we all die together, however, then the Buddha clan is finished." Green looked at Zhao Hai with teary eyes. He took a deep breath while holding in his emotions. Turning to Woodhead and Stonehead, he said, "Both of you, put down your swords and don't insist on going with the young master. If something were to happen, Zhao Hai would be delayed in pulling you in and his movement will be affected. Meg, you go and follow the young master." Woodhead and Stonehead both placed down their swords. Zhao Hai nodded to them and, with his intent, the ghost cane appeared in his hand. Meg and himself disappeared from outside the spatial villa. The reason why Zhao Hai had to retrieve the ghost cane first was because it was currently in front of the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito, however, was flying through the sky. If they directly exited the space, they would be airborne and would just fall to their deaths immediately since they couldn't fly one. The giant mosquito was surprised. It was a rank 9 expert. But the ghost cane suddenly vanished from its grasp. At the same time, a man and a woman suddenly appeared on the ground below him, and the male held that ghost cane. Zhao Hai looked at the giant mosquito and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Buddha clan's clan lord Zhao Hai Buddha seeks an audience with senior." A clan lord calling a rank 9 expert senior wasn't overrated. Even if it were the king of a country, if they even had a little understanding upon seeing a rank 9 expert, they would call them senior. The giant mosquito was astonished, then a flash of excitement streaked within its eyes. Though they didn't see any movement, it arrived in front of Zhao Hai in the blink of an eye. Its huge body completely oppressed Zhao Hai. He knew that hiding would be useless since sooner or later, they would be found out, so he just bowed to the giant mosquito and said, "Your Honor, Zhao Hai Buddha has seen Senior. The giant mosquito looked interestedly at Zhao Hai, then a voice gracefully resounded in Zhao Hai's brain. What made him surprised was the voice was unexpectedly that of a female. Who are you? You don't have much energy in your body, so how can you use that wand? This female voice was very pleasant to listen to. As she spoke, it was seemingly like that of a knock on a golden bell, clearly conveying its humming, echoing sounds. If she were on Earth, she could be a superstar too. Zhao Hai hastily replied, "This little one is the clan lord of the Buddha clan, Zhao Hai Buddha, and this is my maidservant, Meg Buddha. I don't have much magic and battle chi, but in fact, I am a divergent warlock." What's a divergent warlock? This is so amusing. The interest in the giant mosquito's eyes grew thicker. Zhao Hai was shocked. After hearing the giant mosquito ask this with that clear voice, Zhao Hai understood. It seems that this giant mosquito, as a magic beast, was still quite young. Zhao Hai looked at the giant mosquito. Suddenly, he thought that it didn't seem too scary. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Your Honor, can you leave with me to another place as I can't be at ease here?" After waving his hand, a spatial crack appeared beside him. The giant mosquito looked at the spatial crack, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Zhao Hai, however, was actually sweating a lot. He was very clear that the level 2 magic beast, the devouring blood mosquito, had actually become a rank 9 expert. That was to say, it hadn't happened in just 8 or 10 years. A magic beast becoming a rank 9 was more difficult than a human reaching it. Although this giant mosquito sounded young, she certainly did not have a short life. If he allowed this giant mosquito to think he was scheming against her, then he would certainly be attacked. Zhao Hai wanted to make the giant mosquito go inside the space, but he didn't know how. He already calculated things, however. With the space here, even if the giant mosquito became aggressive towards him, he had a way to protect himself. Seeing that the giant mosquito hadn't said anything for a while, Zhao Hai hastily said, "Your Honor, you don't need to be worried. This is my divergent technique. I do not want to be disrespectful to Your Honor, thus, I invite Your Honor to come in." The giant mosquito carefully watched Zhao Hai, nodded, and then disappeared in a flash, vanishing through the spatial crack. Zhao Hai and Meg relaxed afterward and the both of them vanished at the same time. Green and the others were standing in the living room while carefully watching what was happening outside. They couldn't believe that Zhao Hai had actually persuaded the giant mosquito to enter the space. They were surprised for a moment, then became joyous. They knew that the space, even if it were the giant mosquito, would have a method to overturn the heavens and not let it out. But a rank 9 expert was always given respect. When Zhao Hai arrived outside the spatial villa, they were prepared to greet the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito and Zhao Hai arrived inside the space successively. The giant mosquito was curious as she looked left and right, just like a child. Then the space prompted in a tone, "Discovered new insect." The insect is a mosquito-shaped pest. Battle efficiency is formidable. Extracting advantages. Improving cast mosquito's proboscis ability. Retaining its ontology 3. Zhao Hai and the others quietly listened to the tone and they didn't understood what it meant. Zhao Hai also didn't understand. Then the giant mosquito flew in front of Zhao Hai, bowed, and said, "Master." Zhao Hai looked at the giant mosquito, his face filled with joy. "Did you just call me master?" The giant mosquito nodded. "Yes, master." Zhao Hai was so excited that he almost fainted. He hadn't thought that the space could be this formidable, that even a rank 9 expert could be subdued by it. For Zhao Hai was also puzzled, however, as the first time he wanted Green to enter the space, he hadn't succeeded. Then afterwards, when he'd spoken to Green, that was the time Green was able to enter the space. This was also the case with the slaves. At that time, it puzzled Zhao Hai. The giant mosquito, however, got in after only one try, and was also subdued 5. While Zhao Hai was still puzzled, the space seemingly knew of his confusion and prompted a sound, transmitting, The space is a farm space. It has no attack. Intelligent beings can voluntarily access the space, or the host can capture it outside. The space cannot forcibly do so. Zhao Hai smiled after the space told him these matters. Originally, the space wouldn't be able to force intelligent beings to come inside, only if the being voluntarily entered, or if Zhao Hai had the ability to subdue the living thing. That was the only time the space could subdue them, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to. Green and the slaves were beings that had wisdom, therefore, he couldn't receive them. Alien was also a variation of undead. Although its rank wasn't very high, it had intelligence, thus there was no way for the space to take them in forcefully. It could only be subdued if they were caught by Zhao Hai. In the case of the giant mosquito, it had entered voluntarily. Understanding these matters made Zhao Hai happy. He'd never thought that there would be such restrictions on the space's abilities. No wonder that initially, he wasn't able to obtain the ability to permit the slaves to enter. As such, he didn't have the ability to directly let the slaves into the space. Green's case was also the same. Although this was how it was, as long as a creature entered the space could help subdue them. This news, with regards to Zhao Hai, was absolutely very good. Zhao Hai felt some regret, as the giant mosquito was identified by the space as a pest, thus, he couldn't breed and reproduce it. This was really a big letdown. If he could only raise giant mosquitoes inside the space, then when the time comes, he could keep an army of rank 9 giant mosquitoes. 6. When they were let out, those mosquitoes wouldn't be afraid of death. With them around, it would be fun to look at who has the guts to move against the Buddha clan. 7. With this thought, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered what the space had prompted. It had extracted the advantageous traits of the giant mosquito, and the space also improved the caste mosquito's proboscis. With that said, if the caste mosquito improved along with its proboscis, could it cast giant mosquitoes too? Zhao Hai was excited and immediately said, "Cast mosquito." The ghost cane emitted a projection above that said, "Please enter the quantity." It was followed by a blank space. Zhao Hai quickly replied, 1. He had just entered the value when suddenly, a mosquito appeared in front of him. The mosquito, however, wasn't as big as what Zhao Hai had imagined it would be. It was only as big as the devouring blood mosquitoes from before, and its whole body was bloody red, looking more similar to those devouring blood mosquitoes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be a bit disappointed upon seeing it. Chapter 195, Flower Protection Alliance 1. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be disappointed, but calmed himself soon after thinking about it. If rank 9 experts could so easily appear, then wouldn't this world be in chaos? Having said that, in a strict sense, this giant mosquito didn't have many differences from other devouring blood mosquitoes. Most likely, it had just lived longer than them, and therefore became a rank 9 expert. Looking at other aspects, there wasn't anything really special. Green and the others gave Zhao Hai a perplexed look as they didn't understand why he'd released a mosquito. Zhao Hai didn't think too deeply about what he'd just done. He was currently thinking of a way to retrieve the mosquito. To his surprise, the space gave a projection. It was a prompt with written words on it that asked, "Do you wish to recover the mosquito?" This made Zhao Hai surprised for a moment. He really hadn't thought that the mosquito could be unexpectedly retrieved. He immediately decided to do so and the mosquito disappeared. After watching the mosquito disappear, Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the giant mosquito. He asked it, "What's your name?" The giant mosquito looked at Zhao Hai. "Name? What is a name?" Zhao Hai sighed. It seems that this giant mosquito didn't cultivate little by little in order to reach rank 9, otherwise, why was it that it didn't understand? If she naturally cultivated to rank 9, then upon reaching rank 6 or 7, she should have gained basic knowledge. Upon reaching rank 8, she should have had wisdom that wasn't any lower than a normal human's too. How was it possible for her to not have a name? Moreover, she didn't even know what a name was. It seems that she'd reached rank 9 due to some fortuitous encounter. Zhao Hai looked at the giant mosquito and said, "Let me tell you what it is then. From now on, I'll call you Zhao Wen 3. Zhao Wen is your name. When I shout Zhao Wen, it means I am calling for you." Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Wen's appearance and said, Can you reduce your size, or can you only be that big? Zhao Wen replied, I can shrink my size to the same as those devouring blood mosquitoes. Afterward, her body slowly shrunk until she was around the size of an ordinary devouring blood mosquito. Her body, however, was like a blood jade carving. If she stayed motionless, others might think she were a statue, and a beautiful one at that. For Zhao Hai nodded. He turned towards Green and said, Grandpa Green, let's go back into the living room. I want to ask Zhao Wen about things inside the carrion swamp. Green nodded while curiously looking at Zhao Wen. They, however, couldn't look at it as casually as Zhao Hai. They also looked at Zhao Hai with eyes filled with curiosity, along with a bit of awe. After they entered the room, Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Wen and asked, Zhao Wen, when did you become a rank 9 expert? Zhao Wen thought for a while before responding. I don't know. We devouring blood mosquitoes aren't just hematophagus 5. Sometimes, we also drink water. I don't know how long ago it was when I saw a drop of some garnet thing. It was the same color as blood. I drank that drop of garnet, and fainted afterward. Once I woke up, I found that I had become different from the other devouring blood mosquitoes. My body had become larger, and there was an enormous increase in strength. Then, one day, an alligator found me and told me that I had reached rank 9 while also asking me to join the Flower Protection Alliance. Although Zhao Wen could communicate with humans using Divine Power 6, a rank 9 expert controlling their divine power this way was just child's play. A rank 9 expert could use their divine power to communicate with a person, and also use it to connect with a multitude of people. In this case, Zhao Hai, Green, and the others could also hear Zhao Wen's words. Zhao Hai was puzzled. You said that drop of garnet seemed the same as blood? Where did you find it? Zhao Wen shook her head and said, I don't know such things. It was like a kind of biological blood and even had the right scent. That drop of blood, however, had fallen to the ground and had already been there for a long time, yet hadn't dried up. Surprisingly, it seemed to stay quite fresh. Because of that, I drank it and sadly, I can't remember where I was when I did it. Since then, I haven't seen anything similar. Zhao Hai then asked, what kind of organization is that Flower Protection Alliance? Giant Tooth 7, the giant alligator, told me that the Flower Protection Alliance is an organization whose members involve all of the rank 9 experts of the carrion swamp, explained Zhao Wen. Its sole objective is to protect 7-colored Flower City 8. No matter who it is, once 7-colored Flower City is under attack, we will join forces to beat back the enemy. Moreover, he had also told me that we, the rank 9 experts of the carrion swamp, cannot casually leave the swamp. He added that there is an agreement between us and the rank 9 experts of various parts of the continent. They cannot enter the carrion swamp in large numbers, and nor can we make trouble outside of the swamp. Otherwise, all of the other forces will join together to attack the culprit. This was something Zhao Hai and the others hadn't known of. No wonder there hadn't been any appearances of a rank 9 expert coming from the carrion swamp and arriving on the continent. Originally, there was this treaty. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be more curious, so he asked Zhao Wen, how many rank 9 experts does this Flower Protection Alliance have? Zhao Wen shook her head. I do not know. What I do know is that there should be at least 10 who stay nearby and guard 7-colored Flower City. I was also near the city before. Unexpectedly, someone had previously attacked 7-colored Flower City. Thus, I was asked to defend that area. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it means that usually, you are free to do what you want and those experts don't restrict you? By the way, can you beat them? Zhao Wen nodded. There are a few that I can. And there are also a few I cannot. If I retreat, however, they won't be able to catch up to me. They usually don't restrict anyone. Only when there is an incident in 7-colored Flower City will we all gather together. Zhao Hai curiously asked, have you fought them before? Otherwise, how can you say you could win against them? 9. Zhao Wen replied, yes, I had fought with a few of them before. If one wants to join the Flower Protection Alliance, then one must accept challenges from 5 rank 9 experts. Only then can you obtain their approval. 10. Then, why do you have to protect Flower City? The one you're calling Seven-Colored Flower City? Zhao Hai curiously asked another question. Zhao Wen shook her head and said, I don't know, but I heard from the others that this was the custom of the older generations of rank 9 experts and was passed down from generation to generation. It is said that Flower City is very important to us, but we don't dare approach the old city casually, otherwise, that seven-colored flower will attack us. Zhao Hai nodded. He turned his head to Green and said, What do you make of this, Grandpa Green? Green thought for a while and then asked Zhao Wen, what about the recurring riots that happen where the magic beasts and undead from the carrion swamp rampage through the Black Waste? What was the cause of it? 11. Zhao Wen took some time to think before replying. This is something I also don't know about. With regards to those magic beasts and undead, we rank 9 experts do not handle them. Rank 8 experts handle these matters, and we rank 9 experts do not meddle with them. Zhao Hai frowned after hearing her answer. Green continued, Then, can you order these magic beasts and undead not to go out of the carrion swamp? Zhao Wen shook her head. We don't generally meddle with these matters. I have also heard them say they have reasons to head out. I remember before I reached rank 9, that I had left twice. It was due to the toxins within our bodies. We had stored up a lot of it and didn't have any means to detoxify it. Thus, we needed to find a non-toxic place to remove the toxic substances from within our bodies, else we die. Zhao Hai nodded. He was convinced by this argument. In the carrion swamp, no matter what, all of the animals, plants, and even water and air, everything was toxic. Although they had already adapted to this toxin, once their body accumulated too much, it would be harmful to them. This was comparable to the saying some people might say about how eating green vegetables would give a lot of advantages, but only eating green vegetables and disregarding other foods wouldn't be something anyone could bear. 12. Since the Black Waste was adjacent to the carrion swamp, it had naturally become the place where these magic beasts and undead go in order to expel their toxins. The reason why the Black Waste became this way was probably due to this reason. In fact, Zhao Hai had already thought of this reason a long time ago, but couldn't think of any solution. 13. Thus, they wanted to go and see Flower City in order to get some ideas on how to solve this matter. Now it seems that even if they could visit Flower City, those magic beasts and undead would still riot within the Black Waste. If they didn't do that, then they still must find an alternative way to detoxify themselves. They are in a toxic place, thus, wanting to find a place to detoxify would be harder than the actual detox itself. Zhao Hai, however, couldn't go back now after arriving this far in his search for Flower City. In any case, they might as well go and visit Flower City and have a look. If Flower City could actually help them resolve their security issue, then they could at least have a rear base that was secure. Thinking of such things, Zhao Hai turned his head back towards Zhao Wen and said, In a while, you will bring the ghost cane to Flower City. Once you reach the outer part of the city, I will let the eagle Virtuous phantasms out and you will hand them the ghost cane. Then you can come back inside the space. Do you like to stay inside this space? Zhao Wen nodded. I really like it here. It's very comfortable. Zhao Hai nodded. Although Zhao Wen was subdued by the space, he didn't want Zhao Wen to be regarded as an undead. No matter what, Zhao Wen was a living being with high intelligence, and he had deceived her to come into the space. This had confused her and allowed her to be subdued by the space. This was really unjust. 14. Moreover, Zhao Wen was also a rank 9 expert, and thus could help them with many issues later on. 15. Zhao Hai gave the name Zhao Wen to her as he regarded her as a clan member, not a tool. 16. Green and the others were very happy as they listened to Zhao Hai. Now their clan had a rank 9 expert. A clan with a rank 9 expert compared to a clan without one were two different concepts. Now, if they went out and told the world that they were the Buddha clan, they knew of only a few individuals who would dare move against them. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Wen and said, Now then, go and take the ghost cane and fly towards Flower City. Once you are near Flower City, go back inside the space. By the way, if you are inside Flower City, will the flowers there attack you? Zhao Wen nodded. Yes, if we go inside Flower City, those flowers will attack us. Furthermore, Their attack strength is formidable, and I'm not their match. Chapter 196, Flower's World. Zhao Hai and the others sat in the living room, but the atmosphere was quite odd. Green and Meg were smiling and Meg said, "Grandpa, Grandma, you don't know how anxious I was when we faced that rank 9 expert." The young master, however, wasn't nervous at all and spoke with confidence in front of it. "It was really amazing." "Who said I wasn't nervous?" said Zhao Hai, smiling. "That was a rank 9 expert and I wasn't strong at all against it." I found out, however, that Zhao Wen didn't have any evil intentions toward us. Since we were out in the open, nervous, we naturally must speak in order to communicate with it. Green and the others smiled. Shown on the screen was Zhao Wen holding the ghost cane as she flew towards Flower City. Zhao Wen was quick, and she also knew where Flower City was. She naturally wouldn't take the wrong route. The good atmosphere in the room was naturally due to Zhao Wen. After Zhao Wen joined their clan, they felt more daring. Don't even speak about the Marquis del clan. Even if it were the whole of the Ixu Empire, they wouldn't be afraid. On the continent, only those clans which had a rank 9 expert in reserve could be called a genuine and respectable clan. If the Buddha clan had a rank 9 in the past, then they wouldn't have fallen to their current status and situation. And these weren't the only advantages they had obtained here. One must know that a rank 9 expert was a good deterrent force against the magic beast triads that rampaged throughout the Black Waste. The clan could ask Zhao Wen to act and frighten off the invaders. Even if they couldn't deal with every magic beast and undead invader, they could at least protect the people, crops, and castle. But Zhao Hai and the others also knew that Zhao Wen couldn't move so casually. She was still a rank 9 expert of Carrion Swamp. If the other rank 9s knew of her actions, then it might spark greater trouble. After all, there was still the treaty between the Flower Protection Alliance and the other factions on the continent. Anyway, since they now had a rank 9 expert, their morale had been bolstered. They were confident enough to face the Marquis del clan. Before long, Zhao Wen reached the outskirts of Flower City. She hadn't encountered any problems along the way, although there were some magic beasts. When they saw Zhao Wen, they immediately lay on the ground and didn't dare to move. Wild animals and beasts had strong intuition. With regards to the existence of a rank 9 magic beast expert, they were, without a doubt, revered as deities. No one dared to violate the prestige of a deity. Zhao Hai soon found that he could communicate with Zhao Wen when she held the ghost cane. It was as if Zhao Wen was still with Zhao Hai. Seemingly, the ghost cane acted similarly to a long-distance remote control too. Zhao Wen suddenly stopped and told Zhao Hai, "Young master, not far from here is Flower City. There shouldn't be any magic beast that goes further than where I currently am. If a magic beast crosses this distance, the 7-colored flower might be alarmed and might call in other magic beasts." Zhao Hai knew she meant the other rank 9 experts. He naturally didn't hope to see them, so he nodded and said, "All right, pass the ghost cane on to the eagle." He released an eagle afterward and returned Zhao Wen to the space. After waiting for the eagle to go out, Zhao Hai found that the eagle seemed a little different. This made him magnify the screen so he could carefully observe the eagle. Green and the others also looked carefully. This eagle was truly different than the original eagles. The original eagles had dark brown feathers, while this one had blood red colored ones. Although they had similar beaks, this one had sharper talons. Moreover, Zhao Hai observed that the tip of these talons were hollow, like the proboscis of the devouring blood mosquitoes. Zhao Hai hadn't thought that the evolved eagle's flying speed would have increased by so much. Having such thoughts, Zhao Hai moved himself to the ranch. Once there, he observed no noticeable changes. The blue-eyed rabbits stayed the same, as Zhao Hai had thought. They may also have turned red, or at least larger. Zhao Hai nodded, then returned to the living room and sat back down. Green was puzzled. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, what did you do?" Smiling, Zhao Hai said, "Nothing. I just went to the ranch." "Anyway, Zhao Wen, what do you usually eat?" Zhao Wen replied, "Nothing in particular. We eat some magic beasts, any kind of magic beast. With regards to our kind, What we eat isn't very important. Zhao Hai nodded. How much do you eat every day? Zhao Wen shook her head and said, this is something I cannot answer clearly. Sometimes, I eat a lot in a day. Sometimes, I do not eat for many days. It depends on my mood. If I am in a good mood for eating, then I'll eat. Otherwise, I won't. Zhao Hai smiled. You are too easy to feed. This is good. If you want to go out to find food later, just catch a few magic beasts and bring them back. Zhao Wen complied, but was actually seriously looking at the screen. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head while smiling. Zhao Wen's appearance was like that of a child focusing on watching television on Earth. Zhao Wen's strength was tyrannical. Moreover, her intelligence wasn't low. Now, however, due to the changes in her life and her new associations with humans, she began to study things. She must have felt curious about many things, and it gave off a childlike feeling. The eagle had been flying towards Flower City all this time and Zhao Hai didn't speak. They really wanted to know what would the results be when the eagle reached Flower City. At present, Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 eagle virtuous phantasms. Even if a few were to be sacrificed, it wouldn't be much. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Soon, a city wall appeared in the screen. The city walls were really large, around 67 meters 3 high. The top of the walls were covered with a layer of green vines. Only these large vines can be seen along the profile of the city walls. These vines bloomed with numerous 7-colored flowers. Furthermore, these flowers were immensely large, none smaller than a meter in diameter and some reaching as big as 2 to 3 meters. Zhao Hai had never seen such large flowers. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that each flower had 7 petals, each uniquely colored. These 7 petals had the same colors as a rainbow and were both beautiful and alluring. Green also watched the scenes on the screen blankly. What they saw was too beautiful. A beauty that made people forget to even breathe. Zhao Hai now understood. Previously, Buffy had described it to them, but now that they saw it, it really was too beautiful, too intolerably and extremely beautiful for. After some time, Meg whispered, "It's beautiful, too beautiful here. If one day Fort Iron Mountain would be like this too, then that will be amazing." "Master, will we be able to cut a flower branch off and bring it back to grow?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he looked at Meg. "You are quite daring to think of cutting off a branch of flowers. Aren't you afraid that the flowers might eat you? Have you forgotten that Buffy ran away from this flower, and even Little Wen here says those flowers are powerful?" Zhao Wen was, after all, a magic beast. She didn't know if a flower was beautiful, only that it was strong. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Zhao Wen couldn't help but fly over and nod. She looked at Meg and said, "Yes, that flower is very fierce. Don't even talk about if we can beat it. All of the rank 9s in the Carrion Swamp combined wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it." Zhao Hai hadn't expected such an analysis of the 7-colored flowers' strength to come out of Zhao Wen. Zhao Hai then observed that there were no animals within Flower City. Here in the Carrion Swamp, there were numerous magic beasts. Zhao Hai had met a lot of them along the way. Generally, however, there weren't a lot of flying magic beasts that would participate in large-scale fighting, even against their prey. If these magic beasts wished to deal with the eagles, it wouldn't be a good idea due to the eagles' comparative combat prowess of a rank 6. And how big was Flower City? This was a city that could accommodate 500,000 people. A city without any large buildings that could house 500,000 people wouldn't be small, right? Although the screen couldn't display much, they still hadn't seen any flying magic beasts after a while. This matter was somewhat strange. Zhao Hai just recalled what he had seen on the screen and he couldn't help but be frightened. This was due to the fact that after the eagle entered Flower City, the green dots that represented magic beasts all disappeared. In other words, there wasn't any magic beasts within Flower City. Since they were entranced by the beautiful shades and colors of Flower City, they hadn't noticed this point before. Now that Zhao Hai thought about it, he couldn't help but pay attention to Flower City. Just like Buffy had said, vines covered the whole of Flower City. On the vines were blossoming flowers. Optimistically, the city would be covered by these 7 colored flowers. His description of Flower City wasn't an exaggeration. Zhao Hai carefully observed these flowers. Again, as Buffy had said, there were small fibrous roots on the vine. These small fibrous roots were dug into the stone walls of the city, causing fright to anyone who looked at it. The eagle circled around Flower City as Zhao Hai and the others carefully observed the flowers inside the city. This was just as how Buffy described it. The city wasn't just full of vines. Within the city there was a very long and thick vine. Moreover, it stood erect like a tree. There were a lot of branches on top of it along with a lot of blossoming flowers. It was as if this were a flower's world. Zhao Hai slowly noted that this flower's vine was more concentrated in the center, and were sturdier too. If you looked closely, you would find that these plants didn't have a main root, but only had small fibrous roots. Smaller flower vines branched out from the sturdy vine, and those thicker flowers branched out from the thicker branches of the vine. Finally, they converged into a section of a 10-meter thick immense vine which extended from the middle of the city. 5. Green examined the situation, and Eva Zhaowen observed earnestly as she hadn't been able to come this close to observe those 7 colored flowers. Zhao Hai ordered the eagle to fly into the center of the city while his eyes chased along the vine. He wanted to take a look as to what this 7-colored flower's trunk was, and if there was anything good at the end. Chapter 197. Wine. The eagle circled slowly the city while Zhao Hai's eyes continued to pursue the vine. He intended to use this approach to find the trunk of the 7-colored flowers. Green and the others understood Zhao Hai's intent as they all stared at the screen. Zhao Wen lay on Zhao Hai's head and also seriously watched the screen. 1. Due to the effect of the space, Zhao Wen probably felt closest with Zhao Hai. He also thought it was okay for her to lie on his head since he regarded Zhao Wen as part of his clan. Zhao Hai didn't restrict Zhao Wen as she wasn't that heavy. Furthermore, her disposition was closer to that of a child's, which Zhao Hai liked, so he naturally didn't stop her. As they focused on the screen, a huge black dot suddenly appeared. This black dot soon occupied the entire screen and Zhao Hai subconsciously shouted, "Found it!" Green and the others also took in a deep breath. Zhao Hai ordered the eagle to circle above the large black dot. He immediately focused the screen on it. Everyone carefully watched and saw that it wasn't a black dot, but a black hole. They estimated its size to be around 100 meters in diameter. This hole had actually been grown into the 7-colored flower and was a part of the thickest section Zhao Hai had yet seen. The branches around the hole were also thick, but the strangest thing was that the flowers on this vine wasn't very tall, only about 20 meters. This was quite small compared to the ones on the surrounding vines and branches. If they hadn't looked at the screen carefully, they wouldn't have been able to find it easily. Zhao Hai ordered the eagle to fly down. The eagle drew nearer and nearer to the hole. This was in fact a test by Zhao Hai. He wanted to see if the 7-colored flower would attack them. Without giving any response, the 7-colored flower seemed just like an ordinary plant. It didn't have any response, and the flowers blooming on the branches were motionless. Zhao Hai and the others hadn't thought that the 7-colored flower would react this way. Still, he didn't give up. He ordered the eagle to fly down more, but not to attack as he feared that if it attacked the 7-colored flower, the flower might extinguish the eagle. If they left the space then, they might also be attacked by the flower. Since they were currently in the territory of the 7-colored flower, there wouldn't be anything good to come out of them attacking it. After seeing that the 7-colored flower didn't respond, Zhao Hai, with a deep voice, said, "Grandpa Green, I'm going out to take a look." Green looked at Zhao Hai, nodded, and said, "It's alright for young master to go out and take a look. It seems that this 7-colored flower doesn't react to entities with low strength. Since the young master doesn't have magic power or battle chi, that flower shouldn't attack you." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at them, saying, "Although this flower's attack strength is monstrous, it isn't too aggressive. It's best that we don't disturb it, so you guys wait for me here inside the space. Zhao Wen, you stay here too. If you go out then I'm afraid the flower will start attacking." Zhao Wen, who lay atop Zhao Hai's head, immediately complied. Zhao Hai looked at the others and showed a faint smile. Like what Grandpa Green said, due to the space, these flowers might become friendly. As such, I have to take a look and see if this flower could really become close with me. To be honest, Green and the others were also extremely worried. It was like Zhao Hai said, this flower had a strong offensive strength, but wasn't very aggressive. If there were few people to accompany him, and he kept a weak front, then Zhao Hai should be safe. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't speak any further. He turned around and left the spatial villa. With a thought, he recalled the eagle and the ghost cane and then flashed outside the space. Zhao Hai's current location wasn't that far from the hole. He appeared atop a 7-colored flower vine. This vine was around 20 meters thick, so standing atop it wasn't an issue for a human-sized person. Upon appearing on the vine, Zhao Hai became very careful. He was ready to return to the space at any given moment. But as they already realized, the flower didn't attack, as if it didn't notice the existence of Zhao Hai. He walked several steps atop the vine, then jumped on the spot. The vine didn't respond. Zhao Hai felt as though he were a bird standing on a tree. No matter how much he jumped, trees were trees. For these 7-colored flowers, Zhao Hai probably wouldn't even be comparable to a bird. Maybe a mosquito instead. A mosquito wouldn't be able to harm a big tree. Seeing that the 7-colored flowers didn't react, Zhao Hai slowly moved towards the hole. Beside the hole were an innumerable amount of small vines. They made it impossible to see the ground. Only the hole was visible. Zhao Hai looked into the hole and found that it wasn't that deep, just dark. He couldn't see inside it, however, and so couldn't see the base of the 7-colored flower. Zhao Hai observed the vines of this 7-colored flower and carefully counted. There were 18 roots that grew from the 7-colored flower trunk. The first root was around 20 meters thick and it branched out to numerous smaller branches. These long branches seemed to have covered the entirety of Flower City. Zhao Hai carefully observed the 7-colored flower. He thought it was very interesting. In addition to the twigs that branched out from the vines, it also grew small fibrous roots and even some of the small twigs had some leaves growing. Those small leaves were very interesting as they were shaped like throwing knives. The 7-colored flower, however, was huge. The center was covered with smog, making the visibility extremely low too. Zhao Hai looked around carefully for a bit and found that the 7-colored flower only had these things and nothing else seemed to attract his attention anymore. He stood on the vine and thought about the 7-colored flower. He was uncertain, however, if this flower was actually only honest, that as long as you didn't mess with it, it wouldn't be aggressive. This wasn't the result Zhao Hai wanted. He waved his hand and, with his intent, he wielded the ghost cane and poured some spatial water into the hole. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the 7-colored flower would have any reaction towards the spatial water. Remember that the space could enhance plants. This was also true for the spatial water. For common plants, spatial water was the best tonic. This move by Zhao Hai showed that he was trying to flatter the 7-colored flower. The spatial water dropped straight down into the hole, but the 7-colored flower still didn't have any response. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed when suddenly, the 7-colored flower reacted. The reaction was strong. Contrary to what Zhao Hai had anticipated, the entire Flower City seemed to be filled with excitement as all of the vines became erect, waving to the sky. Zhao Hai didn't know why he wasn't afraid. He felt that this 7-colored flower didn't want to hurt him. Although the movements made by the 7-colored flower was large, it didn't seem to want to attack anyone. Instead, it seemingly appeared happy. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. As the vines waved, his footing fluctuated. Then an innumerable number of vines gathered under Zhao Hai. He became surprised at the situation as the vines formed a chair. Zhao Hai froze for a moment, then chuckled and sat on the chair. Zhao Hai hadn't really thought that this 7-colored flower would unexpectedly be intelligent enough to offer a chair. However, this wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted to think about. Zhao Hai naturally reciprocated the kindness by wielding the ghost cane and dumped a pile of spatial soil into the hole. This made the vines wave more violently. In turn, a vine table was placed in front of Zhao Hai. This table actually had cups made of vines atop it and were filled with a 7-colored liquid. Evidently, The other side was using this as a way to entertain Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid after seeing the seven-colored flower offer him some liquid. Even if it were poisonous, he wasn't afraid since he'd been drinking the spatial water for a long time. The spatial water could cure the toxins of the seven-colored flower 3. Thus, he wasn't worried. Zhao Hai raised the vine cup and found that it wasn't a separate existence. The cup was instead connected to a tiny vine that was then attached to the vine table, and the vine table was connected to the vine beneath Zhao Hai. In other words, the vine cup was still a part of a living plant. Zhao Hai didn't care much and drank the liquid in the vine cup. When the liquid entered Zhao Hai's mouth, he couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. It wasn't because this liquid was hard to drink, but rather, it was the opposite. This liquid was very good. While this liquid seemed the same as water it was in fact wine. The seven-colored flower unexpectedly entertained Zhao Hai with wine. Moreover, the wine didn't only glow with 7 colors, but also had the fragrance of 100 flowers. The fragrance hinted at a sweetness that then revealed a trace of bitterness. The scent provided humans with food for thought. As Zhao Hai held the cup, the 7-colored liquid within unexpectedly returned to its original amount. It had been refilled. Zhao Hai froze for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh a bit. Zhao Hai didn't drink any more as he'd already drank a cup. He placed the vine cup back on the table and, this time, noticed that the trunk of the 7-colored flower had grown several more branches. He watched as, visible to the naked eye, it grew in length and thickness. Zhao Hai watched all of this and hadn't really thought that the response of the 7-colored flowers would be this great. It should be known that the trunk of the 7-colored flower was different from the other branches as it didn't have any fibrous roots. The trunk, besides its 18 main branches, had no other opening. The growth of the branches right now was certainly caused by the spatial water and spatial soil. Zhao Hai counted. This time around, the 7-colored flower had grown 9 more branches. Small waves of fluctuations were also emitted by the large trunk. A small vine then grew out of the hole. This vine wasn't actually green, but made of 7 colors. It grew longer and extended towards Zhao Hai's spot. Zhao Hai looked at what was happening. He knew that the main event was coming. This 7-colored branch, with regards to the 7-colored flower, was certainly important. Perhaps it could communicate with him. The battle efficiency of the 7-colored flower was above a rank 9 experts. This meant it was equal to being an intelligent plant. To say it couldn't communicate with him and would just kill him wouldn't be something he'd believe. Chapter 198, A Strange Uncle Who Deceives the Little Girl. The 7-colored flower vine quickly extended towards Zhao Hai. Then, at the top of the vine, appeared a flower bud. This flower bud grew slowly until, finally, it stopped at a height of about half a meter. The flower bud then bloomed open, slowly. When the flower bloomed, it did not reveal 7 colored petals, but petals of a single color. As Zhao Hai looked at the red petals in a daze, he found that there was another layer of petals blooming within, this time yellow. The flower petals kept on blooming slowly, layer by layer, until the 7th layer. In front of Zhao Hai was a presentation of 7 layers of 7 colored types of petals. It looked like a rainbow as it suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. 1. There was a 7-colored cocoon in the center of this flower. The cocoon wasn't large, only around the size of Zhao Hai's thumb. It was 7-colored and very attractive. Zhao Hai looked at the cocoon in a daze. Suddenly, it moved. The cocoon wiggled like a worm and then split open into 2 pieces. Those 2 pieces were like butterfly wings, each pair being 7-colored. Zhao Hai was further astonished when the pair of wings started to move, then flew into the air. When the wings turned, a thumb-sized little female appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The little woman wore a small skirt made of 7-colored vines. She had 7-colored hair that was long and hung from her head to her feet. Her skin was white, with fair, small arms and legs that were exposed and were not too lovely too. The little woman flew over and came to eye level of Zhao Hai. She curiously looked at Zhao Hai while blinking her big eyes. Zhao Hai also discovered that her eyes were 7-colored. The two looked at one another and didn't speak. After some time, the little woman smiled and said with a clear voice, "Do you just want to keep staring at me and not speak?" Zhao Hai was in a daze. After recovering, He stood up and said to the small woman, "Hello, I am called Zhao Hai." "You are?" The little woman looked at Zhao Hai. "With the ritual of a noble lady," she said. "Hello, I am called Kyur 3. Zhao Hai quickly returned the aristocratic ceremony. He looked at Kyur and said, "Hello Kyur. Are you this flower?" Kyur smiled. "To be precise, the flower you see are just branches of me. My main body isn't even here." Zhao Hai asked, "Are you saying that such a large flower is just one of your branches? Then, where is your main body?" Kyur answered with a smile, "Not in front of you. The truth is that my real body are all of the flowers you see, because I exist as such." Zhao Hai looked at Kyur and said, "Then in the end, where did you come from?" Kyur smiled. "Please sit down and listen as I explain. To tell you the truth, it has been so long since I had met with a person that I could speak and listen to. I haven't met many others." Zhao Hai sat down on the chair behind the vine table and looked at Kyur. She smiled faintly and sat in front of Zhao Hai on her own small set of vine chair and wine table. Her vine table also held a small vine cup. Seemingly, the cup couldn't even be filled with a drop of water. Kyur drank the water in her vine cup. Her small chair and small table looked strange because their base reached all the way down to the vine below them, allowing Kyur to stay at eye level with Zhao Hai. Looking at her appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. It seemed like this little woman was really up for keeping her appearance since she had to sit at eye level. Zhao Hai watched Kyur hold her vine cup, which was smaller than a toothpick. After she drank a few mouthfuls of water, she put down the small vine cup and looked at him but didn't speak. Zhao Hai felt that this little woman was playing with him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Finally, Kyur spoke. "My real name is Hell Rainbow Flower 5. I came from a place called Hell 6, where I am the most respected presence." Stunned, Zhao Hai looked puzzledly at Kyur. It was not the first time he'd heard of a place called Hell, but Zhao Hai still wasn't too clear on what Kyur had said. This was due to the fact that he had heard of the word Hell back on Earth, but he hadn't heard it on the continent after he'd arrived. Kyur looked at Zhao Hai's expression. She said with a smile, "Here on the Ark continent, it would be called the Devil World 7. Zhao Hai's eyes opened widely. The word hell wasn't something he'd heard of here in the Ark continent, but the term Devil World was something he had heard of already. The Ark continent was different from Earth. Earth existed on its own plane, while the Ark continent coexisted with multiple planes. The place called the Ark continent was one plane. Devil World was also a plane. There were several other planes that also existed, but the understanding of people about other planes was small. They knew about those planes less than they knew about the Devil World. There were not many records kept about the Devil World on the continent. All of the recordings, however, described it using two characters: Dangerous 8. The records about the Devil World on the continent said that it was a place of monsters. These monsters were divided into undead creatures and dismal 9 creatures. They were brutal beings that only knew how to slaughter and walked a path of destruction. This was the common perception of the Devil World by others. Zhao Hai hadn't actually thought that Kyur would have come from the Devil World. Obviously, Kyur had seen Zhao Hai's reaction and she said with a smile, "Don't you feel it's strange for me to know of those previous things?" Zhao Hai nodded. Kyur continued smiling. "This was nothing since I had obtained a book about the Ark Continent 10. Therefore, I also knew that the Devil World was recorded here on the Ark Continent. There isn't only undead and dismal creatures there, but an actual complete world. The living environment is a lot worse than the Ark Continent, however, and the main thing is that there is no sun." Kyur paused here and looked at Zhao Hai. "There is no sun in the Devil World, only light and doors. There is only me and my flowers as the main source of light for the Devil World's beings. Therefore, the creatures there give much respect to me. You should know that the Devil World and the Ark Continent are two different planes. The difference in living environments of the two is too large." After the first space crack appeared, the Devil World found out how large the Ark Continent was. That was also when they found that life was better here on the Ark Continent. There was a sun, water, land, grass. Everything was here. Hearing it, Zhao Hai knew that Kyur was serious when she said it. The desire for a better life held infinite hope, just like how a blind person had infinite hope to see light. Those of the devil world had a desire 1,000 times greater to live in the Ark continent. Kyur sighed. You have never been to the devil world, thus you can't ever imagine the way of life for the creatures there. They wanted to come and live on the Ark continent, but did it in the wrong way. They wanted to conquer the Ark continent, but weren't successful. Instead, they let the Ark continent place new seals over the few space cracks. Kyur's expression, although a bit light, was something Zhao Hai understood. The Ark continent probably had to pay a considerable price. Kyur wasn't concerned with Zhao Hai. Later on, new space cracks appeared, inducing several further wars between the Devil World and the Ark continent. In the end, the Devil World didn't succeed. The position you are at now is actually a space crack, but one that was sealed back then by a person from the Ark continent. For some unknown reason, the seal was destroyed. But the Devil World didn't know of this. I found it out though. I used my branches and slowly stretched it over the cracks. Now, this is what it looks like. Kyur's branch was Flower City. This wasn't something Zhao Hai could believe. He couldn't imagine how large her actual body was. Kyur looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly chuckled. It was too serious, right? I like that kind of atmosphere. With that kind of tone. Isn't it more convincing? Zhao Hai looked at Kyur's sly smile as she turned around. Kyur's appearance gave off a compassionate feeling, but with her beautiful smile just now, Zhao Hai's thoughts were somewhat unable to follow. Kyur looked at Zhao Hai's silly expression and couldn't help but laugh. She held onto her belly and tumbled around. Zhao Hai tapped his head and finally affirmed that this little lady had been playing around. What was strange was that Zhao Hai didn't feel angry. Instead, he just looked at the adorable smiling face of Kyur 11. Kyur stopped after some time. Zhao Hai hadn't spoken since then, so she looked at him and timidly asked, "Are you angry?" Zhao Hai looked at Kyur's appearance and couldn't be mad. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm just curious. You told me those things, so what do you want to do?" Kyur flapped her wings and flew in front of Zhao Hai. "I just want to drink more of the water you had given me earlier, and that soil you threw. That was the most delicious water and most fertile soil I ever had." Zhao Hai smiled as he said, "Okay. You can come to a place with me where there's a lot of water you can drink, along with that soil you'd seen." Kyur looked at Zhao Hai's expression and tooted, "I don't know if what you're saying is an illusion, but I feel ill intent." "What are you telling me to do?" Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows while smiling and said, "What's wrong? Don't you dare?" Zhao Hai didn't know why, but when he said it, it felt that he was deceiving a little girl to look for a goldfish with a strange Uncle 12. Probably. Kyur tooted once more, "Don't use this kind of method of goading an idiot into action. It is useless to this young lady. This young lady, however, is powerful and doesn't fear you." "Well, let's go where?" Zhao Hai was happy in his heart. 13. He waved the ghost wand and the spatial crack appeared at his side. He smiled and said, "To my territory." Chapter 199, Upgrade. Kyur looked at the spatial crack, her expression fearless. She had already seen space cracks before. Don't forget that her appearance here was due to her relationship with a space crack. Thus, how could she fear it? She simply didn't care much for it and, with a whiz, Kyur flew into the space. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up and he also went back inside the space. The reason why Zhao Hai had tried to lure Kyur inside the space was because she was just too strong. If he could make Kyur grow her vines outside Fort Iron Mountain, then he wouldn't need to worry about the security there. Zhao Hai also had an idea. He hadn't yet asked Kyur about her relationship with the seven-colored smog covering the carrion swamp. If she indeed had some relation with it, then so long as Kyur could extend her vines to Fort Iron Mountain, the whole of the Black Waste can benefit from being covered by the seven-colored smog. When that time comes, he could safely improve the land and boldly cultivate plants. There would no one on the continent daring enough to go into the Black Waste. This was the result he wished to see. Just as Zhao Hai entered the space prompted in a tone, Discovered plant sprite. Spatial intelligence enhanced. Space has leveled up to level 21. New land that can now be reclaimed is 1000 mu. Requirements: 10,000 gold coins. 1. Host can now hand over management of the space to the plant sprite. Due to having reached level 20, background swap function has been added. Spatial bag function has been added. After having reached level 20, space will not be able to reclaim new land. Space can now upgrade existing land and water levels. Each level up will promote the quality of land to red land. Red land increases crop yield by 10%. Red land decreases maturity time by 20%. Red land has its own special seed page in the spatial shop. Host can now purchase red lawn seeds from the spatial shop. Each level up will promote the quality of the spatial spring. Each level up increases detoxification ability, magic power, battle chi, physical strength, and restoration capabilities. Just then, Kyur flew over to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this place is great." Later on, Kyur must live here. I'll transfer my main body over to here. Zhao Hai was still thinking about the things the space prompted when he heard what Kyur had said. He couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. Zhao Hai looked at Kyur and asked, "Can you transfer your main body here? Then what will you do about those branches outside?" Kyur replied with a smile, "Young master, can't you establish a transfer point?" Actually, when I said I would move my main body, it won't actually have any effect on the devil world, nor the carrion swamp. My main body would be inside the space, and so long as there are transfer points, I can appear in the devil world or the carrion swamp directly. I can easily unite with my branches from here, thus there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Hai looked at Kyur and said, "Are you saying you can branch out to the devil world and carrion swamp by using the transfer points?" I remember I hadn't yet established a transfer point in the carrion swamp yet, right? Kyur smiled. Constructing one now would be good. Since the space had leveled up to beyond 20, you can assign 10 more transfer points. You could construct a transfer point here in the carrion swamp. Moreover, I'll give you the coordinates so you can set up a transfer point in the devil world. Zhao Hai nodded and muttered, "I guess it would be a good time to take a look at the devil world." "But wait, how do you know so much about the space? Who told you all of that?" Kyur smiled. "Young master has forgotten, but I am a plant sprite too. Now that I'm fully integrated with the space, I now know the features of the space." Later on, young master could hand over management of the space to me. Then you can ask me to do things. 3. Around this time, Green and the others came out and they all looked at Kyur, confused. They knew about her since they'd been watching the screen, and knew she was a Hell Rainbow Flower, a plant sprite. 4. They really hadn't thought she would already have been integrated with the space. Zhao Hai hastily said, "It spoke earlier about the background swap function, as well as a spatial bags function." "What are they?" Kyur nodded. "The background swap function means you can decorate the background by buying it using gold coins. Right now, the land inside the space, except for land occupied by the spatial villa, are all covered with white mist. As long as you change the background, the white mist will dissipate and reveal the original world. This will be useful if young master wishes to place the slaves inside the space in the future. There will be a greater amount of room for their activities. The most important thing is that as long as you exchange background, then upon reaching level 30, you would be able to use that background. In other words, when that time comes, the young master can then be able to plant on the lands in the background. At this moment, however, young master only has over 1000 mu of land. After reaching level 30, the young master will be able to use the land in the background and greatly increase the amount of land you have. And it's not only land you can get, but mountains, rivers, seas, and even areas filled with ore. Even if the young master cannot leave the space, the production within the space wouldn't be poorer than that of the continent. This is a separate world, and the young master is the master of this world. Zhao Hai heard all of this, and Kyur's explanation was also very clear. In other words, he can now change the background. Although it wouldn't be usable at the moment, he could use it after he reached level 30. It really was equal to having another world. This was really good. Kyur continued. The spatial bag function is very good, young master. The space loads all the seeds, and it even has a separate space for gold coins, so you don't need it. But in fact, this small spatial bag, while it can't hold much, only around 10 cubic meters, it could be taken outside. This can only be done by the young master. There are also a lot of such bags now. So long as young master presents them with a spatial bag, then Grandpa Green and the others can equip them. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at Kyur and said, "How did you know who Grandpa Green was? Also, how did you know the slaves had entered the space?" Kyur replied with a smile. "I knew of them because the space has a record system. All that happens within the space is recorded. Since I had integrated with the space, I would, of course, naturally know of it. You are the master of the space, and also my master. But since I know you don't like people calling you master, I thus called you young master 5. Nodding, Zhao Hai then said, "Yes, that's right." Since the space had upgraded, did the monitoring function also receive an upgrade? Kyur smiled as she answered, "It was naturally upgraded as well. Now we can see as far as 2 kilometers. Later on, once the space reaches level 30, we can see much further." Zhao Hai looked at Kyur as she explained things. He said, "Are you going to transfer your main body into the space? Won't it take a lot of land space if you do so?" 6. Kyur shook her head. "No, I haven't yet moved my main body into the space. I also won't take up too much of the land space, young master. I will move it now. Also, except for Bluestone Villa and Fort Iron Mountain, I would like to add those 2 extra transfer points. I'll place one in the Carrion Swamp and another in the Devil World. Young master cannot go the Devil World right now as it's still too dangerous for you to do so. But once we have the opportunity, will young master wish to take a look?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course." "All right, after you have transferred your main body to the space, don't forget to extend 2 branches, one for Fort Iron Mountain, the other for Bluestone Villa." "Does the 7-colored smog covering the Carrion Swamp have any relation with you?" Kyur smiled as she replied, "Young master, don't worry. I understand what you mean. First, surround Bluestone Villa, but the 7-colored smog shouldn't be seen by outsiders. Second, I should emit a massive amount of smog around the Black Waste so that others would think the Carrion Swamp had expanded into the Black Waste. Have I said it right?" Zhao Hai laughed as he agreed. "You really are intelligent. Starting today, I'll call you Zhao Kyur 7. Oh right, if I leave the space, can you follow me? If I'm in a battle, can you help me?" Kyur smiled as she replied, "Yes, of course. I'm integrated with the space, but the space is a part of the young master. Thus, I naturally belong to the young master. If the young master is in battle, my vines can be extended from the space to help the young master." After they heard what Kyur said, Green and the others were happy. They were most worried about Zhao Hai's security. Now it was all good. They didn't need to be worried anymore. Since Zhao Hai had a plant with a rank 9's battle efficiency at his side, his security was guaranteed. Moreover, Kyur was different from Zhao Wen. Since Zhao Wen was a Carrion Swamp rank 9 expert, if she appeared on the continent, it was highly possible she would be attacked by the other rank 9 experts of the continent. Kyur, however, hadn't appeared on the continent. Even if she were to help Zhao Hai in a fight, most people wouldn't think she had any relation with the Carrion Swamp. With this, it was truly like having a rank 9 expert under their command. 8. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then you go out. I want to go in and choose a background." Kyur complied immediately as Zhao Hai and the others went back into the spatial villa. After entering the spatial villa, Zhao Hai reclaimed all of the new land. Since he had so much wealth in his hands right now, even though this 1,000 mu area of land required 10,000 gold coins, Zhao Hai didn't mind, which was somewhat remarkable. Once he reclaimed the land, Zhao Hai turned to the screen immediately. He checked the spatial shop and looked for the decorations page. Then he bought the background that matched with the spatial villa. Zhao Hai didn't want to buy anything more since they were expensive. The background for the spatial villa had only cost a gold coin 9. They couldn't use the background right now anyway. The background was laid out beautifully, so it wouldn't affect the activity of the people within the space. Thus, he saw no problem with it. With a small spatial villa background, it added a small prairie around it. Although it was small and uneven, above it was long, green grass. Adding in the blue sky, it made the space brightly lit. After choosing the background, Zhao Hai went out of the spatial villa. Green and the others followed him as they also wanted to look at the situation outside. Chapter 200, Multi-Purpose Young Secretary. Upon leaving the spatial villa, Green and the others were shocked. The space now looked different. Before, aside from the spatial villa and the fields, the other areas had been shrouded in mist. Now there was a beautiful scene around them. There was a blue sky with white clouds, and a section of land covered with beautiful green grass. The most important thing was the massive 1,000 mu of fertile farmland in front of them. This was genuine fertile farmland. Initially, Zhao Hai hadn't thought that upon reaching level 20, the space would actually give him 1,000 mu of farmland. Remember, originally the size of the field was less than 100 mu in size. This time around, it really was a big surprise. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that according to the normal system of the space and its upgrades, only upon reaching level 30 would he have been awarded with 1,000 mu of farmland. Only at that time would he have had the ability to transform the land into red land. Zhao Hai, however, hadn't upgraded the space the normal way. Specifically, he had relied on the help of a plant sprite to help promote the space. Although the evaluation given by the space for the plant sprite wasn't high, this plant sprite had actually increased the intelligence of the space. As such, Zhao Hai received extra rewards. It had allowed Zhao Hai's new land reclamation limit to suddenly jump to 1,000 mu. The reason why the space hadn't given a high evaluation to the plant sprite was because it could identify the plant sprite. It used up a lot of the resources of the space one. The space had leveled up 6 times and had also given him additional rewards. These were the results. Although the space was level 21, the total land that had been reclaimed resulted in such a situation. Moreover, they now had Kyur. In the future, the space's intelligence wouldn't be so rigid. Zhao Hai, however, didn't know any of this at the moment. Zhao Hai was currently looking at the spatial villa dumbly. It really looked different now. The original spatial villa was quite ordinary looking and there wasn't anything odd about it. Now, however, the spatial villa was more peculiar. The outer walls were completely covered with crawling vines, and these vines were rainbow-colored. This made the spatial villa seem taller and more pleasing to the eye. One couldn't place a value on its magnificence. Zhao Hai was absolutely sure that this was Kyur's masterpiece. He hadn't thought Kyur would have unexpectedly covered the entire spatial villa with her vines. Green and the others looked at the surrounding prairie with shining eyes. This scene was truly too beautiful. The magnificent view was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they heard Kyur say that when the space reached level 30, they would be able to use this prairie. But, how big was the prairie? No one on their side knew. Kyur flew towards Zhao Hai. She smiled and said, "Young master, good job." Seeing these open areas, what do you want to plant on them? Zhao Hai thought for a bit, then said, bamboo rice, fruit oil trees, corn, wheat, tuber blocks, sweet pepper, red radishes, green olives, and green lettuce. These are the kinds of plants that can be planted and you can buy them from the spatial shop. Alright, distribute them across 100 mu, and give 10 mu to bamboo rice, and 10 for fruit oil trees. There will be a little more for corn and wheat products. Corn should be around 100 mu, while the other wheat types should have 500 mu. The rest of the land can be planted with the 5 different types of magic vegetables so that we can trade them with Laura 4. Kyur immediately complied and arranged everything. The space now planted bamboo rice and fruit oil each on 10 acres of land. There were also tuber blocks and other plants. These were all being saved up by Zhao Hai so that he could trade them with Laura. Zhao Hai, however, hadn't thought the space would give him 1,000 mu of land. This gave him more land to plant with. Once the crops were planted and growing, they couldn't be removed. Zhao Hai would have to cultivate them and wait until they were matured before collecting them. It was only until now that Green and the others recovered from their fascination. They quickly encircled Zhao Hai. Zhao Wen had also flown over to Zhao Hai's head and lay there. Kyur, on the other hand, flew towards Zhao Hai and sat on his shoulders. The space was now under her command, but looking at her appearance, it was as if she didn't need to do anything. None of them had seen any movement, but the space's land had already been planted according to what Zhao Hai had instructed of Kyur. After everything was settled, Zhao Hai took a deep breath. He turned his head towards Kyur and asked, "Kyur, have you finished constructing the transfer points?" Kyur nodded. "All done, young master. Please be at ease. Also, currently, I have already placed my branches in Fort Iron Mountain and have surrounded it. The smog has now covered the area. This is the same case for Bluestone Villa." Zhao Hai nodded. He turned his head towards Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you and Grandmom Rin should go to Fort Iron Mountain first. I think the slaves will probably be nervous. Please explain the situation to them and make sure they aren't anxious anymore. I'll go to Flower City and have a look." Green nodded. With Zhao Hai's intent, the couple moved to Fort Iron Mountain. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai, Meg, Woodhead, and Stonehead appeared in Flower City. When they appeared, they were atop a vine. Meg and the other two looked around curiously, especially Meg, whose eyes were shining. Meg likes flowers. Although she had already seen them on the screen, it was different from having an up-close view of them. It was like she were in a dream, or in a fairy tale world. Everything was so beautiful that it didn't seem real. Woodhead and Stonehead also looked around. Zhao Hai had already seen it once, so he, naturally, wasn't surprised. He turned his head towards Kyur, who still sat on his shoulder, and asked, "Kyur, what was this city for?" Kyur replied, "This city was constructed by the people of the continent to guard the space crack a long time ago. It was one of the continent's 5 great devil-sealing cities 5, but due to a war that happened afterward, it had been destroyed. That hole was made by 2 experts fighting one another. They hadn't thought that they would be the cause for breaking the seal. After that, I had extended my branches out and left through the hole, then emitted a smog, and soon after, nobody came here." Zhao Hai nodded and looked around. At present he couldn't see any of the buildings in the city as all of the structures were covered with vines. Zhao Hai couldn't help himself as he asked, "Kyur, can we also use the buildings of the city?" Kyur nodded. "Some of them can be used. The problem is that a large portion of the city was destroyed during the war. If the young master wishes to settle down here, then you don't need to live in those buildings. Instead, I can clear up some of those structures. You can then ask me which type of buildings you want and it will be done." Zhao Hai remembered that Kyur had been able to make tables, chairs, and even cups out of vines when she'd entertained him earlier. Since she could make tables and chairs, a house should be easy, right 7? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but for now, people won't be living here. You should first clean up some of the buildings that can still be used." "Oh, right. Is there anything here we can use? Things like magic supplies and the like?" "Didn't you say this place had many books? Where are they?" Kyur smiled and said, "Young master, the books have already decomposed. So many years have passed. If I remember correctly, I have been here for 10,000 years. There aren't many items remaining." Zhao Hai nodded. He turned his head back towards Kyur and gave her a strange expression. "So, Kyur, how old are you?" Kyur thought for a while, then shook her head. "I don't know. Before appearing here, however, I had already lived for a long time." Zhao Hai patted his head. He really hadn't thought Kyur had actually lived for that long already. Can it even be regarded as a 10,000-year-old old demon? Zhao Hai curiously asked Kyur, "So, what were you doing all this time?" Kyur thought for a while, then said, "Most of the time, I was just sleeping. There wasn't much to amuse me in the devil world. Everyone there just wars every day. It just looks like trouble. But then, there wasn't anything to do in the swamp too. These magic beasts in the swamp, at the beginning their ranks weren't that high. My existence, however, had caused their ranks to become higher and higher, yet they still couldn't beat me. Furthermore, they respected me and protected me all the time, thus, I didn't handle any matters. It was alright for me to just sleep. Zhao Hai tapped his head, helpless. After such a long time, Kyur had unexpectedly only slept. It was really too much. Meg and the others continued to look around and observe their surroundings before returning to the space. Perhaps it was due to the new background, but the people inside the space felt particularly refreshed. Zhao Hai didn't stay there for too long. They immediately went to Fort Iron Mountain. Upon seeing Fort Iron Mountain, Zhao Hai and the other three were frozen stiff for a moment. Fort Iron Mountain had become a second flower city. The walls were covered with vines, and the vines bloomed flowers all over. The castle was also slowly being surrounded by that seven-colored smog. Compared with the carrion swamp, however, it was lighter here. Kyur was really quite smart. She deliberately placed no vines on the ground and none near the places that were commonly used. Instead, the vines were kept along the walls and a little bit along the castle, creating an impressive look. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the results, but still turned his head towards Kyur and asked, "Kyur, do you have control over the smog? Since I need to improve the land, having the smog here means I won't be able to do so." "The young master doesn't need to worry," replied Kyur, smiling. "I can control this smog. Later on, I will make the smog slowly move towards the boundaries of the Black Waste and keep the middle area clear for planting crops." Zhao Hai nodded. One must say that Kyur was really good at her job. It wasn't only her battle efficiency, but also her intelligence. When he told her about any matters, she would manage them well. It was just like having a multi-purpose secretariat. It was around this time that Green and Mren entered the fort from outside. They saw Zhao Hai and went to greet him. "Young master," Green said, "I told the slaves that there weren't any problems." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the old couple and said, "We'll now go to Bluestone Villa and have a look. These past few days, Laura hasn't sent any letters and I'm somewhat worried. It's necessary for us to have a look." Green shook his head and said, "They shouldn't have moved so fast. Even if the Murky Dell clan wants to move against us, they must still gather their forces first. They might send in a force greater than the one from before. If they wish to extinguish us, they should know we won't take it lying down." Adding in the Purcell clan, such a force would mean the Marquidel clan would have to think deeply on their moves first. "I think it may take some time for them to assemble their forces." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but we'll still have to go to Bluestone Villa and have a look. If there really isn't anything there, then we'll just go back to the carrion swamp. We'll ask Little Wind to look for plants and animals." Although the space had leveled up to 21, the ranch is still at the same low level. "We should make it so that the ranch can level up faster,"